everybody. So I listened to this debate between Rachel Wilson and American Sukenick, and I have a lot to say about it. So I decided I'm just going to go ahead and review it on StreamYard, and I just have the audio. So I did create my own visual for it. So I guess you can go and check the original version of it if you want to, but I'm just going to give my commentary as we go through it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Rattlesnake TV debate night. It's been a little while since we've had a debate. I pick and choose these ones very carefully these days. I like to have quality debates on with interesting topics rather than any old debates. So we've got a very good one for you. I've been lining this up for a few months. You guys might have seen that myself and Andrew covered Amanda's soft white underbelly interview a few months ago on the Extravaganza when she's talking about antinatalism. So I reached out to Amanda and see if she wanted to do a debate. And I thought the perfect opponent would be the most pro-natalist person that I know, which is Rachel Wilson. So guys, the rules of the debates tonight will be 5 minutes each on the clock for opening statements. And then we're going to go into between 60 and 90 minutes of back and forth. If there's too many interruptions or if it's too one-sided, you guys can appeal to the moderator and say that you would like to do timed responses or you would like to do a cross-examination period. That's completely fine. You can do that. Also, we're going to get into some closing statements at the end, around about 2 minutes each, but the opening and closing statement times are pretty flexible and you guys can pretty much sort that out amongst yourselves. We will be allowing sources, so any sort of videos or articles or whatever that you guys want to bring up, you can. So with that, I'll have you introduce yourselves for those of you who are seeing them for the first time, starting with you, Rach.
Hi, I'm Rachel Wilson. I'm a mom and I'm an author and sometimes part-time content creator, also known as the wife of the most based man on planet Earth, Andrew Wilson. Happy to be here with my good pal Jake and with Amanda. I'm excited to have a debate with a woman who, she's a pretty intelligent lady. So I've been looking for that. So thank you, Amanda, for coming and being here and being willing to do a debate on a very controversial topic that might seem like, it's a slam dunk for me, but I think Amanda's going to do her best to give me a hard time with this one. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right. And Amanda.
Well, thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you, Jake. And yeah, I really appreciated reading your book, Rachel. And you're also a very intelligent human being. And it's it's actually very difficult to find somebody on the other side of the argument willing to have an argument with an anti-natalist. So I really do appreciate hearing what you're going to have to say. Just for those that are not familiar with me, my name is Amanda Sukenick. I'm the host of the Exploring Antinatalism podcast. I've been producing pieces of antinatalist media for the last 15 years. I'm the co-author of along with the bioethicist and philosopher Mati Haira. Our book together is Antinatalism, Extinction, and the End of Procreative Self-Corruption. And I'm just very happy to be here today with Jake and Rachel.
Amazing.
I want you to notice how cordial they're being in the beginning because it's going to get very nasty.
It should be a great debate. I'm really looking forward to it. So, guys, we're going to have Bruce Buffer introduce us, and then we will get into opening statements.
And now, for the thousands in attendance, let's get ready to rumble!
And, this might be something that we accept, but it might not be something that they...
Let's get ready to rumble!
Okay, so what we agreed was that Amanda would go first, meaning that Rachel goes second, obviously. And then at the end, that would have Amanda getting the closing statements and the last word. So with that, Amanda, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's rumble.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Jake. Rachel, you and I come from two entirely different worldviews. I think you from a position of Orthodox Christianity and I from not only antinatalism, but atheism. And I think those details are worth mentioning because obviously we are operating under vastly different moral compasses, vastly different ideas of reality and what the purpose and meaning of life might be. And the result of that is we're going to be compelled to make very different decisions about all manner of things. The most obvious case in point being the subject of tonight's discussion, which is whether it is correct or justified or better for society to have children or not. Put simply, antinatalism versus natalism. As you well know, I will be defending an antinatalist perspective tonight. Antinatal children, there is no one there in a state of want or lack or in need of a good life, no one who is screaming out to live, who is at all in a state of deprivation. It is, in fact, I believe, humanity's desire to produce the next generation, but it's just that in its final analysis. It is our desires. And these desires can really only serve to fulfill our own benefit, or the benefit of our own understanding of the meaning of what it is to live a good life, and what it is to do the right thing. We cannot procreate, I believe, new human lives for the benefit of the child. And though people may sacrifice greatly for their children, and I absolutely do not deny that or argue that specific point, procreation is ultimately entirely a selfish act. And a selfish act that comes with this incredible cost.
I disagree with her on that one point. I don't think that parents sacrifice. I think it's transactional. I think they absolutely expect a return on their investment. I don't think they don't invest in their children without expecting to get anything in return. When children do have developmental problems and are not able to extract it in what they want, they do have a problem with it. They're all over TikTok complaining about how they don't want to spend so much time raising their children. And I don't know. I do see it as being inherently selfish. I don't think that there's any sacrifice going on. I think that they get everything that they put into it and then some.
A cost not paid by us, but by the child being produced. By bringing them into life, we roll the dice with all kinds of risks, a myriad of risks that they may face once they are alive. Many of those risks are, things that we as the living would do pretty much anything to avoid ourselves. They may experience a very poor quality of life. We do all of this without their consent. There's no contract involved. We chiefly impose, chiefly the biggest thing for me is that we impose all kinds of suffering and manipulation. And we do this at the expense of, either they experiencing all of these negatives or there being the cause of all of these negatives to their fellow human being or to their fellow sentient creatures. And, this might be something that we accept, but it might not be something that they accept. They will be individuals. They will not be us. They will be an entirely different person who may feel incredibly different about their life and the choices that were made for them. Now, while my worldview might sound incredibly false and alien to your own, I would like to point out, in fact, that Christianity itself has a long history of antinatalism or antinatalist-like thinking, or proto-antinatalism, as it's sometimes called. A great deal of the early Christian Gnostic sects, like the Manichaeans, the Cathars, the Ankratites, all had very negative ideas about the ethics of producing new lives. Jesus Christ himself, as far as we know, was a child-free Christ. And Christian antinatalism, even today, while it is rare, is real. So there's nothing actually, I believe, stopping Christians from.
By the way, I'm going to replay my live stream that I did about the child-free Christ. That was on my Antinatalist Informant channel. So that's going to be re-premiering tomorrow.
Coming to something akin to the same kind of worldview that I have. I don't believe that these are mutually exclusive worldviews. I'd also like to point out one interesting case. Even though he is not a Christian specifically himself, there is an antinatalist philosopher by the name of Professor Gerald Harrison, who believes that the badness of life proves that there is some kind of God. Like to roughly paraphrase his argument, that life is so bad that something, you know, must be out there controlling it. And while the wonderful Professor Harrison and I don't share that particular argument, I think the fact that he's arrived at that point does speak to the idea that there are real possible meeting points between our two diametrically otherwise opposed viewpoints. So I would argue that quite a bit of evidence, and I believe with quite a bit of evidence to back myself up, that this line of thinking is just as much as part of your history of your beliefs as it is my own. Let me end by saying that I think if I could say anything to highlight the real point I wish to make tonight, it is that we cannot ultimately protect our children from the world. They are the world. They are all the possibilities of what can exist, what a person can become. When we have children, we have far less ability to control these biological experiments than we think. And no matter what,
I don't really want to keep stopping it, but basically, I think that Christianity is based on cannibalism anyway. That Jesus Christ was a human sacrifice, and so Christians are already starting off from a place of cannibalism. So that's why they're so willing to sacrifice their children for the greater good, so that these children can have the potential to be with God. Never mind the fact that most people are going to go to hell, even according to their own Bible. They don't care about that. They're willing to sacrifice and take that chance because even according to Rachel, she believes that it is her duty to procreate to serve God. So she's going to get credit to breed her child into hell so that he can spend an eternity in a spiritual hell after living an earthly hell, and then she's going to get credit for it. So I think this is the way most Christians think. They're not going to say it explicitly, but they do believe in human sacrifice. This is the canon of Christianity itself.
We do to try to prevent them from seeing, believing, becoming, or playing. When we play with the emergence of new consciousnesses, we also risk these individuals becoming things that we might not like, and we don't. They will not be you. They will not be me. They will be their own individual.
By the way, I was just on this live stream yesterday. I was debating this woman, AVG, and she was basically saying that people who enjoy sex are degenerate, that they should be monogamous, they should be married. And I was trying to interject, but everybody kept over talking. But the point I wanted to make to her was that the progenitors of the world are the root cause of the so-called degeneracy. So if you stop procreating, then there would be no degenerate people. So you are the root cause of the problem. We did not create you, you created us. So I don't think that you have any moral standing to condemn anyone for being degenerate after you have imposed life on them. And now you're saying that they don't have a right to enjoy it.
And I don't mean you in a personalized sense. I mean you in a more universalized sense. I just want to make that clear. When people produce new people, we are not simply producing clay to be molded. We are producing an individual, and this illusion of control that they will be us, that they will believe what we believe, that they will value what we value, that they will be who we wish them to be, is an illusion, in my opinion. They will be who they are. And they may be somebody who we don't end up liking too much, somebody who is diametrically opposed to ourselves and to the person that we would have preferred them to be. And there is nothing real that we can do to prevent that. People will be who they tend to be. And it would be far better for both child and procreator not to engage in or experience a kind of pre-rejection of themselves. And by meeting these expectations that we may have of who they're going to be. And
so that's 7 minutes on the clock, Amanda. So maybe wrap it up with that.
So I would say that it is better that we do not purchase the gift of life, so to speak, for being that didn't ask for it and may not want it. Pardon me for going over time.
No, that's okay. We did agree at the start off camera that you guys both wanted to go a little bit over time. So, Rach, up to 7 minutes on your opening statement. Just to let you know, guys, you can, in fact, empty your pockets, and I am accepting donations here. We will read out super chats later. So all of my money that's currently in your wallet it would be nice if that was transferred swiftly. So thank you very much. Rach, 7 minutes. Let's go.
Sure. I think the video I wanted to include at the end of my opening is roughly 3-ish minutes, maybe a little under. So once I get close to 4, Jake, if I'm still rambling, cut me off because everyone knows I love to chat. All right, let's go. So Amanda's view is that people's will to live is kind of a thinly veiled cope for dealing with the horrors of existence. I believe it's actually her position, which is the thinly veiled cope for dealing with the resentment of actually being arrogant enough to believe you have existence all figured out and that you as a finite human being have the capability to see all ends and know all things sufficiently to judge existence as pointless suffering, which should have never begun and must end as soon as ethically possible. She's not just antinatalist, but she tends to be on the more extreme spectrum of antinatalism, which is more like extinctionism, but I'll let her explain what ephilism and extinctionism are. She kind of dresses this view up to sound benevolent and merciful and the more moral one to hold, but deeper examination is going to reveal that I think there is an underlying personal contempt for humanity, and if there is one, for its creator. So I'm going to argue against that and in favor of a pronatalist position as the more moral one based on 2 arguments. The first,
Who are the creators? I mean, she's making some logical fallacies. She's starting out by saying that there is a creator. The creators are the progenitors, the direct parents who put you on Earth, and she's trying to basically push that off on God.
one is going to be a more pragmatic argument, which is probably best to stick to, less likely to end in like a stalemate or going over the whole audience's heads and boring everyone to death. So from the pragmatic view, this extinctionist view is very untenable. And the reason is, even though I believe this rests on incorrect framing and disprovable assertions and unjustified axioms, I think that there's no current technology we are aware of that guarantees that you could end all sentient life or end all life altogether. For example, there are a bunch of species called extremophiles, which are pretty cool. And they're things that we know exist that are extremely hard, if not impossible, to kill. That would include things like tardigrades, immortal jellyfish, and something really cool called Conan the bacterium, type of bacteria that withstands the vacuum of space, extreme temperatures, and about 3,000 times the radiation needed to kill humans. There are things in the depth of the ocean that cannot even be killed with nuclear weapons. And even if you had an exploder that just exploded the whole world, which we're probably going to get to this, it's called the red button argument, you cannot guarantee practically that you could eliminate the conditions which make reemergence of that life possible, especially since these people tend to be atheists, biological determinists, and evolutionists who think that life kind of just came about with enough time under the right conditions. There's no way to guarantee that won't just happen again. And you run the risk that next time life would develop and sentient life would develop absent a moral agent like humans who can mitigate suffering. So if this were to happen, if you
I'm so tired of this argument. It's basically saying, I mean, first of all, these Christians claim to believe in free will, and yet they are making this predeterminist arguments that they're just destined to procreate. They have no control, no agency. Even if it's impossible to eliminate all sentient life, that does not absolve you for your decision to procreate. That individual person who was brought into existence, their suffering actually matters. And so I'm not an ethicist, so I'm not an extinctionist. I think that human beings should personally abstain from procreation. Even if you don't eliminate all sentient life, you still have done good by not procreating.
got rid of all humans and we just had an animal world, you would not have benevolent actors who would even have the will to mitigate suffering. You'd have an animal world that would be a predator-prey relationships. It would be pain with no medicine or treatments. It would just be diseases with no cures. It would be maximum suffering. So actually, from a
Gosh, no. This is the woman who's supposed to be Christian. So she's actually pushing back on the work that God designed. She's on one hand, she's appealing to nature to say that procreation is natural, but then she's speaking against nature to say that nature is cruel and animals are going to be harmed if humans don't exist. Which one is it? You can't have it both ways.
Pragmatic and utilitarian point of view, the smarter thing to do would be to advocate for a pronatalist position where, according to something called the World Happiness Report, which is a comprehensive study on well-being and how to enhance it all around the world, says that suffering is most impacted by people's perception of it, and that people are in reality more benevolent than people.
According to Arthur Schopenhauer, a man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills. Your perception is your reality. Some people may like to be oppressed by the state. Some people may like to be trapped in a body and be a wage slave. You can't control what you like and what you don't like. You're subjected to it regardless. And even if most people like it, if they're okay with it, and if they think that their existence is worthwhile, it does not justify imposing life on those of us who don't want to be trapped.
People expect they would be. So people like my husband Andrew, who have proved time and again in debates with atheists that even without belief in God, the Christian worldview provides the most consistent rational means for achieving virtue, universal morality, and justice than any other worldview. So the pragmatic solution would be to encourage.
No, I disagree with you. When I was a Christian, I was a complete pushover. I did not stand up for myself. I turned the other cheek. I felt that God was going to, I guess, get the final say on things, settle the score. I don't think that Christianity actually makes a just world. I think that there's a lot of evil in this world, and I think Christianity basically makes you weak. It makes you accept things and just pray for people instead of actually taking an eye for an eye approach. I think the Old Testament is more logical in that regard. If you look at the way Jews, the Jews, being that they follow the Old Testament, the way that they look at the Bible versus the way Christians look at it, Christians are just the most sacrificial people who just don't seem to have a lot of self-esteem. I think that when I was a Christian, my self-esteem was completely compromised. The Old Testament made more sense that God was just jealous and wrathful. Basically, the Old Testament makes a lot more sense than the New Testament. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think Christianity makes the world just. In fact, I would say that I have been a victim of many Christians who lie, cheat, and steal, that they will borrow money, and you think that because they're Christian that they have some type of ethics that they're actually going to pay it back, and they don't pay it back. In fact, when I was going to church, I was gossiped and talked about and treated worse by Christians than I was by non-believers.
As many Christians as possible to procreate, thereby limiting suffering among all sentient species, since wiping life out is at this point off the table. We could also get into metaphysical arguments, and if it goes there, I'm happy to go there. I'd like to ask questions like, can you prove that there's no value in suffering when most people think there is? Or, if life has no meaning, why does Amanda derive some sense of purpose from even being here?
That's 4 minutes.
With that said, we'll go into the video.
But I would say.
Okay, so it was nice having a YouTube channel while it lasted. I really enjoyed my YouTube channel up until now.
Yeah, sorry about that. And this is not to say.
I think that's pretty fucking rude. She lost her YouTube channel. He's just like laughing in her face.
That Amanda's responsible for everything Gary said, but the gentleman you saw in the clip is kind of the guy who helped introduce her to her ideology, which is Ephilism. She's made a movie about it, and has worked with this guy for a long time. And again, it's not that she's responsible for everything he's ever said, but there are some things within those clips that I think need to be touched on. I don't think we can just pretend that this is only an intellectual debate and we're only talking about philosophical ideas. I think there's a very strong reason to believe from those videos that these are people who do not, because they don't only share a worldview with us, they have a worldview that says it's permissible to do the things you just heard about if it means ultimately ending all life, getting rid of life so that there's no future suffering. And that poses a very serious philosophical question, which is, why shouldn't we, the rest of us, the majority who do feel life is worth living, do feel life has meaning, do think there's good and evil, why should we not see this as a threat to humanity and instead, deal with the problem of people who want to wipe out everyone else because they feel that existence is such a horrible thing. So let's kick it off.
That's utter nonsense. I mean, in my case, they don't even support my right to medical assistance in dying. These Christians don't believe that you should have the right to self-ownership. They want to force you to exist no matter what. So that would never happen. The Christians would never rise up and say that the anti-natalists should not exist. We would actually be grateful if you gave us the privilege of not existing. We don't want to exist. You're forcing us to exist against our will. You're going to continue procreating, continue enslaving people, and then you're going to lobby to maintain laws to criminalize medical assistance in dying. So that scenario would never happen.
Off with that.
All right, sure thing. Sounds good. That sounds like a good place to start the back and forths. And like I said, guys, you can appeal to the moderator at any stage if you'd like. And we'll be reading out the super chats at the end. So with that, let's kick off.
Well, I mean, I certainly can't. I don't agree with everything that In Mendham has said. This is a person that has made well over 15,000 videos. So there's the good, there's the bad, and there's the ugly. And so that is a collection of the ugly. If you watch my movie, The Ephesus, which is based on In Mendham's philosophy, it doesn't contain any of those statements. I think that sentient life is a precious, vulnerable, fragile thing in harm's way when we produce it. So all of the horrors that are possible, procreators run the risk of their children befalling when they make the decision to do this. Now, I don't, the clip that you played, most of those are statements that I've never said. So, with all due respect, if you wanted to have an argument with Gary, maybe you should reach out to him and have an argument with Gary, because those are not my arguments. Now, if you want to talk about the skinning people alive argument, I'm happy to acknowledge that. So I think I went a little far with that argument, but that was sort of the point. It was a completely, what's the word for it? You could not possibly cause sentient extinction by skinning every living thing alive. Right. It's an absolutely insane thing to say. And that was the point of saying it, was to find an example that could not possibly exist. And that is a philosophical point. Sure. What is an acceptable price for no more suffering ever? Right. And I struggle with that. I don't think that it's an easy question to answer. Again, I answered it in an incredibly hyperbolic fashion.
We'll get Rach to respond to that one.
Yeah, and to be fair, Andrew and I both have had our fair share of people taking clips of things we've said that with no context sound crazy and sound insane. I wasn't trying to do that at all, which is why at the end I did include that, because I do understand you're giving a hypothetical we're not going to have to deal with. Right. It's not like that's going to happen, but it does kind of illustrate for us like just how far you go compared to some other antinatalists who just think it's better to like plead with people to have less children or things like that. You really,
I don't even think that is antinatalism at all. That has nothing to do with antinatalism. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I do take issue with calling that antinatalism because I don't think it is. I don't support that. I just don't think. I think it's unethical to procreate, and I think that those who don't want to exist should have the right to medical assistance in dying. I don't necessarily want to blow up the entire world. I don't support that. I mean, if somebody else wants to do it, like I said before, I have no position on that one way or the other, but that's not my position at all.
I really do think that, and I'll give you credit, by the way, because I've had this argument with other people where they refuse to take this ideology and this philosophy to its logical end conclusion. They try to like equivocate on that, and you are more likely to bite the bullet and just say, yeah, I think the ultimate end goal is for nothing to exist. Like that would be best in a world of goods, betters, and bests. Non-existence is best. So what is the philosophy behind why non-existence, or at least non-sentience, is best?
Sure. Well, I mean, the whole point is that the creation of life creates the existence of suffering. and manipulation. And I find that to be completely unacceptable because we do so for absolutely no reason. Like I was saying in my introduction, before something exists, it is not in need. We are in need. The things that the people that procreate, the animals that procreate, whatnot, we have a sense of utility for this thing that does not yet exist to carry on our legacy or carry on our ideas or carry on our worldview or love us, or there's something that we're getting from grabbing something out of nothing and putting it in harm's way. Now, as far as
Right, they're extracting, and you should be remunerated for that extraction. You don't come into existence for your own benefit. You come into existence for their benefit.
extinctionism goes, I mean, I understand it can, the internet is the internet. It is a highly hyperbolic proposal to make these arguments in. And I've definitely maybe overstepped the bounds at times, as I think maybe we all have at some point or another. But what I am pleading with the human race to consider are the harms that we inflict when we make procreative decisions. And I think that at some point humanity will end, whether it's, I think it's highly unlikely that humanity is going to make this voluntary decision, which was what I would like to see happen, where we all just sort of go quietly into that good night, through a collective act of non-procreation. And that's really what the argument that I'm trying to make. But I think if you are not only a anthropocentric antinatalism, which means that you're only concerned with human procreation, but you're also a sentiocentric antinatalist, so you believe that the existence of animal lives or beyond is also one of the biggest emergencies in the universe, then I believe that our extinction carries with it some duties to them. And unfortunately, there's no way of undoing life without either sterilizing those lives or even ending those lives. And I'm talking about the lives of other sentient creatures. Now, I don't propose, as you were saying, we don't have that technology. Like the red button is not a real proposal. It is a philosophical idea, and it has its roots far beyond it.
Before I even continue, this woman, this Rachel Wilson person, is a Christian. I really would like her to respond to the argument that God destroyed the world in the flood. I mean, I don't think that humans should necessarily play the role of God in that regard, but clearly God thought the world was evil enough to destroy the world in the flood. I think he made a mistake by saving Noah so that evil could perpetuate itself, and then we're back in the same position that we were, back in the book of Genesis, or not, back before the flood. We're back. I think we're actually more evil than we were in the Old Testament. So clearly God made a mistake. He saw his mistake and he tried to rectify it.
Antinatalism. But I think that we need to do the right thing. We need to be thinking about that end. How do we end gracefully and not badly? Because the end of humanity, the end of sentient life, I think it is a reality that will befall living things at some point. And how do we do that with compassion? And I think that you can't do that with compassion without making the argument for what at least would be better, what at least would be the right thing, even if we don't have the tools to do that. How can that happen in the most graceful, compassionate way possible?
Sure. So that was all kind of a big plea, like, I'm not a monster. What I'm saying is actually compassionate. Just like I said in my opening, I think this is going to be constantly framed as, I'm actually the nice one. Rachel wants you all to exist and suffer. I, Amanda, care so much that I think you'd all be better off.
Rachel, I don't think you're a bad person. I really don't.
Well, no, I'm not even saying you think that. I'm saying you think one view is the benevolent view to hold and the other is a cruel view to hold. And this poses an epistemic question. How do you know that there's no reason or purpose behind suffering?
Well, look, I think that it is.
I think Amanda is falling into a trap by even answering this question. They can never tell you the purpose of suffering. They will tell you that you should overcome, but they can never tell you the purpose of life. Now, if you're a Christian, then you can give a reason based on mysticism. You can say that it serves God's plan, all things works for God's purpose. But outside of that absolute nonsense, there is no justification for it. The only purpose for life is to die. All energy must come to a resting point. Amanda's attempting to answer a question which cannot be answered. I think the burden should be on Rachel. She's the proponent of life. She's the one who should be explaining why she procreated and why she imposed suffering on her unfortunate children. Why is Amanda trying to answer this question? You can't prove a negative.
I think that it is neither really a benevolent or villainous position to hold, natalism. I think that it is a natural thing that people fall into that most people don't think about at all. And so it just sort of happens, unfortunately, that there's, most of us are here because nobody thought about things too hard. They just sort of acted within the heat of the moment. And then, a new sentient being pops up. What was your question? I'm so sorry. Now
how do you know that there's no reason or purpose behind suffering?
Well, I think that there is a reason.
There's no reason because you can't tell me the reason. You're the one who wants to procreate. I don't understand the question.
Reason and purpose behind suffering. I mean, suffering for the living does build character. We have to know when something is it's a warning signal. It has all kinds of utility once we exist. The point is, there's no reason to impose that onto something that doesn't need it.
It's completely circular. It's like you're brought into existence, and then the purpose is so that you can overcome your suffering, so you can become a stronger person. But that only makes you stronger so you can endure future suffering, so that you gain wisdom from your past suffering. But that is completely circular. It does not justify the suffering in the first place.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
It's interesting too that you said you think that most of us are here because people just didn't really think about it. And I've watched a lot of your videos and I've read quite a bit of your book. And usually what you say is that the reason people reproduce is out of selfishness and because we are propagandized and we've had this idea imposed on us from a young age, that we don't have a natural drive to actually have children, but a natural drive only to have the sex that produces children. Yeah. So do you believe that? Is that
you're
accurate?
Right. I think that when we don't think about it, when we're not considering this idea philosophically, when we're just acting, I think it's mostly the sex drive in action. And then, yes, there is more of the ideology of or the what I can't think of the correct word for it, but there is natalism as a philosophy all its own that some people like yourself take on. So I think that both things can be true. I think both
so fundamentally what I'm asking here is why should somebody, if they're listening to both our views, and mine is that from the Orthodox Christian worldview, which is different than other types of Christianity, we believe that the purpose for existence is something called theosis, that you are born and created by a loving creator in his image, and that the purpose of our lives here is to prepare us for the next life, that this one is temporary, that the next one is eternal, and that it is to, through humility and love and repentance, to find our way back to
repent from the very sinful world that you were forced into. He loved you so much that he sent his own son on a suicide mission to absolve you of sins that he did not commit. So he had to be tortured so that you could experience eternal life. You didn't choose to go through any of this, but this is their definition of love. Love is human sacrifice. It's cannibalism.
To God and what we were originally created to be before evil entered the world, which gives our suffering and our trial.
Who created evil? If you're a Christian, you know that God is the Alpha and the Omega. God created evil.
Purpose and meaning, and it gives love and natalism meaning. And contrast that with your worldview, which is there is no God. Everything's kind of a biological accident. There was just enough time and enough conditions that we just ended up here. We really don't want to reproduce. We really just want to have sex. And there's, no reason to impose life, which is terrible and a net negative, right? It's all this suffering life. There's even a guy, an antinatalist, who has a channel called Life Sucks. And, you know, I've seen a lot of your podcasts with a lot of these folks. And again, here and in your soft white underbelly interview, you come off as, well, I'm just trying to be reasonable. I'm just trying to be, you know, like I'm trying to reason with people and get them to understand it's actually, you know, an immoral thing to do, to impose existence on someone who can't consent to it. But there's a whole lot of problems with that, and we can get into that. But why would anybody hear your view and think it's more reasonable than my view? What's the actual epistemology? How do you know that I'm wrong and that you're correct about the nature of life and that there is no creator and that this is all just a biological accident?
Well, I don't know that you're wrong with you know, in any kind of absolute sense.
No, you can tell that she's wrong because she doesn't have anything to justify the imposition. It's based on mysticism. It's based on God. I mean, she literally said that this is a temporary place for us to suffer, and then we're going to go to heaven. Never mind the fact that the Bible actually says that most people are going to go to hell. So she sacrificed her own children so that she could get credit from God and so that she could get a safer seat in heaven. Not even knowing the outcome. She doesn't even know if her children are going to be Christian. She doesn't know if they're going to cause harm to other people or other sentient beings. She wanted to extract. She wanted a seat in heaven, and she used her children as the way to get there.
And my mind is always open to the possibility of being changed. But I also, what matters most is why. I guess a question for you is, why are you so sure that the people that you will produce or people with your like-minded view will accept your worldview? Because again, that's what I was saying.
Oh, I'm not at all. I'm not at all convinced
so
of that.
Why take that risk?
There's every chance that out of the 5 children I have, 1, 2, maybe 4 or 5, maybe all of them will become atheists. They won't believe in Christianity anymore at all. That doesn't mean that I don't still have the imperative to do what the Lord says, which is go forth and multiply, to make more image bearers of God who could potentially be good moral agents in the world. And that even if they aren't, and even if there is suffering in their lives or they cause suffering for others, that God can bring good from that suffering. So the Christian worldview says, yes, there's suffering, but God has decided that there, like a famous quote from Augustine, that the Lord has decided that there's more utility in that suffering and that it can be used for more good than for bad.
She literally said it. It's for the greater good. She literally sacrificed her children for the greater good. Most Christians are not dishonest. They won't say that, but this is what they believe.
And I don't believe that I have enough knowledge because I can't foresee all ends. So part of this worldview that you have is that morality basically boils down to consent, which is something I've wanted to debate for a long time because I've heard so many utilitarians and libertarians and you know, like even liberals argue this, that consent forms the basis for all morality, which I think is silly and stupid on its face. You can't say that consent is the only thing. We could consent to things that are harmful, to things that are bad, even if we agree that those things are bad. So consent doesn't make it moral.
It does make it moral. You can't. I wanted to write an. I want to talk about the concept of self-harm. I think it's an oxymoron. I don't think you can harm yourself. I don't want to say that on YouTube because I probably would get in trouble, but I don't believe that you can harm yourself. If you wanted to do it, then it's not harm. The reason why they call it self-harm is because it's a rhetorical tool to basically impose their will on you and say that you don't know what is in your rational self-interest. Society, the state, the collective knows what's in your interest better than you do. You're not actually harming yourself. You're harming their interest and their extraction. So if you're, no matter what it is, okay, maybe you're doing something because it serves your immediate need. You could be taking drugs, you could be prostituting, you could be doing anything. That still isn't harming yourself. It still is serving your immediate need. You're getting money out of it. You're relieving your pain. So it serves something that had an actual function, a utility in your life. I don't believe that just because you think that I'm harming myself, that you have the right to use force against me to prevent what you think is self-harm.
So what's your basis for saying, because you guys say, right, unless you have another argument I'm not aware of, your argument is that you shouldn't bring humans into existence because they can't consent to existing before they're born.
It is a antinatalist argument based on consent. And I bring it up because it just is an argument.
She literally said it, though. She doesn't care if her children go to hell. She does not care if her children go to hell. She said that she hopes that her children become Christian, but it was according to God's plan for her to have children. Even if they're not Christian, so what? She still did what God wanted her to do.
That a lot of people conform to. I don't typically make that argument myself because it's very easy to get caught up in, oh, but you're talking about non-existent beings and we're talking about counterfactuals, and then people get kind of lost in that. More so what I posit is that it is a risk to create new human beings, that you may have these beliefs about, bringing more children to the glory of God, and that God will protect them, and this is what he wants, and you're a vessel for that idea. But just the idea that this might not be a reality that your children accept, and that they may come to really be quite angry at you, not happy with the decisions made for them. I can't imagine being. You're a very intelligent person, and you can see the other side of what your child might experience, despite what it is that you believe to be the correct thing. And so I just don't know how you mentally make that leap over into finding that to be an acceptable proposition. And I'm sorry to get personal. I wish absolutely nothing but
doesn't
the
bother me at
happiest of
all.
lives for you and your children.
Well, this is the problem with negative utilitarianism to begin with. It boils everything down to all life experiences being valued with some type of scale from negative to positive, from suffering to pleasure. And I'm wondering if you can tell me, because when I think of life, I think of life experiences usually being a mix of pleasurable and suffering, right?
Sure,
so I love working out. I've been weightlifting for 17 years. Leg day is both pain and suffering and pleasure and satisfaction for me and for everybody else who's ever done a hard leg day. Can you tell me where the line is between suffering and pleasure, and how do we know where that line is?
Well, I don't think we're really in disagreement with that. I think life is all kinds of things. I don't think that it is all suffering. I think that the suffering is what has the most value weight, particularly when you're imposing it on another person or another sentient being. So my line in the sand is going to be very, very different than what your line in the sand is, or what the child that you create is going to be.
I wish she would have just given a direct answer to her question. I would draw the line with all suffering. I don't care whether it's you getting a mosquito bite, if you fall off the bike as a child. I don't care if it's you experiencing inclement weather, you having to work as a wage slave, you having an age in decline. I don't know why she did not give her concrete examples of suffering that children or human beings don't consent to, because if she has not read the literature, she does not know what you're talking about.
It matters what that individual says, not me. I mean, what I'm saying is that, objectively speaking, that...
No, what the individual says doesn't matter, because they don't exist yet to give consent. And once they are here, they're going to be indoctrinated to not speak about their own suffering. They're going to be told to just suck it up, to get over it, to help other people. And so the way modern society works, you're not supposed to complain about anything. You're supposed to put on a fake happy face and pretend that everything is wonderful. So these debates are only relevant for children who have not yet been brought into existence. Once they're here, obviously their parents exercise a lot of control over their way of thinking, and they're going to tell them to stop complaining. So it's very defeatist. It's self-defeating for you to expect the child to speak about their own suffering. They're not going to do it.
That line is going to be all over the place. And before we create that new person, we just don't know what it's going to be. And we're asking them to accept this line. You know, we're asking them to say, well, like, I find leg day to be an acceptable price. But it really, I mean, it sounds even absurd to me to say, like, well, I'd rather not live because of leg day. But I'm just saying that may very well, you know, be an unacceptable reality to this new person. And so why not take the fail safe? How are you so sure of the existence of a God and this being the meaning that you have to create out of your own sense of purpose and direction, that you're willing to make some other non-existent individual pay that price?
Wow. I gotta say, it's a little disappointing that we ended up so quickly right at the point that I end up with all utilitarians, where they basically concede, hey, my whole worldview is arbitrary, it's subjective, it's just based on personal preference. And when you say, how can you take that risk? Well, I'll explain. It kind of goes back to Pascal's wager here, but it's a little bit even more in depth than that. And I didn't think.
The reason why she can take the risk is because she's not taking a risk. She's receiving all the extraction. She's receiving all the benefits from having children. There's very little risk. The only real risk that she would be taking is that maybe her children could be born defective in some kind of way. They could be born with some type of permanent disability, or they could die stillborn, or, you know, in infancy or something like that. But the risk for her, the risk reward ratio is very high on the reward side. She's going to get all these benefits. She's going to get so much extraction. It's going to enrich her life. She gets so much meaning, so much external validation. So her child is the one who bears all the risks. That's why, and she doesn't care. She doesn't have any empathy even for her own children. She's extremely selfish. She does not give a fuck. So that's how she can justify it. It benefits her. It's very little risk for her. All the risks are for her children. She's guaranteed a return on investment, especially given that in today's society, you don't have the right to medical assistance in dying. So she's going to have a lifetime of extraction, and she's just going to sit back and reap all of it. She does not see it the way that we see it. It's not a risk because whatever happens to her children has nothing to do with her. She does not see, what's the term? The psychological term is, I'm trying to think of the term that Carl Jung used. Anyway, it'll come back to me. I'm going to keep playing, and I'll search for that term.
We'd get into metaphysics this quickly, but the risk you're taking by assuming your worldview is correct, which you don't have any good foundation to believe your world is correct, that there's no creator, that there's no purpose, that there is no utility in suffering. So with this problem that you have, if life has no meaning, there is no God, there are no higher.
Okay, so the term that I was trying to think of is individuation. So there's supposed to be a bond between a mother and a child where basically you're not even a separate human being. You basically see yourself as being attached to your mother, and the mother sees herself as being attached to the child. It's almost as if they came out of her womb already individuated. She does not see herself as being a part of that child. That her child's suffering has nothing to do with her. She has no empathy. She basically just pushed her children out of her womb, and then, oops, I'm going to raise you, but pretty much you're on your own. You need to figure out what your purpose is, how you're going to navigate life. I'm going to feed you, clothe you, and provide you with shelter, but your suffering has nothing to do with me. That's the reason why. That's how she can be so dismissive. Her children's suffering has nothing to do with her. She's in it to extract. If they suffer, so what?
Duties, then we have no reason we ought to value consent. We have no reason we ought to care about suffering whatsoever. And you
listen to this. We have no reason to care about suffering. She's telling on herself. Usually these Christians are not dishonest. but they don't care about suffering. You hear it in black and white. They don't give a fuck.
You cannot, your worldview basically, if you're wrong and there is a God and life after this mortal life is eternal, you're basically condemning everyone to eternal suffering if you ever got your way and had extinction. Me, on the other hand, if I'm right, at least some people get eternal well-being. Maybe a lot of people get eternal well-being, and those who didn't ended up there because of their own free will. And if I'm wrong,
you hear this nonsense? First, she believes that she has no free will to abstain from procreation because that's just God's plan. Now she's saying that if you go to hell, it's because of your own free will. Mind you, you didn't even choose to exist. She forced you to exist because she decided to breed you into hell. Now it's your fault because you have free will. Never mind the fact that you didn't have any free will in existing, and you don't have any free will to continue to exist. So ideally, maybe I should have perished when I was younger before I became sinful. Maybe that would have given me a greater shot in getting into heaven. The longer I live, the more I sin. So maybe I should have had a shorter life if I'm more focused on my eternal life, which I think is utter bullshit. But according to their logic, we should have very short lives so that we sin less.
We get is what, and you're right? If you're right about the world, then when we die, we just have everlasting neutrality, everlasting peace. We just go to sleep. We never wake up, and we suffered for a short, finite amount of time when we were here, but that's not so bad. So I would say,
what the fuck? So first of all, I don't think our lives are short. I think our lives are very long. I mean, I just sit in horror thinking about how much longer I have to live. It's not going fast enough. And she's saying that our lives are short. We suffer, and if there is no heaven, then so what? So what? Everybody else benefit from it. That's life. It sucks. Get over it. You suffer, you die. Everybody had to go through it. So what?
that, but even more than that, even more than this question of, we could always just go back to, we both have axioms and whatever, but yours are particularly unfounded because we could just look at transcendental categories like the logic required for you and I to be here and think through these things, for us to be sentient, for us to think through the logic of our arguments. Hard to justify that if there's no God. Let's go back to your red button experiment. And would you?
That does not prove God. What the hell? The fact that we have cognitive abilities does not prove the existence of God. Animals are not capable of engaging in debate. How does their existence just or prove the existence of God?
Prefer to end all life, or do you just advocate for ending sentient life?
So you said a lot of things there, and I maybe we'll jump back to some of those other points. But no, I think it would be best if all life ceased to be. Now, I don't. That's not to say that insentient life is suffering, but there is just a reality to the fact that a plant is either in a state of deprivation or not. It is alive or not, and that to me spells unintelligent design. Even if something made it, it made it. It certainly didn't think about it certainly didn't have a sense of value for the sense that this thing could be either deprived or not. And I think that sucks. I just, you say that my worldview is the more outlandish one, but I don't know how you can be so sure that there is this higher power. And if there isn't, then you have sacrificed the beings that you love most for the sake of your own assuredness. And I hope, and I mean this sincerely, that your children or children that come into existence do not have a poor quality of life, but they very well might. And so I just don't understand. I know I'm repeating myself, but I just don't understand how you can take that chance, the fail.
It's not complicated. She doesn't give a fuck. Her children's suffering has nothing to do with her. She's going to use her children in order to secure a seat in heaven. And this is the way they all think.
Safe is to not play God, is to not assume what God wants, because he may very well not exist. I don't think that he does, but you yourself are playing the deity here when you procreate. So
it's actually the opposite. You guys with your position are the ones that think you're God. You have the arrogance to believe that you can see all ends, that you can take a utility calculus and decide what's moral, what's good, what's bad, that you've already decided there is no purpose to existence or suffering.
If there is a purpose, then actually say it. All this bullshit about how we suffer just to serve God's glory, that's nonsense. Tell me a reason that we suffer that actually benefits us, not some invisible man in the sky, not the collective. Tell me a reason to suffer that actually benefits me.
You paid a little lip service, but that's not really what you believe. And it's funny because you guys will say you're atheist, but actually what you're espousing is a Gnostic worldview, that existence is a trap, it's a prison that must be escaped, that this life that we're born into is the bad thing. And when you, in your opening, you were talking about early Christians. Gnostics are not Christians, they're antichrist. They are anathema.
That is a lie. Gnostics are Christians. The early Christians were Gnostic. That was the earliest version of Christianity before the book was canonized into the current version that we have today. So the early Christians were Gnostic. The Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Judas, and the Gospel of Truth, Mark, these were all Gnostics. And these are the earlier books that came out before the later books. So this woman does not know what she's talking about.
In the church, everything about their belief system is the exact opposite of Christianity.
Well,
which
Augustine saw to that, yes.
Yeah,
he was a prior Manichaean too, so he made
Yeah.
sure that his Manichaean brothers were all killed so that a more orthodox Christianity could survive. So I don't.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean that in your soft white underbelly interview, I know you said in there that you were kind of unemployed or partially employed. Did I hear you say that you're a caregiver?
Yeah. Yes, I'm a caregiver.
Would that be for elder people, sick people, children?
An elderly person. I'd rather not get into
sure.
I don't want
circumstances. I don't want you to dox
I don't really
yourself.
see how
I
that
don't want
matters.
you to give any details, but I think it matters tremendously. I would not want someone taking care of elderly people who thinks that life is not worth living and that sentient life should be wiped out.
You see how nasty she is? That was a cheap shot. That was nasty as hell. And I'm not sure why Amanda didn't defend herself. She should have called it out.
That seems like a major conflict of interest.
I think it's a major.
I mean, listen, to say that I'm the one taking the leap by saying, "Hey, I'll err on the side of a God existing." Now, it's not that I'm certain. I don't think either of us are going to say we're certain in a logical sense. But have you ever heard of the transcendental argument for God and the argument that transcendental categories prove there must be? Okay, you should probably look that up sometime. It's probably beyond the scope of this, but. Do you think that the laws of logic are discovered or did we create them?
I think that they're discovered.
Okay, so that would lend to the idea that something beyond the physical material world pre-exists this physical material world, that some mind had to exist for this physical world to exist. So you're not actually a biological essentialist. You're not actually a full materialist, and you don't even know it. I just expected more from somebody who wrote a philosophy book. I thought we were going to get into negative utilitarianism. I was Philbroing, I was like exercising my Philbro muscles in my brain because I haven't used them in a while because I'm usually just debating feminists who are like, I don't know, I just think like I should be able to do whatever I want and stuff. Okay. So I really thought we were going to get into that. So I'm a little disappointed about that. I thought there would be more than incredulousness that you don't believe God.
I don't think she proved her point. I don't think she proved what she thinks she proved. You don't have to be religious to believe in metaphysics. There is a metaphysical basis for antinatalism. That's where Schopenhauer comes in. It's not purely ethical. gosh, I don't know. It's like sometimes you listen to these arguments and they're so easily to defeat, but there was no proper pushback. And this woman is acting as if she's dominating the discussion when what she's saying is utter nonsense.
God exists, and
Yeah,
bringing people into the
I
world
think
might be bad.
I think it's very simple. I think there's no God. I think there's ouch, and I think that there's fail safes. I think people have sex drives, and we come to have ideas about the world, and we either throw new people into those risk categories or not. We either make people believe what we believe or we don't. I don't think it's really much more difficult than that. I don't think it's much more complicated than that. I'm trying to say that it is better not to make people suffer. And the best way to not make people suffer is to not reach out into nothing and pull somebody out of it for absolutely no reason.
Well, since you've already conceded that we do not have the technology to wipe out life right now, you and I, at best, we have a few decades left in this mortal coil.
Sure.
So in the decades you have left, you get some sort of purpose from putting these ideas out there.
Sure.
You've taken the trouble to write a book. You've been making.
I don't think that gives you purpose. It's a distraction. It's something to make you feel like you're passing your time, and it doesn't justify the original imposition. Even if there was purpose in her daily life, the purpose would be for her continuation, for that specific moment in which she was engaging in that project. It still does not justify the original imposition. So because you write a book, that means that you consented to life, that you wanted to be here? No, it does not.
Videos for almost 15 years. You're here. So what is it that you would prescribe? What are your prescriptions for what we ought to do and why should we do them? I don't want to assign
we're all those of us that are already here. Let's live out the rest of our lives if we choose to. I believe that people should have the ability to, with medical, intervention, end their lives if they decide to. But let's live out our lives. Let's not make anybody else live it, and then let's just exit it. And let's try to see what we can do in the most compassionate way possible for the rest of sentient and non-sentient life. Let's put nothing else in harm's way as much as possible. So ending we can, Rachel, we can throw the you're selfish, I'm selfish thing at each other all day long. I don't think it's going to get either of us anywhere. And I've done it, you've done it, fine, it's okay.
Sure.
But I don't think there's much else to say. I mean, you're either throwing things into the possibility of suffering or not.
I'd like to walk through the practical implications of what you'd like to do. So I know that you've done some work with the organization Stop Having Kids, right?
A little
bit, like just, maybe showed up to some of their events. So if you guys got your wish and you convinced most people to stop having kids, we're not talking about ending anyone. We're not talking about deleting anyone. We're just talking about not making new people.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think would happen if you guys got your way? World population it's already, if people think that Amanda's crazy and this debate isn't worth having, just take a look at the birth rates right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're not being convinced by antinatalism.
and liberal,
Let's also be clear about
what's that.
That is absolutely ridiculous. We already have a world population of 8.5 billion. They're acting like the declining birth rates puts us at an existential crisis. We would do well to actually reduce the population to down to about 1 billion. We would save the planet. We would reduce our dependence on factory farming. I'm not sure why they think that we need so many people to exist. There's not even enough jobs for all these children who are being brought into existence. AI is going to put them out of the workplace. And I don't think that they have much of a future. But these people, I don't know. I think their optimism bias is what's propelling them to continue procreating. It doesn't matter how dire the future looks, they're going to continue doing it because they're just automatons who are given into their biological impulses.
People aren't choosing not to have children because of antinatalism.
No, but I'm just saying,
clear,
like, but you could argue, and I do in my book, that Malthusian propaganda has had a big impact, that environmentalist propaganda has had a big impact, that feminist propaganda of all has had the most impact in.
I don't think the Malthusian economics is propaganda. I think overpopulation is real. I think that is demonstrably verifiable, that you can actually look at the environment and look at the lack of jobs because of the oversupply of the workforce. An oversupply of labor leads to depressed wages. It leads to unemployment. You can look at the housing crisis, too many people for the limited amount of houses that are available. You can look at traffic jams. You can look at gas prices. You can look at food costs. All these problems are caused by overpopulation. And this is a global problem because now we have a global economy. So when they claim that they are debunking Malthusian economics, they don't know what they're talking about. Overpopulation is real. The corporations exploit the oversupply of labor by depressing your wages, and the system benefits from it because you did not use your leverage strategically. You gave the system exactly what they wanted without thinking.
Convincing women of this mentality that life is a prison, motherhood is a prison, that you're trapped, that you can't live your best life, that children are a ball and chain, that just being a baby factory is gross and weird. So this mindset in this age of new atheism and industrialism and feminism has done a lot of bad work, in my opinion. It's been more effective than I would like it to be. But let's just say that it keeps going down this path. Let's say we continue and the birth rate continues to decline, and the broad antinatalist perspective takes over, and eventually we do have just a very tiny population, and eventually no human beings at all. What does that mean for the rest of life on this planet?
Well, it means that human beings are either going to value being the stewards of the rest of life or not. It either means that we're going to do something to make sure that animals are not trapped in the cycle of sentience forever or for an indefinite period of time, and that their suffering doesn't go on and on and on. We're either going to value that, or we're going to allow animals to inherit the earth. Now, antinatalism is not a monolith on that subject at all. There are forms of antinatalism, like the voluntary human extinction movement, that does believe that we should allow the animals to inherit the earth. That is not my view. I believe that we should do something to.
What should we do?
I don't know. And that's, I am not, I mean, I'm trying to make an argument for what I believe is the correct path. Now, how you implement that, how you engineer a graceful exit for all of sentient kind or all of life, it's a lot more than a schmucky little artist, can figure out. And I've said that again and again and again. I believe that this is sort of something that humanity needs to take on as a future project.
So it doesn't sound like, in all your years of thinking about this, talking with people about this, and doing this work, it doesn't sound like you've solved the problem of what happens if we do succeed in erasing human beings from the planet, and now the world is just filled with sentient animal life, which does not have medicine, has no free will or any idea of benevolence or justice or charity, cannot mitigate pain at all. It would just be a world of sentient beings with predator-prey relationships. Right. There would be death. There would be things eating each other alive. There would be flesh-eating bacteria.
That's exactly the reality I'm arguing against. I think that human beings need to take some responsibility for the fact that will be the circumstance that we leave behind.
But now, we've already established that you don't know of any technology that could ensure.
Well, I don't. Human beings have gone to the goddamn moon. I mean, I'm sure that if humanity as a greater whole than a couple of people on the internet arguing for this point could put their heads together, I'm sure that humanity could find a reasonable course of action. I don't listen, we do sterilize animals in the wild even now. We do. There are certain. I mean, we unfortunately are bringing species to horrific extinction even now. I believe that there has to be ways in which we could do that in a more benevolent fashion. So I don't think that these are these are circumstances that we can't possibly find the tools for. All I'm trying to do is make the argument that this is the correct end game, that this is something that we should value, and this is something that that humanity has to value and work on. Now,
but what we don't want to do is say, espouse an idea like this and then have, because right now there's some pretty smart people out there who've talked about this. You're not the only one, I'm not the only one who's had these discussions. And as far as we know, scientists say, even if you had your red button, and guys, the red button thought experiment is, if you had a red button and by pushing it, you could explode the world or just poof it out of existence somehow. Would that be the moral thing to do? Amanda's position, she said a million times, yes, 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 she would hit the red button. Now, here's the problem. From her worldview with evolution, there is no way she could guarantee that life would not just come back, that it would come back possibly in an even more malevolent form with more suffering than what we have right now. And on a practical level, if she wants people to start trending towards depopulation, we will get the hell world I just described. If human beings cease to exist, if we end up like South Korea, which has a birth rate of like 0.7 right now, that's an extinction level birth rate. If you were to continue that.
How is that extinction? That's absolutely ridiculous. Extinction would mean that you would stop procreating altogether. It's not replacement rate. But I've already said that I don't believe in replacement rate. I think that replacement rate, like what they're saying, is replacement rate is 2.2 children, 2.3, whatever that point means. I still can't figure that out. But even if you procreated at 2 or whatever, or even below 2, that still is population growth because people are living longer than ever. I talked about these population studies. It's been a long time since I looked at it, but it's fertility rates, is the longevity of your life, and it's also the death rates that leads to population growth. So people are living longer than ever. Then this having one child, and she said 0.79, which I don't know what these decimals mean, but let's round that up to 1. If you only have one child and your child has one child, that I would say that is replacement, because you're having one child, you're living to see your grandchildren, your great grandchildren. It depends on how early you started procreating. So it's not as if you procreate, you die, and then your children procreate and they die. No, there are some people who have children and they have great grandchildren. They have, if you go 2, 4, 8, 16. By your great grandchildren, by your 4th generation, you already have a lineage of 16 descendants, and you're still alive. So that is not replacement. I don't think people even know what replacement means.
There comes a tipping point where population scientists say there's not much coming back from that, at least not to have the world we have now. It would be something else. So you take this huge risk of having a world with infinitely more suffering and no benevolent human beings, no Christians, nobody with a higher nobility or an idea of justice or benevolence or charity or helping others for no reason. You run a very legitimate risk with Amanda's prescriptions of inheriting a hell world of nothing but suffering with no human beings that have free will there to do anything to mitigate it whatsoever. So
this is utter nonsense, and I probably would have interrupted her. It does not negate the fact that there was no consent, that you don't instrumentalize your own children in order to make a better world for people down the road. Your children did not consent to that. Your children did not exist to be brought into hell so they can liberate other humans or animals. Your child is not a means to other people's ends. And so even if that is the problem, even if there is a problem, because if people don't procreate, that may make a worse future for people down the road, it still does not make your decision to impose life on your own child ethical. Your child matters. Your child is not a part, they didn't consent to be used to serve the collective. And so they're acting as if the individual doesn't matter, that what matters is the greater good. We're going to sacrifice the human being and force them to suffer because we're preventing worse suffering, even though, even if you were to concede that point, which I do not, it still does not justify the imposition on that specific individual. That individual did not have to suffer, and you have no justification for that.
Well, why, in the situation we find ourselves now, with the technology we have and the knowledge we have now, after thousands of years of philosophy and science and now hundreds of years of technology, why doesn't it make sense to take the most benevolent people who have a universal moral ethical code that does seem to give people purpose and mitigate suffering? When you look at the happiness index, Christians and religious people are the happiest on average. But even more than that, people who are like born sick and live lives filled with suffering say they want to exist and that they do find meaning in their suffering. Why not lean into that? Why not?
I don't find any meaning in my suffering, and I matter as an individual. I don't care about what other people experience. If they want to suffer, that's fine. Nobody's saying that anybody should be forced to not exist if they want to continue existing. But why should I be forced to continue to exist? Because other people find meaning in their suffering. I do not. I don't want to exist. I should have the legal right to medical assistance in dying. It's almost as if the individual doesn't matter. It's just life wants life. That's an excuse. And you're suffering, so well, get over it.
Push for a more pro-natalist policy with less animals, because animals have a much more suffering existence. So more people, less animals, less suffering from your utilitarian worldview. So
less suffering in the aggregate if you believe democracy and capitalism and civilization leads to less suffering, that's fine. I don't believe that. I'm an anarcho-primitivist. I don't support capitalism, statism. I don't support civilization in the first place. And so even if the collective suffers less, that still does nothing to alleviate my own suffering. You're being sacrificed for the greater good, and they don't believe that you matter. And yet they think that they should matter. They think that you should respect their rights. They think that their opinions should matter, but they don't give a shit about your opinion. They want to force you to exist because you are so valuable to the collective, and they have no empathy whatsoever.
So from your own worldview, my prescription would cause less suffering, and yours would all.
No, your prescription does nothing for people like me who are miserable and don't want to be here. But you don't give a fuck about us. You are clinging to your Christian theology, and you think that might makes right because you have the ability and the power to procreate, that makes it ethical, that justify it. That you have power to procreate, you don't have legitimate authority to do that. Unless you want to appeal to God, which you have not even established that God exists.
Almost, I don't see a way around it. I'm waiting for you to give me a way around how your worldview doesn't inevitably result in even more suffering.
Well, look, I think that Christianity has played a very large hand in getting the world to the state that it's in right now. So the idea that Christians are the most benevolent among us and they have not created a world in which people are not procreating as much as you would like to see and have created a world where all the suffering exists, I think is just patently false.
Well, you raise a great point there. I'll just interrupt you quickly to say that you're correct. Christians are responsible for things like human rights, for things like hospitals, for things like medical.
I think Amanda should not have allowed her to interrupt her. She could have given more concrete examples of how Christians have actually made people's lives demonstrably worse. They have terrorized people with their hell scenarios, with their post-traumatic religious trauma syndrome. And they have started wars. They have led crusades. They have actually taken away people's rights because they will go against these churches have nonprofit status, and they're supposed to they're not supposed to lobby, but of course they do lobby. The evangelicals have actually tried to take women's reproductive rights away. For many years, they did deprive gays of rights. They did organize, and they tried to disenfranchise us in every way possible to make our lives a living hell. And yet here she is spouting this utter nonsense about how Christians have made everybody's lives better.
Technology, there is no reason and tell me if I'm wrong, I've never heard an argument against this yet, but from your view, there's no reason to eliminate suffering. There's no reason to reduce suffering. There's no need to care about consent or injustice or fix anything. If life has no meaning and there is no creator and everything boils down to preference and just...
This woman is spouting nonsense. Because there is no God, because there is no afterlife, that means that life has no meaning and that our suffering serves no purpose. If there was an afterlife, then you could try to justify it. But in the absence of proof that there is an afterlife, then we live, we suffer, we die, and there is no point.
My arbitrary experience of negative versus positive utils and what, there is no reason for anyone to have this greater moral ought that tells them to leave a better world than they found it.
Well, no. I mean, I'm not an F list, so I don't know. I can't speak for that, but I'm not trying to leave the world better than I don't care about the world. I care about the people who are suffering in it. So if you can save those people, fine. The world will remain the way it is. The world is going to be exactly what it. So even if other people are going to suffer, even if other animals are going to suffer, even if you were to push the red button and then life were to come back, so what? You still have saved those people who could, those people actually matter. This is the part that they never want to address. Those specific people who did not exist, they actually matter. They did not have to suffer and die. You have spared them of this hellscape.
Well, you're right. I mean, the world is chaos without this fiction that humanity is created of a god and a divine moral theory. So I understand that, but it's just that I'm sorry, and I don't mean to offend you, but it is a fiction. It is something that humanity has created in order to control humanity.
That?
What do you mean? Can you demonstrate it?
Can you demonstrate that my worldview is not true?
No. The burden of proof is on you. You believe in mysticism. You believe there's a man in the sky who's controlling everything. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. You have not proven your claim. It is not anyone else's burden to prove your mysticism. You need to prove your own claims.
Well, I don't believe that there's any evidence of a god. I think that this is something that humanity has created to control other human beings to behave in a particular manner.
So you just admitted that the world is worse without Christians and that the only reason you don't believe...
You see how manipulative she is? She never said that. She never said the world would be worse without Christians. What she said was there could potentially be more suffering in the interim if it's not done in the right way, if humans are not phased out. But at the end of the day, we do have AI. There are other ways to eliminate the suffering. And if you read David Benatar's book, what he called for was the phasing out of the human species. So it would not be something that would happen overnight. It would be something that would be done gradually. You would just gradually stop reproducing, and then slowly but surely, you would phase out the human species. As someone who actually read his book, then I actually understand the arguments, but a lot of people have not read it. So I don't know how do you engage with people who think, I mean, the red button scenario is just one presentation. It's one iteration. I don't even think that it has anything to do with antinatalism. I'm not a proponent of the red button scenario, but I get it. I get that it's supposed to be a thought experiment. Fine. I think this is the problem with debating people on antinatalism. A lot of them will take sound bites or they'll take a cursory look at it, and then you're engaging with them and you think that they actually no, you have to actually explain your position And you need to go step by step what you actually believe, because they're making a lot of assumptions and they don't know what they're talking about.
Believe that God exists or that
I
Christianity is
think
true is
that
just an argument from incredulity.
Christianity
You just don't believe
has
it.
won because it's
You just
killed
find
a
it
lot of people and
unconvincing?
it's terrified a lot of people. And I think that that other forms of morality have not really been able to have the chance. If we can.
Oh, really? You
No,
don't
I
think
really
that in all of human history, other moral systems have had a chance? So you think
I
negative
think that
utilitarianism?
Christianity.
This woman is, I don't know if she's willfully ignorant or she's doing this on purpose. No. I don't know if she's unfamiliar with the Christian Crusades, where they went into South America, they went into Africa with their missionaries. They forced people to convert to Christianity through violence and carnage. They did not choose to become Christian. They were forced to become Christian.
Can do better?
Yes, I do.
Okay, on what basis?
Well, look, there has never been a negative utilitarian world, right? So I can just say that I think that a world that values difference and values the elimination of suffering, when, you know, and as far as I can see, Christians are just perpetuating suffering for absolutely no purpose other than this belief that it's appeasing some God that, you know, I don't think exists, but you do. I don't think that that's creating a better world. I just think that if anything is to be followed, it's that we know that suffering is something that people don't enjoy experiencing. So there's no reason to attach any sort of deity to that notion. There's just reason to not impose it on new animals, new people. It's just a you know, yeah.
So you can't
just really quickly, guys. Really quickly, I just wanted to
demonstrate
quickly
that God
interrupt. One
Well,
second.
of course I can't.
We're gonna get straight. We're gonna get straight back into it. But I just want to say, guys, over 850 people in the live at the moment. If you do want to support the stream, guys, the best way to do it is to just like that stream, send it out far and wide. We've also got 6,132 over on the Crucible at the moment watching this. If you send him money, he's going to buy lots of firearms like he does with Rachel's book money. Also, we've got Lawrence Anton, who is a friend of Amanda, and Andrew are going to have a debate on this. I haven't asked Andrew yet, but I'm going to assume he's going to want to do it. But so that's going to happen, guys. If you're keen for that, then I'll drop that in the comments and say line it up or something like that. But yeah, like the stream so this goes far and wide. With that, I'll shut my mouth and you guys keep on debating.
So I was just going to summarize quickly what I heard from Amanda was she said that she doesn't believe Christianity is true, not because she can't demonstrate that it's not true, but because she just doesn't see a good reason to believe it.
Well,
but even if it's not true, but here's the important part: even if it's not true, it still produces a better experience of life and less suffering than her worldview does.
The idea that just because people may believe that a lie makes them happy is not really a good thing, in my opinion. I mean, there's lots of really great things that I could believe. Like, I'm going to go out tomorrow and I'm going to get nominated for all kinds of awards and all these accomplishments. And that may not be true at all. Now, it might make me very happy in the moment, but the fact that I'm profiting happiness from a lie, that's fine if that's the way you want to live your life, but whether it means that you then get to impose that same fictitious joy onto something that doesn't need it in the first place is just a little silly to me.
Well, it might be silly to you, but from your own utilitarian worldview, can you tell me why that would be wrong? Because from a utilitarian perspective, a lie that makes everyone happy and provides better well-being and more positive experiences and less negative experiences would have to be good. It would.
This is a Christian openly advocating for lying to people about Christianity, to indoctrinate them to believe in a man in the sky who's watching your every deed and keeping score on whether you've been good or bad. this is why you should not take these Christians seriously.
Well, I don't know how to make this argument to you other than to personalize it. Let's say your child ends up becoming an antinatalist, okay? You've done everything possible to make sure that they have a good life, that they're happy, that they believe in God, they have all of your values, and let's say they end up being somebody more similar to myself. Can you still justify that you were right in making the decision to have them, even though they may be in incredible amounts of pain over this realization about life?
Of course, because ultimately it is you, and it would be that child who would be choosing to have that perception. So you and
I don't think that any of us choose to have a negative perception about life. It's a consequence of our own lived experiences. This woman has no empathy whatsoever. She's extremely callous. She doesn't even have empathy for her own children. So this is very telling.
other people with your same worldview this is what the data says, is that people with antinatalist worldviews, utilitarianism, leftism, are notoriously more likely to be depressed, to be suicidal.
Well, yeah, because we're facing reality.
But you can't demonstrate.
But the gotcha is that we would not experience depression, anxiety, or anything if we were never brought into existence in the first place. So the creator is always responsible for the creation. The breeders are responsible for these predicaments, and she's acting as if she gets to project it onto us. No, you're the one who created this predicament.
That's what the case is. You can't demonstrate that your reality is the true reality and that my perception of reality is false.
It ultimately doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the fact of the matter is you are saying that something that may not be true is worthy of your offspring being fucking miserable. Sorry, I don't know if we're allowed to swear on this channel, but I'm just saying you are inviting the possibility that God might not exist, that it may all be, you might be 100% wrong, and you're not taking the fail safe. You're rolling the dice with their welfare.
Amanda, you said that you believe in negative utilitarianism. So even from your worldview, if I can demonstrate that helping people believe a cozy lie gives them a better life and less suffering, you would have to bite the bullet and say that that's better than your view, which you just said makes people miserable, nihilistic, and want to self-delete.
Well, but that's a misunderstanding of negative utilitarianism, because it is not that anything imagined.
No, I don't think that just being happy is the ultimate goal. I think people should have the truth revealed to them, even if it causes them to be unhappy. They should deal with it. From a negative utilitarian position, you would actually eliminate suffering down the road. Because if you actually understand that life is bullshit and that there is no afterlife and this is all there is, you're just going to suffer and die. Maybe I'll stipulate that antinatalists are probably overly pessimistic. I don't know. I think it's rightfully pessimistic. We're probably in that whole camp, in that spectrum of pessimism. But at the very least, we're not perpetuating it. The cycle ends with us. Even if we are miserable and depressed, even if we have a self-deletion ideation, it ends with us. She's perpetuating the damn cycle. That's why her position is far more dangerous.
That might alleviate some suffering is the right way to go. It's the argument for how to end suffering. It doesn't mean that we need to predicate all of negative utilitarianism on convenient, happy lies. It's to try to find reasonable means of alleviating suffering. Now, listen, antinatalists, again, not a monolith. Extinctionism, not what all negative utilitarianists, antinatalists believe. There's other antinatalist philosophers like David Pearce, who believes that what we should be doing is, re-editing the human genome not suffer. There are other, it's pretty rare. Actually, I think Lawrence sometimes makes this point that, if we could, gerontologists like Aubrey de Grey, and I think the philosopher John Harris also makes this argument sometimes, that if we could, dramatically extend human life, that there would be less reason, or maybe no reason, to have children, or that there would have to be some trade-off. So there's all kinds of other, possible answers to this conundrum. It doesn't have to be that. I mean, it is the perspective that I take on. I think it's better to just not mess with it and to end it. but yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of different answers that don't have to settle for the easy answers of, well, let's just feed people a God story and that'll make them happy.
So do you believe that there's such a thing as objective reality, and that your version is more objective and mine is more fantastical and fabricated for the purposes of helping me cope with the horrors of life?
Arguments of cope, I don't know. I don't know you all that well. I don't know if this is what you're doing to cope with the realities of life. I mean, that's an argument that I don't make ever, and that's not my point in saying any of this.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think men can be women and women can be men?
I think that we should honor what people say about their individual experiences. So if somebody wishes, but I don't really, I really don't know why you brought up that subject all of a sudden.
Fabricating an internal reality if it makes them happy. Just not the Christians.
I don't.
The transgenders can, but the Christians, they're silly.
I would say that you're doing a lot more harm because you're bringing new people into the world knowing that something terrible can happen than somebody who has an internal reality that might not make. Now, I mean, again, that may be a reality that befalls a child you will have. So if that makes you so unhappy, if that is a possibility that makes you, that I get the sense fills you with some level of disgust, I don't know why you would roll those dice.
No. I didn't say it. Now listen, this is where you're assigning intent to me. You said you don't know me and you don't know about me, and I didn't say that anything about my own personal disgust or one of my children.
I just don't know why you bring it up.
If one of my children becomes trans and there's nothing I can do about it, I did my best, and that's how the cookie crumbles. That doesn't get us away from the fact that your argument is completely contradictory and totally incoherent, because you think that when Christians assert that a God might exist, or that at least living in such a way that a God might exist, and taking Pascal's wager is silly, delusional. You don't see it's an argument from incredulity that you don't see a good reason to believe it. You think your reality is true, but then you'll also say that if you find utility in pretending to be a lady when you're a fucking dude with a beard, that is perfectly acceptable. And
this woman is so dishonest. At the end of the day, if you're transgender, you're not really imposing your will onto other people. I know that people will bring up women's sports and using the restroom, but these are minor issues that don't really affect most people's daily lives. But bringing someone into existence is an overwhelming imposition that will subject someone to a lifetime of suffering and ultimately death. You would object to procreation for the same reason you would object to murder. You are imposing harm without legitimate authority to do so, without any basis for doing so. It is a real harm that cannot be compared to being transgender. This is utter nonsense.
And a fine thing to do. Please square that circle for me.
You're putting all.
Moreover, let me just, not to be sexist, but I'm going to use her own religion against her. This is a Christian who's trying to weaponize the Bible when Christianity is decidedly misogynistic, telling women not to speak. So really, she should not be speaking in public about Christianity. She should let the men do it. This is her own patriarchal religion, And so she's contradicting herself by even speaking out publicly about the Bible. I just love when these Christian women do this shit. If you really believed in the Bible, then you would not be speaking on it. You would shut up and let a man do it. I mean, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in that whole misogynistic way of thinking, but this is her framework. She should actually follow it.
Kinds of words into my mouth. All I have said is that I think that listen, you're free to be a Christian. If that's what you believe and that's what you want to believe, that's the world.
Oh, now you're going to switch. Dear. You're going to pivot to a libertarian. Hey, you do you, I'll do me. No. You are advocating for the extinction of all life on this planet, ma'am, and you'd better have a better argument and a more coherent argument than, I don't really believe Christianity, but if a man wants to believe that he can be a woman, go for it, buddy. But let's wipe everyone out while we're at it.
Transgenderism into any of this. Why are you doing that?
It's
not the arguments I'm making at all.
I'm pointing out that this is all a facade. Your whole theory, your book that you wrote, the videos you've made, it's all incoherent. It's a contradiction. You are in mental contradiction. You can't give me any arguments for why we ought to do what you're saying we ought to do, other than you just think it's better. And you can't tell me how we're going to get there. You're like, well, we don't have the technology to do it now, but I still think we should try. And I say, what if that results in infinitely more suffering? And you're like, I don't know. I just think we should still try. It's like, if you're going to write.
The problem with what she's doing, and the problem is that she is representing this as antinatalism. If she was just stuck to the traditional antinatalist arguments, I think she could have actually won. But because she did bring out the whole extinction position, that I think that's a little bit harder to defend. And so now she's basically backed against the wall. And this woman is being so manipulative. And she took that little space and she just opened the door open to basically negate everything about antinatalism, about the suffering, the imposition, the lack of consent, because there's no way to bring about the whole red button scenario. Now, in her mind, she has debunked antinatalism when the red button scenario has nothing to do with antinatalism. So I think that's a problem. I think that it should have been presented, it should have been explicitly said that this is not an antinatalist position. This is something separate. This is an ethics position. And then I don't know, because I actually was listening to another content creator who I talked to yesterday, and she listened to this discussion when I talked to her. And then she sort of lumped me in and said, yeah, I listened to that whole discussion with Amanda and Rachel, and basically you're just as ridiculous as her. And I can easily, and it's like, first of all, because she mentioned this discussion, I went back and listened to it. It was only because of what she said, but I wasn't even aware this happened. I don't think my arguments had anything to do with Amanda's arguments, but nevertheless, I did go back and listen to it. Now I'm responding to it, but it just goes to show you that you really only get one chance with debating these people. You really have to get it right the first time, because once you back yourself and they feel that they won, then they will take that and run, and then they think they know the antinatalist position. They've heard it all before, and they're not willing to engage with you anymore. So you really have to defeat them. Don't concede any points that don't have to be conceded. You have to go in guns blazing and dominate the hell out of them. Otherwise, this is what happens. Look at this woman. She's manipulated this whole discussion and twisted the whole thing around.
Philosophy books with people and publish them in Cambridge. I expected better. I'm just a homeschool mom with a high school diploma, and you are presenting incoherent arguments that don't work and incoherent logic here. So maybe you can express it better.
You are also espousing that there might not be a God. You're admitting that you might be wrong as well, and that if you have a child under that belief, you might be doing them harm. So I have never at any point said that I have all the answers or that I know what the end game looks like, but it is my firm belief It is not a delusion, or is not a facade. It is not something that I am espousing for whatever nefarious ends. That it would be better if we played the failsafe, and it would be.
That is an excellent point. I know that's not exactly what you were saying, but um, I guess I'm going to take your point and just apply it to humans, because I know you're talking about. I don't know what. I would say that maybe when you procreate, maybe you should create a tombstone for all of your children, because that is the ultimate end of what's going to happen. That we all know how the story ends, that you're going to end up dead. So maybe when you have a baby, maybe you should automatically go buy a tombstone, go pick out their grave site, and then plan their own death, because you directly caused it, and that way you actually have to think about it. How about that? How about we tell these parents, when they procreate, when they have their baby showers, maybe we should ask them, have you picked out a tombstone yet? Like, where are you going to have? Where is this child going to ultimately die? Yes, lock in those prices now. Lock in that tombstone. Maybe you can get a good rate, because your child is going to die at some point.
Be better if nothing sentient was in harm's way, that it would be better if life itself was in harm's way, because it is not running a profit, because there's absolutely no reason to do it. It is here by pure aberrant chemistry, and we value it. The living, we need it to be good. We need it to have all of this meaning that goes beyond the terrestrial meaning that we can assign to it. But if there is any doubt that might be the case, that God doesn't exist, and that if there is any doubt in your mind that a God exists, and if I am in any way correct, that all you are doing is rolling the dice with the sentient welfare of the things you espouse to love the most, then again, I just don't understand how you could possibly justify that decision.
Well, let's go back once again and just point out that the reason you're like, I don't understand why you're bringing this up. I'm going to call it Matt Dillahunty's dilemma, right? That you and other atheists will say to Christians that it's actually not good for you guys to come up with these lies and these things that aren't true, these fantasies that you, even if they help you cope with life, even if people report more meaning and purpose, less suffering, a reason to suffer, that you find purpose in the suffering, if you're going to suffer anyway, that it's not worth it because it's not in touch with reality. But then you guys are perfectly willing to allow other people to have internal fantasies, as long as those things, for example, feminism. If you don't like the transgender thing, let's take feminism. Letting women believe that they're just like a man, that they can do anything a man can do, and that their rights do not exist explicitly.
See, I wouldn't even engage with this nonsense. What she's trying to do is she's trying to put Amanda in the camp of being an extreme liberal, and then basically use the straw man arguments to try to humiliate and debunk antinatalism, based on the fact that, or her perception that antinatalists are just a bunch of crazy liberals, and we should not be taken seriously. This is an ad hominem. I don't even think that all antinatalists are liberal necessarily. In fact, I've been told that I am decidedly conservative. I don't know. I'm an anarchist, but I think it's not about using the state. It's not about big government. It's about personal responsibility. So arguably, antinatalism is actually a conservative position, right? They always talk about personal responsibility, stop relying on the government, get off the government's tits. Well, the best way to not get on the government's tits is to not procreate.
At the behest of men who are willing to enforce those rights is Delulu Fantasyland, yet you will all inevitably argue that we should continue it because it's better, because women might suffer more if we don't let them. Yet when Christians say, you can't prove to me that there's no God, you cannot demonstrate that Christ didn't rise from the dead, or that God didn't create us in his own image for a purpose. You can't, and no one else has ever demonstrated that. You just find it incredulous, and therefore you think there's a risk there in people being born. Yet when we ask people, you're in this tiny minority. It's something like, I don't know, probably 97% of all people, despite their suffering on this earth, say they prefer to live. And you're saying they're all crazy.
That's not true. I mean, I don't want to talk about it on YouTube, but the self-deletion ideation is very high. At one point or another in most people's life, they have had that thought cross their mind. So I think the indoctrination is so pervasive that it's really hard to tell what the numbers are. But if you're constantly told that life is sacred, life serves a greater purpose, if you're constantly gaslit and told to not talk about your suffering, then obviously most people are going to say that they want to live and they enjoy life because that's the only response that they're told. They're constantly, this is so common, it's so pervasive on a daily basis that you're constantly forced to put on a fake smile. People constantly ask you how you're doing, and you have to lie and say, I'm doing fine, I'm wonderful, even when it's not true. So you get this constant reinforcement of a lie that has to be perpetuated just so that you can exist in society. It's basically smile or starve. You can't get a job if you're pessimistic. You have to put on a fake smile just to exist in modern society. So to say that there's only 3% of the population who's unhappy with life is completely untrue. It's unfounded. There are people who are miserable on a constant basis. They just don't have the wherewithal to be honest about it.
Crazy, and you're the one who has the coherent view, yet when I demonstrate it's incoherent, you have nothing but equivocation. You won't actually address the problem of how is it okay for you to grant other people delusions if it helps them cope, but not Christians? Why is it okay?
Those other people, and I'm assuming she's talking about transgender, those other people are not imposing life, suffering, and death on the human beings without their consent. That is exactly what you're doing when you procreate. Going to a women's bathroom or competing in women's sports is in no way comparable to a lifetime of suffering and an ultimate death. I don't understand how you can even conflate those two situations.
Because again, they're not creating new people. You're creating new people. I've said it a million times. You are the one rolling the risk.
You haven't demonstrated to me that more people equals more suffering. I'm positing.
Yes, it does, because the person who does not exist does not suffer at all. You're talking about the collective. You're talking about the greater good, that it doesn't matter if the individual suffers, so long as you're reducing suffering for the collective. You're sacrificing the individual for the greater good, and I reject that.
That more people could and does equal less suffering, and you have nothing to say to that. If we continue to depopulate the planet and get rid of humans, we're left with anybody ever watch the Discovery Channel?
I think that we run the risk of there being
eating things alive
suffering without more people if we do so without some sort of plan. Right now, everything is happening. No, I know, and neither do you. Is the point?
Yeah,
the point,
I do have a plan.
If we depopulate.
More Christians, more Christian pronatalism equals a kinder world, a more benevolent world of people who have a reason to be moral.
And I think that world has already failed miserably. If people
think about her logic, basically indoctrinate people with a lie, put the fear of God in these people so that they will believe that if they die, they're going to spend an eternity in a lake of fire, and that is going to somehow produce the ideal society. Never mind the fact that it has not. Christians are just as corrupt as anybody else. They're just as violent, dishonest, and I don't think that it actually reduces the result that she thinks it does. I was not happy as a Christian. I lived in perpetual fear of dying and going to hell, because I actually took it seriously. She clearly does not. By the way, I'm going to be writing this article for Substack, talking about the will. What is it called? The the pride of life. And that quote that I put on my community wall today about how what did it say? Verse Luke 14:25. If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father, mother, wife, and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and his own life, also he cannot be my disciple. See, Christians want to cherry pick. They don't even read their own damn Bible. There's a lot of verses that they don't even know what's in there. So I don't take them seriously. They're basically just regurgitating the same trite. By the way, I was just conversing with another woman on her channel in the comment section. This woman was literally telling me that I was wrong. Okay, because I told her that Jesus was child free. And what she said was, oh, Jesus was divine. Basically saying, oh, well, I'm not Jesus. I can't live up to his standards. And then when I gave her a verse which says that in order to be Christian, you have to live like Christ, she said that I was taking it out of context. And I was like, what other context can you, like, that's clearly what it says. But this is what they do. When they don't like when you weaponize their own Bible against them, they will say, oh, what did she say? I will never take a biblical interpretation from a non-believer. I'm like, there is no interpretation. It's there in black and white. That's what the Bible says. If you're a Christian, by definition, you're supposed to live like Christ. And she kept debating me about that point. So basically what she was saying is that she can be a Christian without living like Christ. How does that fucking work? Why do you even call yourself a damn Christian? So this is what I'm saying. And they always do this shit. This is the same thing this Rachel Wilson woman is doing. They don't know the damn Bible. They don't want to be held to their own standards. They want to use their Bible against you. They want to Bible thump and tell you, they want to use the Bible as an instrument of oppression to control you and subjugate you. They don't want to live by it themselves.
Nobody agrees with you, ma'am. Everybody who's here wants to live, except for you and a handful of other miserable troll people
free to live.
Listen, let's just
they're
cut this
free
shit.
to live. People are free to live.
Shit.
What I
we'll
have a problem with.
Go to closings because we're just going in circles. And what the truth of the matter here is, the only people who share this view that Amanda has are people who tend to be dysgenic, depressed, feel that they lost life's lottery, they are suffering, and when they see other people who have meaning and purpose and are joyful and happy despite some suffering, they hate it and they want to eliminate that. It makes them angry.
You see, and this is the Christian speaking. Christians are supposed to be so compassionate. They're supposed to have so much empathy. This is what she literally said. She said if everybody went Christian, we would have a better world. Look at her callousness. Look at her complete lack of empathy. She does not give a fuck. She doesn't give a fuck about you. She doesn't give a fuck about her own damn children. She's basically saying that we're a bunch of losers who just lost that life, a life that we never consented to in the first place. How can you lose to a game that you never agreed to play? This is her fucking game. She enrolled her children in this game of life without their consent. We were all constricted to this game of life. And if we don't consent to it, we don't want to play by their fucking rules, then we're the fucking loser. No, you're the fucking loser because you could not self-actualize without enslaving human beings to existence. You could not find a purpose for life on your own terms, on your own effort. You have to constrict 5 unfortunate children to this hellscape so that you can feel better about your life. That makes you a fucking loser. You can't win on your own merit. You have to use children to give your life meaning. You could not give it to yourself. That makes you a fucking loser.
That's the truth. If you get, and that's why
that's your impression, Rachel. I'm so sorry. You know,
that's why I showed that video in the beginning. You can deny it, and maybe you're a special exception. But your friend Gary, who's your muse, who's your inspiration,
you should argue with. Why don't you email him? Why don't you argue with Gary, and he can make his arguments instead of me. Who I showed a video. You are arguing with somebody who's not online with you right now.
You think he's
I'd be happy to get Gazer. I'll get Big Gazer on the channel. I'd be happy to do that.
So, I mean, look, Rachel, you're making all kinds of assumptions about who I am, how I feel about my own life, what my motivations are.
You think it'd be better if you were never born.
Nothing.
You think it would have been better if you'd never existed.
I think that it would be better if none of us had ever been born. I think it would be better if people did not play with the sentient welfare.
Who are you to say that? Who are you?
I wish she would have just stuck to, I would have been better off not being born, instead of just saying it would be better if nobody was born, because that is a trap. And my philosophy does not say that. My philosophy does not say it would be better if all of us were not born, because I can't speak for everybody else. There are people who do enjoy existing. That's fine. If they want to exist, that is their right. But you don't get to force me to exist against my will. I should have every right to medical assistance in dying. I should not be trapped just because you enjoy life. And this is what these people do. Because they enjoy life, because they believe that their life has meaning, even though they can't articulate, they never can tell you what the purpose of life is, not even their own lives. But it's based in mysticism. It's, oh, the truth will be revealed. God has a plan, blah, blah, blah. And because they have some phantom purpose that they can't actually articulate, they believe that they have the right to force you to exist against your will. And I don't believe that you have the right to do that. Just because you think your life has meaning, you cannot ascribe that to me. You have no idea what my life is like. Even if you think I'm a loser, that would be more reason why I should not be forced to exist. If you think that I'm making your life so, you don't want to hear me complaining, you want me to stop bitching, then give me my right to opt out. And then people who exist will naturally shut the fuck up, because they don't exist to say anything. So you get what you want, I get what I want.
Who are you to create somebody?
Who are you to tell Jake
did not ask
if he had
for
never
it?
lived?
Look, I hope that Jake has a wonderful life. I hope that you have a wonderful life. I'm not miserable in my life. I hope that I get to end at the time of my own choosing. I have my sad.
Why is she defending herself? She should not be defending herself. She should say, even if I were miserable, it would be because of the fact that I was born into existence, which makes it your fault. You're on the side with the damn breeder. So if your children are miserable, it's your damn fault. I'm not going to defend my own misery, because that is not a moral failing of me. Of course, these people do believe that. They believe that if you're miserable, that is your personal moral failing, that you have a duty to be happy. It's your damn fault. It's not their fault.
I have my joys. I'm an artist. I'm a toy collector. I mean, I take all kinds of tremendous joys in this life, okay? But what I would not do is impose it on a new consciousness, because that consciousness is not going to be me. And the candy that I think is absolutely delicious might be poison to them. And we can't know that until we have already kicked that new sentient creature out of the plane and then ask them if they enjoy flying.
Well, here's my question to you then. Doesn't your continued existence guarantee suffering? It means if you continue to exist,
I'm already
you
here.
will suffer. Wait,
yes,
you'll suffer, and
mind you, this is a Christian who does not support the right to medical assistance in dying. So Amanda did not choose to be brought into existence. She has no reasonable means of terminating her involuntary existence. Yet Rachel is going to weaponize her existence, which she did not choose, and say that this is her fault and that she's causing more suffering by it. You see how all over the place she is? She's basically throwing shit at the wall, trying to figure out what sticks. And I would not allow her to do that, because this woman is being disingenuous. She does not even support the right to medical assistance in dying.
What if your suffering causes other people to suffer? What if people who care
will,
about you
unfortunately
suffer? Then don't you have a moral obligation to prevent that?
No, because
No, you have the moral obligation to prevent that, because you're the damn breeder.
I didn't bring myself here. And it's not, and once you are alive, once the decision has been made for you to exist, once somebody else has bought you the gift of life, so to speak, then there are addictions. There are things that you have attachments. It's not easy to kill yourself, Rachel. It's not exactly easy.
I don't think these people believe that. They think it's extremely easy. They have not put any thought into it. They think it's easy, just as making a cup of coffee. They think that if you don't want to exist, you can just go to sleep and just not wake up anymore. They don't understand how difficult it is, how traumatic it is to even contemplate that, they have no fucking empathy.
To be alive and to be sentient, to be sensate, and no matter what your worldview is, to then go and end yourself. It's not an easy proposition. All I can do
I think
is...
what you should do is sit down and do the utilitarian math. I think you should do some negative utilitarian math and figure out if the math is better if you continue to live past today or if you don't.
I already have done the math, and I have decided that my existence does not benefit me, that I have decided that my suffering outweighs my joy, that I don't benefit by continuing to exist. Where does that get me? I still don't have the right to medical assistance in dying. So this is nonsense. She does not know what the hell she's talking about. What she's trying to do is back you into a corner so that she's trying to prove that you actually do enjoy existing and that you don't actually believe what you say you believe. I would not allow her to get away with this.
Don't.
Okay.
And if you determine that the math
Whatever.
is not in your favor, then Godspeed. Go to Canada and sign up for the maid.
No. Why should we have to go to Canada? This is democracy. You live in the United States. You're a successful content creator. You have influence within conservative circles. You're a progenitor of 5 children. Why don't you advocate for the right to medical assistance in dying since you have so much power and so much influence within Christian and conservative circles? You're not going to do that though, because you're full of shit.
Program, and that's it. And you will have.
Well, what I would rather
least
do, Rachel, is
inconsistent.
argue that something like MAID be made available to all people. I have my life, while I'm still alive, has utility because I can make these arguments, and that's what I've dedicated my life to doing.
What if the rest of us who do believe in God, or we just believe that life is better than not existing, we believe existence is a net positive, and we believe that people like you are a threat to that, what if we just go ahead and decide that the moral thing to do is get rid of people who are espousing that the rest of us never exist and that our children and grandchildren never exist?
They're not going to do that though. I wish they would, because I would call them on their blog. I would say go ahead and do it, but you're not going to do that because we're advocating for the right to medical assistance in dying, and you don't even support it. So you're full of shit. You are never going to do what you're saying.
Say that you're the one making the threats, and I'm not, Rachel. That's a little bit. That's quite threatening dialogue to come from you.
I'm not
look.
threatening.
My mission as an antinatalist is done because I have put my ideas into your brain. I have allowed your ideas into mine, and that's really all I'm asking for. I'm just trying to make arguments, okay?
I want to be clear. I'm not making a threat.
It is a threat.
Let me talk. It's an internal critique of your own worldview from your own negative utilitarian worldview.
That feels pretty
external
to me.
If you were to sit down and do the math and everybody agreed that the antinatalists and specifically the ethalists or the pro-mortalists, who are people that think that it would be better to end all life, if we sit down and do the utilitarian math and decide that you are a net negative, is it moral for us to eliminate that threat?
No, of course. Do you think that it's moral to do that?
I'm a Christian ethicist, so no, I don't. I'm asking from your.
Why make the argument? Why not argue against me?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you to justify through utilitarianism why
you are asking me to justify if it's right to murder people who have a different perspective. I'm saying that that it is best to not create new people. Don't create new people. I mean, Rachel? I'm sitting here saying that it is within the realm of possibility that one of your children could have exactly the same worldview as I do.
So
would it be correct to kill your child? I don't think so.
I didn't posit that. You are getting emotional and misframing what I said. I'm using your system. So from your system, negative utilitarianism, I have to go to the foundations of why you believe this. Mm-hmm. And we have to see if those foundations hold true. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that if you wanted to be morally consistent from your oon worldview, if everybody got together and did the utilitarian math, and she's going to just keep interrupting because she doesn't want to hear this because it's a defeater.
Go ahead.
If we decide that this worldview is a bigger threat to us than it's worth, and we do the utilitarian math and we decide this is a net negative, would it make sense then to eliminate people who advocate for ending all life on this planet from a utilitarian perspective, yes or no? And if no, please tell me why not.
From a utilitarian perspective, if all you care is maximizing happiness and somehow my worldview is making you miserable, yeah. But I think there's other. That's not a utilitarian, negative utilitarian worldview. My worldview is what arguments can we make that would alleviate the most and end the most amount of suffering for the most amount of sentient beings. So I'm sorry, you're the one making a very threatening argument out of what I'm saying.
I didn't make an argument. I asked you a question. I didn't advocate anything. I didn't make an argument for taking any kind of action.
But what's the point of making that kind of argument? It has no bearing on anything.
The point is to show that your whole worldview is incoherent and collapses in on itself the minute that the foundations are examined. That's the point. It's not to do harm to you.
Those aren't the foundations of my argument.
From a Christian ethical perspective, I would not do harm to you, even if I do think that you're some.
No, she already is causing harm. She has caused harm to her 5 children. She has caused her 5 children to suffer and die, and she's using her Christian viewpoint to rationalize it.
I wouldn't do harm to you either.
Right.
I'm saying that you are doing harm to the children that you're producing.
I'm showing you that your worldview, and the consequence of your worldview, this belief, this insane belief you have that life should not exist, is the result of faulty, incoherent logic. And that if you were to examine the foundations of your worldview, you would find that you are not consistent and that this is irrational and not reasonable, and you would have to change it, but you don't want to change it because you spent the last 15
harm
years
your own children on a wing and a prayer.
15 years espousing this, and you can't backtrack now because then there's nothing for you.
No,
you have to double down. Yes.
You too.
That's all I've got, Jake. If you want to do closings and go to questions, I don't know where else we can go. I've already proven that this is incoherent and not consistent whatsoever.
I mean, all I can do is repeat the same things I've said over and over again.
We've got
you're making arguments that I'm not
good
even.
Enough.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got 2 minutes each on the clock. We can do some quick closing statements, and then we're going to read out some super chats. Anybody who has any questions whatsoever, leave it in a super chat now, guys. We're not going to be displaying any personal attacks or anything like that. So just questions and statements, but no personal attacks. So with that, Rach, 2 minutes on the clock. Closing statements.
Okay, so in her book, Amanda sees history of Western philosophy as a struggle between pro and antinatalism, which I largely agree with. She's not just antinatalist, but extinctionist. So she dresses up this view as a benevolent, merciful, moral one to hold. But as we saw, a deeper examination reveals that not only is this not coherent, and it's not a comprehensive worldview that she can give us a solution as to how we achieve this. She cannot tell me how we mitigate the potential disasters of what she's prescribing. Not only that, but it does reveal her deeper personal contempt for humanity, and if there is one, for its creator. She thinks that natalists and optimists are the ones coping, but her niche minority view is held almost exclusively by a handful of more dysgenic and depressed, resentful people. That's not to insult them. That's just to say that when you ask them, they self-report more depression, more mental illness, more resentment towards society because they feel they drew the losing straw in life. So
No, we didn't draw a losing straw. We were the losing straw was imposed on us without our consent by breeders like you.
Rather than submit with humility and repentance, which would allow them to find meaning and purpose, as the Orthodox Christian view is.
So repent. This woman is so disgusting. So after you have been fucked over, you should repent and feel remorse for things that were not your fault. No, you're the one who should fucking repent. You should repent for breeding 5 unfortunate children into hell. It's absolutely your fault. Take responsibility for it.
Done for thousands of years. The antinatalists embrace the Luciferian Gnostic view of creation. And
Luciferian. Wow. No, I see. If you understood the Gnostic version, you would actually be Luciferian. You would be the one who's given into the demiurge, trapping souls into hell. You would be the evil one, not us.
The creator as an enemy and annihilation of all life as relief from their suffering, imposing this view on those who are too dumb and programmed to realize that they should not want to exist. So this, you can see this too, because her logo for her podcast is an Ouroboros, which is a Gnostic occultic symbol, which says a lot about this whole thing. But the TLDR is her position is incoherent, arrogant loser cope that collapses in on itself once the foundations are examined.
She's a loser. She couldn't win on her own merit, so she enlisted 5 unfortunate children to help her win. She could not win on her own effort.
You just saw.
Okay, Amanda?
Well, I don't know what else to say. Rachel, it's well, I suppose it's been a pleasure. I think you're making a lot of assumptions about who I am, the people that you're arguing against. I mean, if God doesn't exist, then you are harming your children. I don't know what else to say. So, yeah, I just think that it is better to look. Antinatalism is writing the product review of life. And some of us that live it can see that there are all kinds of realities on this planet that we would not wish for ourselves. We would not wish for those that we love or our fellow sentient to experience. And the only way to really take the fail safe is to just simply not impose it. And I don't think that you have to be miserable to come to that worldview. You can be a Christian and come to that worldview. There's there's a large history, as I've said earlier, of Christians that have come to a similar worldview. Really, anybody can come to this view. It's not a view that is going to necessarily make you yip yip hooray happy, because reality kind of does suck. And I just look, I what you are saying is the hellscape of reality if we, somehow don't keep producing children and, the animals go on and inherit the earth and there's all that's exactly what I'm arguing against. I may not have all the answers as to how exactly to implement it other than making the arguments. But I'm quite satisfied in just being able to make the arguments that would be the best course of action. We should value suffering. We should value the elimination of suffering. We should not produce it for no good reason. We should protect sentient existence by not producing it.
All right, guys. Well, I do want to say I thoroughly enjoyed that debate. It was really, really enjoyable. So thank you both so much for coming on and doing it. We're going to get into these super chats, guys. Once again,
Okay, I did not listen to the rest of this, so I don't even know if I should keep going. You know what? I'm going to stop here because I don't want to be on here all day. I don't know if anybody wants to come up, if they have anything to say. I guess I can post a link and give people an opportunity, but I am pretty much done. I did not think this was a good debate. I actually would like to debate one of these natalists. I have never had the opportunity to do this because, well, every time I do, it's like it's always like a panel discussion where I'm going against like 8 different people. I really would like to debate somebody one-on-one. I've never had an opportunity to do that. So, yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to come up. If you want to come up, put a 1 in the comment section while you're, I don't know if it takes time to click the link, but put a 1 so I don't end it while you're trying to come up here. Just let me know that you're trying to come up before I click the end button. So otherwise, I'll give you a few seconds to let me know that you're trying to come up. Otherwise, I'm going to end this live stream. Okay, here it's Pastor D.
Hi.
Hello.
What's going on?
Not much. Just trying to keep my channel active while people are I always try to figure out a good time to do live streams, and it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, I know you're busy. I know you're busy. No, I watched her debate on Amendum's channel, and I just wanted to kick her teeth in. She is so smug, and she does not address any of the arguments. She just skates over them. More Christians means better outcome. Well, prove it. History doesn't say that. And I've made a million points in the comments. I'm not going to rehash them all, but it just turns me off. Not to a belief in God, because I believe in God, but Christianity. Too many branches of Christianity, not all. Because there are liberal branches of Christianity that have a more open-minded view, but her kind of Christianity, it's my way or the highway. And they conveniently like to overlook the whole concept of hell. And without hell, Christianity falls apart, because what's Jesus saving them from? But anyways.
Right, and I would have pushed back. I would have made her prove her claims. I wouldn't have stipulated anything. So I've never had an opportunity to debate somebody like that, but I would love it. Because
you'd kill her.
Assumptions. And what makes it so bad is that they assume that you don't know the Bible. They assume that you can't go toe to toe and actually bring up Bible verses the same way they can.
Right. Well, they don't bring up Bible verses because they can't. And then when you do, they'll say, "Oh, well, that's Old Testament," or "You didn't interpret that right," or "That's not what that meant. That was referring to something earlier," and they were dismissing that argument. But, Ecclesiastes 4, Isaiah 51:1, "Blessed are the wombs that have not borne." I mean, you're right. There's a bunch of passages in there that allude to not having kids, including Jesus and Paul, which are basically the New Testament. Paul never got married. He condemned marriage.
Right. It actually it explicitly says that it's better to basically be child-free, to not get married. And
yeah. I mean, Paul said, "Do not marry unless you burn with passion." And you have to get married because you can't control your fucking loins. Excuse me, I don't know if I can swear, but
I don't care. I think these Christians just don't know their own religion, and I don't take them seriously. And I would love an opportunity to debate one of these people, but I do tag some of them in my content, but they don't respond. So I briefly had a discussion with a Christian yesterday, but there was like a panel of like 10 people, so I only had like a short minute to speak before everybody started over talking to me, and it just went nowhere. So I'm not going to be screaming over all these people. As soon as you make a point, they
change the subject. Yeah, right. I know.
Right. What they basically told me is that if I think life is so miserable, I should just delete myself, as if I haven't heard that one before.
Right. No. They can't address the big one, and that is, what right do you have to impose this on someone else without consent? And the big one is, you haven't done the whole thing yet. You usually have kids when you're in your 20s or 30s. You haven't experienced 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. You've never been in a cancer ward. You've never been in a stroke ward. You've never been in an autism ward. Never been in a hospice, an old age home, because you're imposing all this shit, most likely going to impose this shit on your kids.
Well, they don't think that far, and they don't have any empathy. So, I mean, if you actually had empathy, you don't have to go through it to actually relate to it. Seeing my dad suffer on his deathbed was enough. I don't want anybody else to go through that. But these people have you heard that woman. She didn't even care. Amanda pushed her, like, what about your own children? When they said, I don't care. It served the greater good.
No, she had those kids because she thought that's what God wanted her to do. So her kids were her brownie points for her getting into heaven. She said it to him, like you said, she said it. I don't care if one's an atheist. I did the best I could. Well, the only way you can keep your kid out of hell is not to make it.
She doesn't even care if her child goes to hell. Like,
No,
according to her, that's free will.
right. So it's all about her, and that's usually what it comes down to. And then they'll give you the whole sob story. Oh, but I carried it for 9 months, and oh, the birth was so painful. It's like, well, that was your choice, honey. No one made you do that. Or, according to the CDC, 50% of the time it's an accident, anyways. Or the way they put it is unwanted, unplanned, or unintended. 50% of the births worldwide.
I just
That's
feel like
how.
they do argue in bad faith. Like, you could tell that she would not concede anything, and she was just trying to win, even when she was not making good arguments.
Yep.
And I think that it's like I would not have let her get away with that. I mean, that's
No.
when I was on that other channel, which we're not going to name, and I would debate people. I didn't concede anything. Why would I do that? And so that's the reason why those debates went the way it did, because I would make my point, and if you didn't actually prove what you were saying, then I wasn't going to concede. So that's why those debates were so good. That's why people enjoyed it so much, because of my
The
debate.
banter. Yep.
But I don't know if that it's worth it to continue doing it. It may be entertaining, but it's kind of draining.
But when you've got people that agree with you, let's put it this way: when you go on the other channel, quote unquote, everyone disagrees with you. On your own channel or an AN channel, you're going to have people who disagree with you, but at least you're going to have people who are empathetic, so it's more balanced.
Right, but even when they all disagree with me, it's like 8 against 1, and I still was holding my own, and that's the part that everybody found so funny.
Right.
It doesn't
I
matter
agree.
how many people are on the panel. It's like, who's making the correct argument? Like,
But you wear yourself out because you've got 8 against 1 or 12 against 1. Whereas if it's more balanced, you've got other people in your corner. And even if you bring on natalists, maybe you can convince them. Like Set Scales, he sounded like he was going to make a kid, and all he could refer to is nature. It's like, well, dude, look at nature. How great is nature? Just because it's natural doesn't mean it's ethical or right.
well, the whole thing about people suffering, I knew that was not going to work. And I think I may have pushed him a little bit too hard, but I was trying to appeal to him based on anarchy, because I know anarchist arguments. And if you're trying to dismantle the state, then you would not procreate and
Yes.
subject your child to that. So I don't know how much of that actually resonated with him, but I think I was asking very direct questions and I wasn't getting direct answers. So that's,
No, the only argument he had was appeal to nature. But you're right. If you are an anarchist, why would you contribute another soul to grind in the system? It's just soulless. It's just a grind day after day after day after day.
Well, I think I did convince Witchy. Yeah, like even though she has 5 children, she basically just said, I have 5 children, so it's too late. And I'm like,
Right.
no, it's not too late. It's never too late.
Right, but yeah, you can discover like Danny Shining, you can discover the philosophy later and start preaching it. I think it's very worthwhile. I'm an out of the closet antinatalist. I mean, I've got stuff on the back of my car, bumper stickers. I wear clothing. I've got books. The whole corner of my little breakfast nook has got it's got the Wheel of Misery and all kinds of antinatalist books framed.
I think the problem, though, is that the word antinatalism has been so misrepresented. It's like when they use the word, they're not even talking about what we actually believe. They're conflating it with child-free. They're conflating it with atheism.
Or child hate.
Right. I think that woman probably walked away with the idea that we all want to press the red button, and I'm just like, no,
No,
very specific.
that's apholism.
Right.
Or what is it? No, it's even pro-mortalism and apholism. No, I don't have the right. Theoretically, I understand the red button and I agree with it, but I don't have the right. I can't do that for other creatures because then I'm violating their consent, even though they didn't have any consent in coming here.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I would like I said, I guess I'm trying to figure out the right time to do live streams. If people, and when I do live streams, I'm not always looking for a panel discussion because panel discussions can go into the wee hours of the night. But I don't know. I think maybe like whatever time frames that I was doing before, that it seemed to work. But then now it's just like I don't know.
Well, the one you did last night or night before, I was asleep. I guess you did it too late, so I didn't catch the notification.
Yeah, well, I do have a pre-recorded live stream that I did before about the child-free Christ, and that's already going to premiere tomorrow. So,
Oh, good, good.
and I do have some other ideas for topics. So, oh, I do want to discuss Mother's Day before that. So hopefully
Oh,
people will come up and talk about that.
yeah. We need to start questioning all these holidays that are just ingrained. I mean, we're finally starting to question Thanksgiving and what really happened versus the whitewash version. So maybe we can do the same thing with Mother's Day.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting if I can get enough people to come up and.
Oh, I'll be on. You just let me know when.
Well,
And
all right.
I don't hate my parents, but I do resent being born because of all the expectations and bullshit that comes with it. When I didn't need to exist, and I haven't existed for eternity before my birth, and hopefully nothing for an eternity after my birth. What makes this 80 years so special?
Well, I don't hate my parents either. I think they're ignorant. At this point, I just want to protect myself. My father's already deceased. My mother, I just think she's too abusive for me to deal with her. I don't want to sacrifice my mental health in order to put her happiness before my own. I think I've already given too many years of putting her needs before my own. So that would be the reason why I don't engage with her, because I know that she doesn't really care about me. I don't hate her, but I want to protect myself from her. I know she does
Yeah,
not
that
keep
makes sense.
my best interests in mind.
Is it because of the gay thing or something else?
No, she never had a no. It's because she basically believes that I'm her slave, that I exist to serve her, to make her
Oh,
happy, that I'm the oldest. She knows I look like my father, so whatever she couldn't get out of him, she was supposed to get out of me, and so I never had a right to be happy because her happiness was always supposed to come first. I feel like she's compromised some decisions. It's like I made some bad decisions because I was listening to her, and so I just want to cut that out of my life. I don't want to deal with it anymore. Um,
did you ever feel that your mother was competitive with you? Like she always wanted to be better than you or outdo you, or you couldn't outdo her? I kind of got that from my mother.
well, I would like to talk about it's really sad that I can't share personal anecdotes on here anymore because I don't want somebody to take my. It's like everything
Yeah,
that I said on here.
twist your words.
My
Yeah,
business, so I
I
um,
get it. You don't want your words twisted.
yeah,
I
I had
get it.
people talking to me about my student loan thing because I'm like, okay, well, I do have massive student loans. It's like somebody, I was going through the comments from a recent live stream, and somebody was trying to antagonize me and like, oh, how are those student loans coming? I'm just like, you know what? I just, if I had saw that comment at the time, I probably would have blocked that person. but this is somebody who has actually been up here, and I, thought we were friendly, whatever. But I'm just like,
Right.
it's like
No, I get it.
I bring up, they like weaponize it, and like they just want. And I understand that there's a lot of drama going on. It's like I'm getting more subscribers and more people coming to my channel because they're enjoying the drama, which I'm not. I don't enjoy this. This is an unfortunate set of circumstances that I have to deal with. I don't want to deal with it. I don't take any.
No, I get it.
It's a waste
I
of
get
time,
it.
complete distraction.
It's kind of like, and I know you hate let me think of another argument. It's like hunting used to be a big thing 60 years ago, especially in the Midwest and the South. And now people are realizing it's kind of sick to go out and kill animals for fun. But you see what I'm saying? You're not aware of it until someone makes the argument. And as Amendum says, the reason we live is to clean up the messes that you guys are making, or hopefully prevent the messes you guys are going to make. Does that make sense?
Right. Well, the only thing that they respond to are consequences. Obviously they have the majority, so we can't dominate them politically. But there has to at least be moral consequences for the things that they do. They have to be told that what they're doing is unethical. That it has to be put in their face. They should have to leave their children an inheritance. They don't get
Yes.
told that they're good people. They don't get to be rewarded for it. They don't get the baby showers. At least I'm not going to participate in that. If you tell me that you're having a baby, I'm not going to. I actually like what you said in the comment section about them getting their tombstone, they're planning.
Yeah, right, right.
If you tell me you're having a baby, okay, do you have a tombstone ready?
Yep. You should have a plot and a tombstone, and you should also have life insurance at minimum on yourself, which a lot of parents don't do. Because you could die before your child's even born as a father.
That is so irresponsible.
Yeah. My dad kicked the bucket when I was 12.
My father didn't have life insurance, and clearly he didn't give a fuck because again, I'm not going to talk about it because I got to catch myself. I don't want somebody to start making.
Yeah, I get it.
Anyway, yeah. That's going to make for a very dull channel for me to not be able to talk about. But at the same time, they say I was being too solipsistic anyway. So,
well, I can share my life story. I don't care. I'm not making any channels. And if I do, I don't care if they use it.
But I feel like you almost have to talk about yourself because if you just talk about it from a philosophical standpoint, it's easier to dismiss it. But when you actually bring it home and you're talking about a real life human being who is suffering the consequences of their decision, it's harder to dismiss it.
Yep, that's true. It's true. But, there's so many statistics out there now from creditable sources that you can pretty much look up. There's a 1 in 3 chance you're going to get cancer. You're going to die. That the divorce rate is 43%, I think is the current statistic. That half pregnancies are unwanted, unintended, or unplanned. What does that tell you? You wanted to have sex.
According to that woman, happiness is a choice. You can choose to focus on a positive. You can choose to believe in a lie and a fairy tale that's going to lead to happiness, or you can choose to be miserable. That's her.
Yeah, but that's gaslighting. You can't prove it. You can't prove she has 5 all Christian children. They're all going to be happy. There's a lot of miserable Christians out there. Trust me. And she's not the only flavor of Christianity, and she's not the only religion in the world. As a matter of fact, Christians are only 28% of the world's population, so how does she know her God is right?
Well, a lot of these people believe that you can just fake it till you make it. If you just believe that you're happy, then that will lead to you actually being happy.
I mean, to a certain degree, you can divert yourself, But, there are a lot of conditions that people face. Chronic pain's a big one. I deal with chronic pain every day. It sucks.
I don't
And
know. I don't know if you saw I know you probably listened to Olivia Newton-John, or you at least heard of her, right? Like you saw Grease.
I know that you played some music in the first Black Antinatalist podcast about if I could protect you from the world.
No. Olivia Newton-John. She's a singer from Australia. Okay, now
Well, I know who she is. I thought it was somebody. I thought it was Patti LaBelle or something like that.
no.
Sang that song.
She's this white lady who sang like pop music. She originally started singing country music, but she died like what was that, like two or 3 years ago. She's from Australia, but she did like anyway. I just assumed that you were familiar with her.
I know who she is. La 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 do 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 la 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 la. That one.
I guess I'll just get to the point. So she was very optimistic, and she had like this whole Pollyanna thing. Even she did an interview like 2 weeks before she died because she had like 3 fights with cancer, and the last one she lost, but she was still happy up until the very end. She was just like, it's been a great ride, and I was just looking at her like, what the hell? And then her daughter like did these interviews talking about how her mother was such a wonderful person. She didn't deserve it. I'm like, no, she didn't deserve to die from cancer, but you don't deserve this either. You don't deserve to live this experience of losing your mother and having to grieve like this.
Yep.
And they all know it. They all know that they're going to die more than likely before their children, and they don't care.
No, I'll just ditch you here. I lost a brother, a mother, and a stepfather in the course of 6 months. Boom, boom, boom. It drove my youngest brother to a mental institution for 60 days.
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty severe.
I don't handle death very well. I don't like going to funerals. And I know that if my mother was to die, they would expect me to go. I don't think I want to go. I don't want to put on a performance. I just want, I mean, it's going to happen at some point. I feel like I've already let it go. Going to like watching my father waste away was very painful. I don't think I want to go through that again.
Yeah, I've watched 3 people die in person. One was fairly quick, but the other 2 are miserable, just suffering. And the thing is, at that point in your life, you should have the pill. Okay, we're done. I don't want to do this last month on oxygen and all these machines that you guys can plug me into. I don't want to do it. And what is there, only like 3 states in the United States and made in Canada and a program in Switzerland, and that's it worldwide, only for terminally ill people. But just like you get a prescription for a painkiller or an antibiotic at the drugstore, there should be the Nebutol.
Well,
it shouldn't be this rigmarole you got to go through.
They want to make excuses about protecting the vulnerable, protecting children.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, it's not as if they're actually trying to give the right to those of us who are not in those categories. That's just an excuse to just basically table the discussion, never bring it up, and just say, oh, well, those people exist, so therefore you should not have the right. It's just like,
that's bullshit. They don't care about guns. They don't care about alcohol. They don't care about powerful prescription drugs like opioids and stuff like that. Maybe opioids just because so many white kids are dying from it, but that's just recently. They really cared about kids. They'd care about guns, but they don't. This country, our country, USA, is just, it's ridiculous how many guns we have.
Well, but then they use that as an excuse too. Well, you have free access to a gun, therefore you don't need the right.
No, that's a good point, but I would rather die from swallowing a pill and going to sleep than knowing in my brain that if I put the gun to my head, it could hurt a lot, and my brains would be all over the wall. And that's not fair to the people that find me.
They don't care though. These are just arguments that they have not thought through. They don't think about the real life ramifications. They say this, but they don't actually expect you to do it. They would not do it themselves. And then when people do it, they still will speak against it. They will talk about how selfish it is.
Right.
And moreover, they will try to lobby for them to not have access to those weapons. So
yeah. I mean, if you get a psychiatric evaluation that is a involuntary commitment to a psych ward, that you're done. You have access to nothing. No opioids, no guns. It's against the law. Now, if you go involuntarily, then you're okay. I don't know if you knew that, but there's two distinctions. If you go into a psych ward voluntarily, then it's just like going to the doctor. There's no red flag on your medical records or your criminal record, I guess. But if you go in involuntarily, i.e. a doctor puts you in there, that's it for guns, that's it for opioids, that's it for a lot of shit.
yeah, I don't trust I don't trust the medical industry. I think that you think that you're going in as confidential and it won't follow you. Now, I would be careful about things that you put in your medical or psychiatric recorts. That stuff will follow you for the rest of your life, and there really is no escaping it. It can actually prevent you from having opportunities. I'm not even going to say who it is, but somebody in my family member was considering going into the military, but because this person has some mental health problems, dealing with depression and stuff, this person will not be able to join the Air Force.
Oh, that's awful.
I mean, they always tell you to put yourself in a system. I think you should not do that. You should think about alternative means of dealing with your problems that won't permanently alter your life decisions.
That's probably good advice. I know that my a relative, will just leave it at that, deals with severe depression. I mean, you should see the medicine cabinet. It's all psych drugs, and he's still depressed. It's a shame. They really don't know how to deal with depression. And the red flag in my family is that my uncle had it, but it was kept hush hush, right? We don't talk about that. Back in the day, we didn't talk about anything unless it was wonderful and sunshine. But he had it. I'm sure it was genetic to some degree.
Yeah.
But what can you do? So easy to make a kid without any consideration of the genetic baggage you're giving them. Not only the socioeconomic, but the genetic baggage. And just because you can make a kid doesn't mean you're qualified to be a good mother or parent.
I mean, I think we sort of give them too much credit. We think that we can actually reason with them. If we actually give them compelling arguments, then maybe they'll change their minds. But no, you see how defensive they are. It's not as if they don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're determined to do it no matter what.
Yeah. Now, this park where I walk at, it's in Florida, so it's God's waiting room down here. And you see all these little kids playing in the fountain, but you see all these old, decrepit people with their canes and their walkers and they're all bent over. They've got to know this is what they're doing to their kids eventually. And there's also a autism group that meets at the park under a pavilion, and there's maybe like 20 of them under supervision. So they know that's a risk too. but they know for sure, or most likely, they're going to give their kids old age and decrepity. And it's no fun watching your body fall apart. But again, you know, you make a kid when you're in your 20s or early 30s, usually, you have no idea what the last 2/3 of life has in store for you.
No, it's I don't know. I just don't think that it's worth it. I mean, I don't see the point. I mean, because I don't believe in God, it's just like there's nothing to justify it.
Well, I do believe in God, maybe not the Christian God, but a creator God. But the Abrahamic gods all have a clear hell. They clearly teach a concept of a hell. And I would hate to think that I would make something that would spend eternity roasting in fire. That's a possibility. Even if you're a good Christian, you don't even know if you're worship. Number one, you don't know if you're the right denomination of Christianity. And number two, you don't even know if you have the right religion. I mean, we know there's Islam, we know there's Hindus, we know there's the Buddhist philosophy, there's shamanistic religions. It's just real scary. That alone would stop me. I mean, I have never created a child, but that alone would stop me.
Yeah, well, that's how I became a Christian because of the Bible. I didn't even know, like, I came to this conclusion when I was like 13 years old. I mean, um, when I read about uh, what is the book? Book of Revelations, and it's talking about woe unto the woman with child during those days. And I read the story
Yeah.
of Job and Jeremiah. I just knew that I would never procreate.
Well, good for you.
And I told my father that, and he tried to rationalize it by saying, "So what? This life is temporary. We're going to be with God." And I'm just like, "Yeah, but you can't even guarantee that that's going to happen. You don't know that anybody's going to make it to heaven."
That's right. Didn't Jesus say the gate is narrow, but the path to destruction is wide?
Right.
And the gate is narrow and few will enter it, but the path to destruction is wide and many will fall through it, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how many people are you having on your streams now?
I mean, I don't know. Like it, I have. I don't want to. I guess I don't want to say anything disparaging. It's it's not even the. It's more about the quality. It's like
Okay.
when I don't know. I can't. I know some people don't really because of all the drama they don't want to come up, but it is what it is. If I don't have people participating, then the live streams are not going to be very good. And I'm trying
Right.
to be specific, but it's just like the one that I did yesterday. It was fun, but then when it came to the end of it, it just
Yeah, I heard the guests. It didn't
right.
it didn't it didn't pop. But you've had live streams that have lasted, 11 hours.
Well, yeah, but with the right people. But it's like I'm sure if I wouldn't have ended that one, that could have gone on and on without any real substance being stated. So I knew that it was a train wreck, and I had to just end it. So I just
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the risk of a live stream. You don't know who's going to be on and who's going to participate. It'd be nice if more people came on. It'd be nice if some natalists would come on because I love arguing with them.
they won't. I think they don't want to be confronted, especially if they already have children. Um, they really like to be on their own turf where it's a whole bunch of them and it's one of you, and then they can just
Right.
dominate you. So you really would have to go into their territory and try to meet them on their turf. I don't
Yeah,
think.
well, then you get someone like Rachel. I mean,
I
she
would love
just
to
skipped
debate her.
over so many things. Yeah, well, ask her. I'm sure she would. She's looking for content. He'd give her a run for the money. He wouldn't let her skate over a bunch of stuff she just skated over.
But at the same time, I don't know if I should debate. I mean, it's almost better to debate a man because when they do that shit and you get overly aggressive, it's like you're just trying to dominate a woman. It's like I
Oh,
don't,
yeah.
if you're debating a man, you don't have to do that. Like because if she
How
did
about,
that shit to me, I mean, I don't think I have to get aggressive with her, but I just wouldn't let her get away with
but
it.
you would hold her feet to the fire instead of, skipping over the points.
Right.
Because, I mean, she made this huge assumption with her whole debate that somehow more Christians equals better world. And like you said, how's that worked out so far?
Maybe just for her because there's safety in numbers where she gets to dominate and impose her worldview. But for the rest
Right.
of us, it would make our lives worse. Christians are not these benevolent people that she's trying to portray them to be.
No, but when they're in a country like ours where, religion is, it can't be put into law. Um, look at the founding fathers. You look at some of their quotes. A lot of them have very derogatory things to say about religion. One said something like, "The reason we're having freedom of religion in USA is because of the blood-soaked shores of Europe that went on for millennia, not millennia, but hundreds of years." And we don't want that here.
Yeah,
And even
like Thomas Jefferson had connections to the nation. I mean, to the Arab nation. Um, a lot of them don't even know that. They don't know that the what do you call them? The Moors had relations with the founding fathers, with George Washington and Thomas Jefferson.
no, I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, yeah, I've talked about it on my other channel, but anyway, I feel like I get more engagement on this channel, even though I have less subscribers. I have more subscribers, but it's just like it's like nobody listens to that. So,
Well, where's Patsy Cline? She's a good contributor. Um, there's a guy, the Thought Provoker. Does he ever come on your channel?
no,
Do you know who he is?
no.
That'd be a good reference for you. He's called the Thought Provoker. He's done a couple lives, but he says every time I go on his channel lately, there's some weird feedback, which I don't get with DNW's channel or your channel or any other channel I've gone on before. He says that he gets some weird noise or echo.
Yeah, well,
But he'd be a good one to have in your arsenal because he's a passionate antinatalist. He's the thought provoker, like to provoke thought.
well, if not, then I'll just do pre-recorded things or whatever, or I'll just do my own commentary and then just get off. I mean, it doesn't have to be a 10-hour long live stream.
True. But it's fun when we get a lot of engagement. Because the beautiful thing about YouTube is you can search what you're interested in and then have conversations around it, where you can't go to a bar and start talking about this so easily. it may be more received at a gay bar than it would be at a straight bar. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I've tried to talk about antinatalism with gay people, and they were not very receptive to it.
No, that
No.
shocks me. Because I know like 30% of lesbians have kids, and like high teens of gay men have kids.
Well, it's easier for lesbians to do it because
Right.
but a gay man, you pretty much would have to be wealthy to hire a surrogate.
Right. Or have a good friend. But I couldn't imagine being pregnant and pushing that thing onto my Yahoo. Oof.
Right.
I mean, that would be like medieval.
They don't understand what happens to a woman's body. When I actually look at the biology of it, how your organs get pushed up, I was like,
Oh,
what
yeah.
the fuck? Like, who? Like, that sounds fucking terrible.
Yeah. We're more informed now because there's channels that talk about it more on the child-free side.
And how your breasts get deflated, how your stomach gets pushed, stretched out beyond its limits, and then once you have it, it never gets the I don't know, it never gets the tone that it had before. Your vagina gets stretched out.
Oh, your whole pelvic floor, your anus, your urethra tract, that can all get screwed up. You can lose teeth, you can lose hair, postpartum depression, you can get diabetes. I mean, there's a million things that can happen to you. And biology is so unfair to women. All a guy has to do is get a nut, and a woman has to carry the responsibility of it.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is it's a lot easier for men to get sterilized than it is for women. Women have to
Yeah.
a massive
Especially now.
surgery, where you can just get a quick procedure with localized anesthesia and you're done.
Yep. And I heard it's like 1 or 2 days for full recovery. Maybe a week before you can ejaculate. The demon seed. The demon seed.
I don't know why people are so apprehensive about getting it done. I mean, if I were a straight man, I've already had it done, but I would be even more motivated to do it if I was straight. I would not want to throw caution to the wind and end up having to pay child support. I know these people are not anti-natalists necessarily, but even if you don't care about the child suffering, what about your own quality of life?
Right.
You're going to pay child support and not even get to raise your own child because you don't even know this woman that well.
Yep.
It's so reckless. I just don't get it.
It is reckless, but it's nature. So, the saying they have in law, possession is 9/10 of the law. They've got the possession.
Which means if the mother has possession, that basically means it's her child. It's not yours. Like you.
Oh, absolutely. It's her body, her choice. Like you said, I would prefer she didn't get pregnant, but if she does accidentally, she should fully have that choice. And, they'll say, oh, what about the life of the kid? And, oh, the pain caused by the abortion procedure. I said, you take that brief pain, if there is any, which I don't think there is, and add up 80 years of all the pain and suffering you'll experience, not to mention the pain you'll suffer when you die.
Well, they just assume that nobody has a response to that. They just assume that everybody wants to be brought into existence, that life has inherent value. But then when you say, okay, no, I actually would have preferred that my mother got an abortion, they don't have a response. They never encounter somebody who actually says that.
Yep. I mentioned this in the comments, I think. My mother once, and she was full of all kinds of stupid delusions. She said, "Oh, doctors play God." And I said to her, "Mother, parents play God. Doctors just clean up the mess that you made. Try to clean up the mess that you made."
I didn't even know that Dale was back there. I didn't hear a notification or anything.
It's all good.
Oh,
I've been listening anyway. So,
who's this?
Shy Dale from the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up?
How are you?
I'm all right. Just, getting over a cold, really. So my
Oh,
voice kind of sounds a little inconsistent. That's why.
no, it sounds good.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what to say. I didn't mean to butt in on your guys' convo.
No,
If
no,
there's
it's
something I
fine.
want to jump in on, I definitely will say something.
Okay. What were we talking about? Abortion? Oh, yeah, abortion. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, the pain. I said, well, add up the pain of an 80-year-old, an 80-year life on average.
Mm-hmm.
All the suffering the person will go through dying, unless they're lucky to die in their sleep. All the stubbed toes, all the broken bones, all the surgeries, all the broken hearts,
Mm-hmm.
all the struggling at work,
It's true.
all the pain from working out, or, exerting yourself physically. Add all that up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Yeah.
to a conscious being that is here that can really feel it.
Yeah. I think people focus a lot on like split second moments like that, especially within the subject matter of abortion. Because if they were to, think of it in that way, I feel like, it kind of becomes clear that it's like, oh yeah, that's true. Like, sure, you let someone into reality, oh, there's infinite possibilities of what they could be, or at least so they cope about that. I think on average, a lot of those people that say those type of things and stuff, they may not be the type of parents that literally produce some of like the worst in society, but I reckon on oftentimes though, I think more people are producing more just like fucked up people and stuff, to varying levels and stuff. But when they have
Yep.
children and stuff, there's no like, oh yeah, no, for sure, we're just producing great people and stuff. And I think the reason why that's not the case is just, no one has enough self-awareness to stop for a second and wonder, wait, am I a great person? It's like, so
Right.
like if I'm a good person or a great person and stuff, then of course I can, give these things, these attributes to my offspring, my children, right? Obviously. But a lot of people just assume, oh yeah, no, I'm good because I believe in God or this or that, just like stupid,
Mm-hmm.
petty, like non-thinking things. Like you didn't have to do much to get to that point to say that I'm good. You know what I mean? It's like I think a lot of
And
people
you may
shouldn't
be
focus on all
great.
that.
You may be great, but think of all the genetic material from your ancestors you're injecting in that kid that may not be so great,
Yeah,
both physically and mentally.
for sure. Yeah, it does blow my mind. Like, I mean, some of these people have actually been recorded. Like some people who have like Down syndrome or severe autism and stuff, and or even just sometimes even a physical disability. Um, like there's legitimate videos of some people like that where it's like they still want to have children, and not only do they still want to have children, they have had children, and their children, of course, have the same type of disabilities or defects that
Yep,
they do, but they have no problem with it. And to me, yeah, that blows my mind.
it does. I would feel so guilty.
Yeah. And honestly, I think when some people sometimes get to the dark point in their thought process when they think about Earth and humanity, and they're like, honestly, I could watch everyone go type of thing. When you think of instances like that, I completely get it, unfortunately, because it's like, yeah, why would you do that to your innocence? And more than that, I also think for like religious people too. I just it's of course the whole concept of hell, that's a part of the reason, but it's also just the whole idea of like, if you know that Earth and how humanity is by nature isn't very sweet and stuff like that, you could be violated or attacked and all this other stuff, right? um
Hmm.
I just don't understand why you would want to bring your innocence, you know what I mean, into that type of environment. Even if it doesn't immediately happen to them, you're still giving the world the opportunity for them to come across that one wrong person where they'll do that to them. You know what I mean? Because that's all it takes.
Right.
Just one moment, one person, one wrong person or one wrong decision, and now you're in a fucked up situation and you're like, how the fuck did I get here? But
Right.
that's just how life is.
All those women that were victims on Epstein Island, that was only made possible because you procreated. That never would happen if you chose to abstain.
Yeah, because you literally produced prey for predators. Literally.
Yep. And all the 19-year-olds that are in the spinal cord wards because they, thought they were invincible and they did some bike trick and then snapped their spine and now they're paralyzed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a horrific life perspective to consider. Because I'm sure for those types of people out there, like probably the first half of their life is probably great. They probably had a good school life, family life, and all that stuff, and then just that one day arrived and then that happens to them, and then that's the rest of your life. Your 20s are gone. That happened in your mid-20s or late 20s, and because of what happened that one day and stuff, now this is the rest of your life. You'll never be able to do that one thing you were passionate about again and all that stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, just the fact that things like that can happen here. I don't know how people find this place so sweet.
Yeah. I mean,
Ridiculous.
If I have to be alive, I'm glad I'm human and not a minnow getting swallowed.
Yeah.
But still, you're right. I mean, there's so much unknown. And you're opening Pandora's box to just a plethora of things.
Mm-hmm. Especially the people that you care about, too. Like the people you should care the most about, your children. You watch them grow and all that stuff. And it's like you're giving evil or just not so good influences an opportunity to corrupt that. That's what I mean. It's like I don't understand why you would even give the world the opportunity to do that.
Yep. Yeah. I heard somebody say once that the people who don't have children are the ones who would make the best parents because of their concern and their insight and their compassion.
I think that's a good 50-50. I think some of us, especially just speaking for myself anyway, I can sometimes be a bit irritable and get annoyed and stuff like that. So just, me being self-aware and intelligent and stuff, that's why I'm like, maybe I'm not the best candidate to be a father, so I'm not going to do things to actively put myself in the position to become a father intentionally or unintentionally. But I do think there are definitely maybe a good few anti-natalists or anti-children people that probably could be good parents if it were to be imposed on them. Like if they didn't necessarily choose it and stuff, and if they're like, okay, I'm just going to do as good as I can. I think a lot of people would actually surprise themselves with how good they are, And maybe I might be included in that. But point is, I still just wouldn't want that, obviously. But yeah.
You know how many times I've heard parents say, well, it made me become a more mature, stable, loving, caring, conscientious person. Well, that's great. But what about your kid?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just bringing out to your point that a lot of parents, when they talk about their kids, they don't talk about the kids from the kids' perspective. They talk about it from their perspective and what it did for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the clear sign of selfishness and that whole dynamic for the most part.
Oh yeah.
I know they try to suit it up to be this like loving and like, wow, that's so thoughtful and all that, but it's like not really. It's really just you making yourself feel a bit more comfortable with the fact that you brought them into Earth, and the fact that like when conscious or intelligent people press you on certain aspects of reality, the fucked up things that can happen and all that stuff, of course every now and then they'll acknowledge it and be, oh yeah, no, that could happen, but of course it always falls back to the whole thing of, oh well, not my kid or not my child, you know what I mean? It's like, but it could. Yeah, it's like it could though, and that's what I mean. I think thought processes like that are exactly why the world is in the state that it is and stuff. Not to get all preachy, but it is true. It's just it's a complete lack of empathy, like genuine empathy, like real empathy, not like pseudo empathy of like, oh no, I care for my children because look at how much I've improved. It's like, no, like literally care about other people. Like put yourself in your little son or daughter's shoes.
Yeah.
Try to think about the type of thoughts they might be having, especially when, you have one of the, like, I think this is one thing that a lot of parents struggle with is when you do, and, at the end of the day, we're all human and stuff. We're prone to emotional outbursts and stuff. But I think a lot of parents and stuff, they try to shoo that stuff away from their children. So when they pop off emotionally and get angry with you, maybe even put their hands on you and stuff like that, they'll try to act like, oh, I said nothing wrong and I did nothing wrong to you. What are you talking about? And it's like, what do you mean? It's like I was a child. If I was a fellow mature grown up and stuff like that, then I could maybe understand it a bit more. But then again, even if you're doing that with mature people and stuff, I'm sure they would call you out for it if they're intelligent. But point is, it's just, yeah, to me, I just I find it ridiculous when certain parents will do that and stuff, and then they'll just completely neglect how their loved ones essentially feel, the ones that they should care and love the most,
Right. Right.
How they feel, how they think.
Yep. I'm going to use, probably a little bit older than you, but I grew up in the era of spanking.
Yeah.
That's kind of gone away now, or the physical punishment anyways. And before I got spanked, I would hear the line, "This is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you." I said, okay, well, turn that paddle on yourself there, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just that typical line, to take away the guilt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Of beating a little kid. And I wasn't beaten, but I was spanked.
Okay, I want to play this short. It's only like 30 seconds, so you'll know who I'm talking about. This is Olivia Newton-John. She died like 2 or 3 years ago. She had cancer, and listen to how positive she was at the end of her. It's just like, I believe it was like 2 weeks before she ended up dying.
What would you say Olivia Newton-John as a person was before becoming Olivia Newton-John when she was small?
My sister used to call me Pollyanna because I always saw the good side of things, and she'd say, "What's wrong with you? That's not a nice person." I said, "Well, everyone has their bad days or something." So I guess I was always positive. I've always loved animals. My parents said that I sang from the minute that I could speak. So it's been a wonderful ride.
You see that shit? I mean, this woman was probably in excruciating pain. She had a lot of health problems. She left a daughter behind who's now going to have to navigate this world without her mother. And she's just like, I feel sorry for her, but I just think that at the end of the day, if you have that Pollyanna bias, the way that she had it, like, oh, it's been a lovely ride, then you can justify imposing that onto somebody else. So It's like, I watched my own father die. He was in agonizing pain. And I don't think that he would have changed anything about that. I don't. Like, you think that they would learn from it, but they don't. So even at the end of their lives, they still will talk about how it's been a wonderful ride and how it's ethical to impose that suffering onto somebody else.
Yeah.
Well, it may have been a wonderful ride for you, but it doesn't mean it's going to be a wonderful ride for them. Meaning your children.
Yeah.
Right.
But they bring them along because it's like, oh, I just don't want to face this whole life thing alone. That's kind of the root of it ultimately.
Yes.
Outside of just the physical maturity compulsion to want to have sex, and then the children come from that. But outside of just that, it's also just, I don't want to be alone, and I don't want to have to face all the monsters and the fears of this world alone. So let's create a family. So if anything does happen, we can all die together, or we can watch one of us or two of us die, and then the ones that survive will be traumatized thoroughly for the rest of their life about it. And you know what I mean? It's like great, dude, just great.
I don't know how to pronounce your screen name. I have no idea. You only point out the valleys, but there are mountains too. I don't think that I should point out the mountains because everybody else is already talking about that. Everybody else is already focusing on the positives. I think it'd be redundant for me to say the same thing that everybody else is saying. I think everybody else is focusing on the mountains and they're not focusing on the valleys, which is why I am compelled to point out the valleys. Now, I just had somebody tell me the other day that they read my book and that my book was very depressing. Because why? Because I'm stating the obvious, because I'm stating objective facts. For me, I don't know. I guess it can be depressing if you just want to hear positive thinking. You don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah, that part.
I didn't find it to be depressing. I find it to be liberating. It's like, I'm saying the truth.
No, it's very realistic. It's realistic.
Yeah, people like living in La La Land. They don't like the real shit ever.
No.
I guess it would be
No.
depressing if I said something that was a lie, that I was making stuff up. But if I'm saying the actual reality that you don't own your life, that you live to be extracted from by others, then that would be depressing. But I'm telling the truth.
Well, think about it. You know, you're what, 4 years old, then you get slammed in the school system. You're forced to go to school for what, 6, 8 hours a day, depending on your grade level. And it's fairly easy until you get later into elementary school, and then the screws start coming down pretty hard. You're forced to compete for grades. Then in high school, you're really forced to compete for grades if you want to go to college or, get anywhere. That's not your choice. That you're forced. That's the law. And then getting through university for me was hell. It took a lot of work, a lot of studying, a lot of no sleep nights. And then the workforce. That's the most brutal. You're competing with all these other people. And when you get a promotion, there's 10 people that want that promotion that thought they should have had it. So they're on your heels all the time. And then your boss just constantly asks for more. And I'll share a story with you. I think I've shared this on other channels, but I'll share it with you. I had a neighbor growing up, and he lived across the street. And he was fairly intelligent, very good looking, but he had a sister who was pretty severely retarded. I mean, she was low, I would say mid-functioning retarded. She could do everything on her own, but her speech was unintelligible most of the time, really slow. Nice girl, but she was retarded. So anyways, this kid who I knew was gay, but he couldn't deal with that. Anyways, about 5 years after I went to college, he got married. And what did he do? He impregnated this girl. And guess what? The kid's retarded and deformed. Now, you would think if you had a retarded sister, biological sister, who was actually next in line, he was the oldest and then she was the next oldest, that would put the fear of hell in you where you shoot your seed. But nope, didn't even think about it. Yeah, and now he's saddled with the kid had to have like 10 operations. He's still retarded. He's still deformed. It was just a serious mess. Yeah, and I felt so bad for him. But again, he was not looking. He should have had some caution. He should have known his family line had something wrong with it.
So sterilized or retarded? Is that what you're saying?
No. He was normal. But he knew that his family tree had something in it. He should have been more cautious. In other words, if it's in your family, you know that there's something working in your family that's not right.
Well, maybe he's retarded, so he didn't know any better.
Oh, that could be. Well, I don't think so. He was a pretty good friend, and he wasn't retarded. He wasn't a genius, but he wasn't retarded.
I mean, you never found a retarded girl hot, though? I mean, come on.
Oh, of course. But he married a normal girl, and he was normal. And the kid paid the price. Now, the good thing with the kid is I don't think he knows that, but maybe he does. I don't know.
Well, I mean, but you say you're supernatalist, so are you?
I'm a little sarcastic. I'm a little sarcastic.
I mean, but isn't it performatively wrong for you to be alive and then say that you're antinatalist, though?
No.
How so?
Not at all. Because you can realize that you've been injected into a system that you had no consent to coming into, or someone else wrote.
So wait, what do you mean by system? You mean like, what does that mean?
Well, the human system. I mean, I don't know what country you're from, but I live in America, and you have to perform certain levels of work
Well,
To maintain a lifestyle, you have to maintain your body. You have to eat. You have to shit. You have to shower. You have to shave. You have to,
so do you think we should extinct all life, like all amoebas and like one-celled organisms, because they have to eat shit and die too, or
No, I'm not an ethicist. I'm an antinatalist.
why?
No,
What's the
but
difference?
you're born into other systems as well. You're also born into democracy and capitalism, which you didn't get into any of that.
So if we got rid of democracy and capitalism and we live like little apes in a cave, like then you're pro-natalist then?
No,
Nope.
I'm not a pro-natalist regardless, but your original question is why? I mean, I don't want to paraphrase. Can you asked him something about why is he still here? The reason why I'm still here is because I don't have the right to medical assistance in dying. I don't have a reasonable option to no longer exist. I don't want to jump off a cliff. I want to do it in a humane way, and that is not available to me. Do I want to be here?
I mean, it sounds like you're making excuses, though. I mean, I just saw a bunch of rats get like chewed up by a dog to like execute them. So I mean,
for something that's not my fault. It's that my parents need to make an excuse. They need to justify what they impose life from me. I don't have to make any excuses because I didn't do anything.
But you're not justifying your like antinatalism. You're just saying I don't like life, so therefore I want to get rid of it.
We want to make other people aware of this automatic decision that they just think that's something they're supposed to do, to be more critical of it.
Wait. I think there's two separate issues. Why it's unethical to procreate is a separate issue for why I currently exist. I don't want to exist, but if you want me to explain why it is unethical to procreate, I can do that.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: is you have a choice, and you're choosing not to act upon the choice. Sure,
I don't have a choice.
Yeah, you
Jumping off a cliff is not a reasonable choice.
Well, telling everybody else they shouldn't exist because you cried today is not.
No, we're telling the people not to procreate. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, to be more mindful.
So what you're saying is like, mean Mr. Mustache didn't go far enough. He should have sterilized everyone. That's smarter for you. Or?
Right. I think you're jumping to a conclusion because I never said anything that you're saying. You never heard.
Well, you said procreation's bad, so therefore you're saying that it's good to like force people to not be able to procreate.
No, I don't.
Obviously,
I don't believe in force. I believe in voluntary extinction. I try to convince people to agree with my arguments. If they disagree with me, then I can't force them to do it. But
hear him out.
Wait. You're saying that God created us to live, and you're saying that you're going to go past all the programming to make life exist in the universe and say, well, I'll just convince them to like self-delete because, I mean,
oh my, no, you're missing.
How is that possible?
Can you prove that God exists?
Can you prove that your BS is true?
No, but you made a claim. You made a claim about God, what God did, but you have not established that God did anything.
Okay, explain to me how I have mitochondria in my cell and there's no God.
I'm not the one who made the claim, though. You made it, so the burden is on you, not me.
Yeah, it's way more logical that God built everything rather than
proof.
It just randomly appeared out of the chaos.
You're begging the question.
I mean, you're begging the question that people shouldn't procreate because bad things happen. So I mean,
no, I can explain that, but if you want me to, I can. But I still would like.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please go ahead. I mean, I don't care. I don't want to convince you that there's a God. I mean, it's really up to you. I'm just saying, like, I think it's nonsensical to assume there's no God or whatever. But I mean, it doesn't.
Even if there is a God, I'd still be an antinatalist.
No, I'm not making an assumption. I'm making no assumption. I'm just not making. I'm not believing in things for which has not been established. I don't.
Sure, but what I'm arguing is that the very act of existence implies that life finds a way to exist. I mean, even if you're an evolutionist, obviously life strives to procreate and produce things, right?
So I'm not a cat or a dog. I'm not a cat or a dog. I am a rational actor. I can look at my environment and see that if I procreated, my child is likely to suffer and die.
But you said that but you guys are saying that you're not pro force, but yet at the same time you said, well, retarded people can't understand. So I mean, would you force the retarded people to stop having children?
I don't believe in force. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in force.
No, I never said anything about retarded people. having children or
No,
not.
but what
What
I'm
I
saying,
said
what
is
I'm saying, hold
my
on.
friend's sister was
I get,
retarded. He
yeah,
should
I
have
know.
had more coffee.
But I'm talking about the principles that you're putting forth. You're saying, well, I want to convince people that they should self-delete. Well, a
No,
retarded
I never
person
said
No,
probably.
that.
no,
I never
no.
said that either. I said I want to convince them to not procreate. I never said anything about convincing. I
How are
want
you
to.
gonna convince a retarded person who doesn't speak English to stop procreating?
Then obviously I'm not talking to retarded people.
So you're fine with pronatalism if it continues after all the smart people who understand language are dead, right?
I'm not fine with any of it, but I can't impose my will on them because
So
they're
then you don't really take your ideas very seriously. Then you're just
so
like
so
it's just your preference.
unless
You just want to see it
unless
happen.
I'm
You
the
don't take it
sadist
seriously.
like you who uses violence, then I don't take my ideas seriously. Unless I'm extremist and I want to blow things up, then
I mean,
I
but you're
can't
just
have any
saying that you
ethics.
prefer. So you don't want to be alive. That's statement one. Number two, you don't want people to procreate, and number three, you don't want to use force to enact these beliefs that you
Right,
have. So
and
I mean, yeah,
those positions are all totally
you're just LARPing. You
they're
don't care
totally
about what you're
consistent.
talking
You have
about.
not
It's just a
proven that there's a contradiction there. Where's the contradiction?
you don't take it seriously. It's just
That
like your
where
preference. Like
is the contradiction?
you're like I like chocolate ice
Where is
cream.
the
You like vanilla ice
contradiction?
cream. So
Are you going to answer my question? Where's the contradiction? So because I believe that procreation is unethical, I have to believe in force.
I mean, how does it not follow that you
Okay, you
would
know
believe in
what?
force?
Okay, you can get the fuck off my channel. I'm not listening to this shit. I'm not listening to it. You came over here with a fucking troll. I'm not tolerating this bullshit. I don't have time for this shit. My time is valuable. If you just want to come up here and spout bullshit, then go do that shit on somebody else's fucking channel. I'm not listening to it. It's like I try to be tolerant because I do want people to come up, but you're not going to come up here and just spout nonsense and just tell me, put words in my mouth and say I want to encourage people to self-delete. I never said any of those things. Get the fuck off my channel.
Yeah, he was conflating your desire at some point to take your own life, which is your right, with antinatalism. He never understood the distinction, I think. We're never going to convince anybody. We know that. But the position now in society is everyone's pronatalism, no questions. You have a kid, oh, you're wonderful, congratulations, da, da, da. And we're saying, wait, let's think about this from the kid's perspective, what they're going to have to deal with, the dangers, the risks, they're immense. But I'm going to shut up. Sorry.
No, it's so good. No, honestly, yeah. When that guy came on and so just, I don't know, his whole demeanor, his tone, and all that stuff, I just knew immediately, intuitively. I was like, this guy, he's not here in good faith. He's not actually trying to learn or,
No.
try to find out about a different
gaslight.
perspective. Yeah. And if he is like an actual like Christian or Bible believer or whatever, he was probably ultimately trying to convert. And also on top of that, that would also make sense on why he was trying to put words into your mouth. Like Christians love doing that.
Oh, don't they?
They're
They
so
love
fucking
that.
dishonest. I thought Christians are supposed to be the pinnacles of virtue and honesty and trustworthiness. It's like, no, you're not.
Nope.
You're the fucking devil. You're fucking Satan incarnate. Come up here lying like the fucking devil. You fucking Luciferian piece of shit.
Woo!
Yeah, you're cooking.
Let him have it, baby.
True. Like,
that really pissed me off because I was trying to be patient. I don't like to I don't like to abuse, like putting people on mute and I wish I had done that when fucking D&W came up here, but I did. He did it to me when I was on his channel, but I didn't do that to him. I allowed him to speak without interrupting him. But at the same time, when you're intentionally trying to derail shit and then say shit that's going to get my channel compromised, you need to get the fuck out of here. You're not going to sit up here and say lies that I am trying to promote people or force people to self-delete themselves. I never said that.
Never have.
I want
You
people
want the
to have
right
the
for
right.
people to be able to if they want to, right? Yep. If they're not going to listen, you're right. It's pointless. And if they can't figure out the distinctions between what you're saying, then I don't know what to say for them.
They're doing that on purpose. It's not a mistake. It's not like they're misunderstanding what's being said. They know that it makes sense. They know that people are forced to exist, but they want to gaslight and say that you choose to exist, and if you didn't want to be here, you could just opt out. It's like, no, that's not. It's not so easy, and they know it's not easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes I do wonder, like, especially like when he was asking the certain question to us, especially based on things you didn't say. But my immediate thought was like, wait, does he have a comprehension issue? Like, has he been listening? Because you would assume that if he jumped on panel, it's like, oh, I've been listening for a while and I have 2 cents I want to say, or what, you know what I mean? But he came on
Well,
here acting like he didn't even know like exactly what the hell you guys were talking about or exactly where you guys are coming from. You know what I mean? It was just weird. So that's why I was like, okay, this guy either has a comprehension issue or he's just a shit disturber. One of the
he's
two,
like,
though.
well, if you believe procreation is unethical, you necessarily would support force. It's like, no, that does not lead to that conclusion that force is the only way to achieve that.
Yeah, I hate to bring up the vegan thing because I know it's sensitive, but look how many people were vegan 100 years ago versus how many people are now. They saw the logical argument to it. And I know it's a sore subject with ULA, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to bring up the point that when you bring logic to people and say, hey, what right do you have to, kill other animals, even though I'm not a vegan, a lot of people will wake up and say, hey, you're right, especially when there's an alternative. And I'm using it as an example, not to be a martyr for veganism. But people didn't think about it because, we don't kill our food anymore. We pay people to do it and then ship it to us.
I mean, it's almost like lying, cheating, and stealing are things that are unethical. Does that mean that I want to delete everybody who lied, cheats, and steal? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not every issue is, within the same context, you know what I mean? That there are contextual situations where, yeah, sure, maybe this person lied like this other one, but it wasn't the same quality or
No, he was
level of
dishonest.
lie, you know what I mean? But,
He was just blatantly dishonest, I think, but that's just my opinion.
No, yeah, for
I
sure.
think they do that because they have children and they just don't want to be called out on it. And you don't have to, but if you're going to come up here and have a good faith debate, then use arguments. Address arguments that I actually articulated. Don't just make shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. What do they do? Do they search antinatalism and then this debate comes up? Are they looking to troll?
Likely.
Or do you know? Likely? Okay.
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of trolls on a lot of these panel stream type thing, just people who want attention.
They just think that it's going to be easy to debunk you. They can come and just spout nonsense and they can just completely rip your argument apart in 30 seconds or less because you haven't thought about it. And they're going to make up shit and they think you have no response. And clearly, if he had a better argument, he would have used it, but he did not have one, so he had to make shit up.
Yep. They don't have an argument. That's the problem. And, we value consent in everything we do in a free country. Consent to work, consent to, just about everything. But when it comes to this, all logic goes out the window. Oh, you don't exist, you can't consent. Well, okay. I'm asleep in my bed, warm and cozy. Do you have a right to come in and bust in my bedroom door and pull down my covers and rape me because I can't consent? I know that's a bit extreme, but it kind of gets the point home, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, no, they parallel to a degree because ultimately, yeah, if you're in life, and also still alive, you're actively being graped. Like right now, all of
Yeah,
us.
you
If you're
are.
breathing right now, you just are. If you could understand everything, even on the micro level with all the fucking bacteria and all, like seriously, it's like, yeah, you are being graped on all levels. A lot
Dude,
of
I
people are
was
just
raped
ignorant
into
to it.
existence.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
raped into existence.
Yep.
2 people consented, the third person didn't. Hopefully, not 2 people consented. I'm pretty sure they did. I'll never get the straight story, but yeah.
Right, that third person doesn't matter. That third person is just supposed to shut up and pretend to be happy about it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, the product of our love. Fuck you. Sorry.
When he said, "Oh, you're just bitching about it," you don't. What? I mean, they don't understand the motivation. Like the reason I'm doing this is because I want to expose it. I want people to stop procreating, and I want the right to medical assistance in dying. It's not because I'm just bitching. There's a purpose to this. It's not.
It's a very real purpose.
I would love I would love people to stop procreating voluntarily, but I mean, he's making a huge leap to say that I would have to support force.
He never said force, and he conflated self deletion with antinatalism, and they're 2 separate issues. Once you're here, you have an interest in being here, like it or not. And it's not easy to leave, but that's completely different from not procreating and putting that risk on somebody. And it's obvious to me. Maybe it's not obvious to people. Maybe that's the problem.
It's definitely the
But they
problem.
always do this shit. That's why I get so tired of these debates where they just gaslight you. It's just like
Same tactics every time.
and they're not even
Yeah.
original arguments. It's the same shit over and over. It's oh, you could delete yourself. Oh, you believe in force. It's just like I get bored with it because none of these arguments are original. It's the same shit. So
Yeah.
at this point, I'm losing patience for it.
I don't blame you. I wonder if Elon Musk is funding a anti-antinatalist movement.
Is he?
I don't know. I was joking, but he could be. He's got enough money. And he's worried about the birth rates. That's his big crusade.
Yeah, he's a bit like 50-50 on that. I swear sometimes he's like almost for like limiting how many people are on the planet, and then other times he's like, oh yeah, no, we need more children and stuff. I think he's just fucking with people and their heads because he knows a lot of people are looking at him and stuff. So yeah,
Oh, you
it's
think
like
it's
the whole. Wait, sorry, go ahead.
like the pro-Republican Trump thing? I got to be pro-natalist.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, because he's literally a part of Trump's cabinet. That's what I mean, and that's
Right.
literally what Trump has been doing this whole time. Where he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm for this," and then when the time comes, he's like, "No, I'm actually against that. I'm actually gonna go do
Right.
this." And so, like, yeah, of course, since someone like Elon is a part of his, yeah, they're all gonna use the same tactics, right? Especially if we're all gonna view them as human. Humans tend to do that. If they all
They
know,
do.
oh, hey, we're all a part of the same group. Okay, if we're all a part of the same group, then we're all gonna chat in similar ways and use similar tactics and manipulation, so on and so forth, right? So it just makes
Yeah.
sense, honestly.
Yep. I got to float your boat if you're going to float my boat.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised because the subject is now in the lexicon to some degree where 15 years ago it wasn't even on the radar. I mean, it's getting written up in magazines now, and we're having panel discussions on it. It's getting out there. So the opposition has got to, arm their guns.
Yeah. I just wonder how much impact it's ultimately going to have because,
It's hard to measure. That's another thing.
yeah, for sure. But just, I don't know, on a real note, not to be all doom and gloom, but seriously, I don't know. I've been sensing it for a good while now, probably since like 2024. I don't know. I think some bullshit, especially this year, but then the summertime, something kind of big is going to happen, which is going to force, especially the U.S. government anyway, to make certain big kind of life altering decisions, and or if not that,
Yes.
they'll make life more difficult due to some big event that's going to happen in the summer. And the other thing that makes me feel uneasy to add on to that is also what happened, I think, like a week ago now at that whole White House ballroom thing, just to beat around the bush, if you guys get what I'm saying. Yeah, like just even that whole situation, the fact that now we have two different attempts on the current leader of the U.S. That's what I mean. It's like,
Oh,
nah,
man.
they're playing the whole role of like, fool me one time, shame on you, fool me twice, shame. And then the third time, they're going to be deadly serious. If something like that happens again, they're like, okay, big societal changes. Watch what you say on the
Yeah.
internet. If you do this or that, we're coming for you. And again, even before that too, earlier in the year, they had people like Erica Kirk and all that stuff, kind of pushing things like that, talking about how we need to go for our opposition. You know what I mean? And she's like, we need to literally go for them. And there's
Did
already
you hear?
examples of that even in Canada, where it's like if you say certain things in certain regions of Canada, they'll straight up send cops to your door and be like, "Oh, well, you said this on Facebook or YouTube, or
Oh,
seriously, they do that here. I'm not kidding." So
no one is advocating for killing anyone. This is so far off the radar. We're advocating the exact opposite. If you don't create them, they can't get killed naturally or by society. The only way to prevent murder is not to create.
for sure, yeah.
And it's that simple. Yeah, it's crazy. And it is crazy. Did you see Stephen Miller at Charlie Kirk's funeral? Did you listen to
No,
what he said? Oh my
no.
God, it was wicked. And the dark forces must be stopped. You should. I don't want to. I don't want to put words in his mouth that weren't there, but it was creepy. I'm sure if you pull up Stephen Miller at Charlie Kirk's memorial, where they had the whole White House there,
Mm-hmm.
he was just talking some dark shit,
Sounds about
really dark
right.
shit.
They
Oh
tend to
my,
do that in different moments in time and stuff. If there's like an event, they'll pull up, say something kind of crazy or something that's like kind
yeah.
of like a premonition to the future. And then when it happens a few months later, they're like, "Oh yeah, see, like I didn't know anything, but
Mhm,
wow, look at what's going on now," type of thing.
mhm.
But yeah, with him saying stuff like that, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if it was straight up just that dark and also just that blunt. Like he didn't even try to sugarcoat it or anything. He's like, "Yeah, no." Like I'm
Oh,
completely with
we
Erica. We
must.
got to go for the evil.
Yep, we must defeat. We must destroy the evil. I mean, it was
And the
really,
freakish,
really sharp.
yeah, and the freakish thing about that too is that like a lot of people would just look at that as like, oh, just typical U.S. propaganda. Oh, they just mean like
Mhm,
overseas enemies. No, they mean enemies right here on the soil.
mhm. Oh
They're
yeah,
not talking
oh yeah.
about like overseas. No, they're talking about right here. So yeah, yikes.
Well, for whoever's listening, my weapon of mass infection will never be used to fertilize an egg.
That's good. I'm in there too, honestly. I'm never gonna
Yeah,
do it.
and there's so many ways to prevent it these days.
True. But it's crazy because like I feel like there's plenty more babies being pumped out these days,
Oh,
honestly.
I see them all over the place.
Like a
Feel so
lot of
sorry for
baby
them.
diaper ads and stuff. I'm like, wow, yeah, a lot of people must be having children right now if they're advertising this so much.
Well, they're afraid that the short-term birth rate is dropping, which will make the older population more lopsided, obviously.
Yeah,
But we've been so irresponsible the last 85 years that we've shot up from 2 billion in 1940 to 8.3 billion today. So maybe it's time for it to scale back a little bit. God knows it'd be better for the people that are already here. Housing prices would be more affordable. Everything would be more affordable. The planet could breathe a little bit.
for sure. Like I mean, in an ideal world, I feel like a lot of you know, like the stuff about like worrying about housing and all that stuff. Like, of course, ideally, I wish that wasn't a thing and stuff because I think
Yeah.
there's bigger issues to take care of, but I don't know. I just find it ridiculous that people don't want to necessarily change the system, but they would rather bring children into it to hope that it somehow gets better. It's like I feel like if
Hmm.
people want actual good change to happen and stuff, like I mean, sure, maybe bringing down the population would be fine, but the same bastards at the top will still be there. It would just be less people that
They
are
will.
changing, but
That's
it's the
true.
same people. So that's what I mean. It's like those beings got to go first, and then we can, chat about that stuff more in depth. And I feel like, of course, in that more ideal world, at least if I, hypothetically had to make it myself and stuff. Yeah, I think more grown-ups would legitimately have to prove to at least a good government, quote unquote, if there ever was one. Of course, we've never known one, but hypothetically, if there was a good government, reasonably so. I think a lot of adults, anyone that decides to have the thought of wanting to have children and all that stuff, I feel like, I feel like it's kind of important that you prove that you should, you know what I mean? You are actually capable of having children and taking care of them and all that.
Financially screen, emotionally screen, competency screen.
Yeah.
Make sure you take some parenting courses from accredited sources.
Yeah.
Make sure your health is okay, your genetics are okay, instead of just plugging that puss.
Yeah, because like I guess the controversies, I guess, within that ideal world would just be like, oh, you had a child that, you didn't even register in with the government or let them know that you're having that. And of course, like, that doesn't sound great, but of course, as I said, the government was actually a benevolent entity and stuff like that. It would make more sense. And I think the other thing that's fucked up about it too is that the people that have been running humanity's lives for as long as they have, all the centuries and stuff, it's almost kind of hard to kind of think of a proper world where it's like especially among humans anyway, where you're not using the whole government system to make it work. You know what I mean? You could also trust the whole anarchy thing. I think anarchy on paper is pretty fucking good, honestly, as well. But the only problem with it, I think, is just, of course, like just the whole wild, wild west aspect to it, where it's like, some people might just randomly come do you harm. And then there's like, it's rather you fight them off. And if you don't fight them off, then they win, simply.
Yeah, that's true.
That's my only issue with it. But other than that, if everyone could behave, hypothetically, I'm completely for anarchy. If everyone could behave and reasonably engage in violence when it makes sense, by all means, I'm okay with that. But it's just the unnecessary shit. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I have SCYTHE. I'm trying to remember who that is. Hey, see, been up here before?
Wait, who? Sorry, say it one more time, sorry.
SCYTHE. I'm trying to remember. Is that the person? Let me just bring them up and see what this is. Okay.
The last person was named Neurojack. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Hey, can you hear me, Lily?
Yeah.
Oh, this might be Clairvoyant Scythe, I think, right?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, I think I was up here like one other time.
But your mic's a little low.
Oh, it is.
It's hard to hear you.
And how do I pronounce that? Is that Scythe, or how do you say it?
Scythe.
Scythe.
Yeah, Scythe. Yeah, it was logging me on from my YouTube account, one of my older ones. So I had to change my name.
All right. I roughly heard that, but yeah, you're still really quiet, man.
Okay, this might be better.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, bet. My bad. I'm a mic cell right now.
It's all good.
But yeah, that caller was interesting. I figured it was gonna be a troll. And they usually always do the same like non sequiturs and the same arguments like, oh, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Like I've heard it so many times. And then he appeared to God the God fallacy by saying something about the mitochondria since he has it. I don't know. That was weird.
The part that's really interesting is how it's like the venom that comes out of them. Like they're so angry about it. It's just like, how dare you call me out for enslaving a human being to existence? You have no right to say that. They take umbrage with it. Because I know what it is. It's because they do feel that they are good people, and for many of them, procreation is the one thing that they think that they did right. It's what makes them good people in the eyes of most people, because usually they get congratulated for being a mother or father, and they're told that they did something right. It's the one thing that they didn't fuck up. At least they think they didn't fuck it up. And then here you come taking one thing away from them that makes them virtuous. It's like, oh, I thought I did the world a good deed by contributing my unfortunate children. No, I don't think you did that. I think that's the most unethical thing you could possibly do, and they don't like being told that.
It's a good point. I think that's
Definitely. It's
absolutely
like
what
they
it is.
yeah, they criticize being risk averse, and like they see it as like not being compassionate, even though the thing that they're doing and the thing that they co-sign is definitely not compassionate at all. It's rooted in like selfishness.
Especially even more so if you consider that most children, like how most of us got here, it was straight up just through like two people just wanting to fuck. Simply, they weren't thinking about, oh, we're gonna have a child from this and we're gonna create a family and we're all gonna care. Like the amount of times that like that thought process is even involved in sex is beyond rare. You know what I mean? Like it's beyond rare. Like an exception doesn't disapprove the rule. Unfortunately, I reckon a good large majority of humanity we're literally born just from lustful sex, simply put. There's no care, nothing like that.
Right, and I can almost think on the opposite sense, like say like family overseas, like in Asian country or so, like they're like all of the parents came from like Ivy League schools, and like they want their child to like follow exactly in their footsteps, and that was their
Yeah,
like main proponent for having them, and then the child like gets there and it's like this is like way too overbearing for me, and like almost see them as like a failure. It's like they
yeah.
never they don't see those risks to like the after effects, and some children don't even like bring up the conversation. They may have thought about it plenty of times, but will never bridge the gap.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like probably a traumatizing thing, frankly, for them and stuff, because like they probably throughout a good portion throughout their life probably had all intentions of making their parents proud, and they loved the feeling they would get and affirmation they would get when they would make them proud. So, especially as a grown up. Or being a child and holding that perspective, and then growing up into into maturity, and then failing at something like that when you go to like a university, college, whatever, to become a certain thing that maybe one of your family members were. Um, yeah, and then especially when they get upset at you for failing at becoming that thing or accomplishing that and stuff. Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, that probably haunt those unfortunate humans' minds probably for a large portion of their life. Hopefully not their whole life, but it wouldn't surprise me if it haunts them their whole life, honestly. Because some parents genuinely disown their children over academic shit, which is insane, but it is true. There are parents out there that have done that. Oh, you didn't do that well academically, so yeah, get out of here. It's like, what?
Yeah, definitely a brutal way to live, bro.
Yeah. I think that's the one aspect of just existence and reality that bothers me the most, honestly. It's just the constant always having to kind of like prove something. Of course, every now and then you can have little moments of quiet and silence where you don't really have to prove too much, well, at least to no one else besides yourself. But if you're going to interact with other people and stuff, it's like if you are going to do that, it's almost like you have to do and be and act in certain ways that you know are looked at as admirable and or just good traits that people would want to be around and stuff. And I think there's sometimes good adjustments that can be made on things like that, but I feel like especially as someone who's been an introvert and like socially awkward for a long time, that's just one of the things I picked up on big time. Is like there's plenty of people I also knew growing up where it's like they were also kind of introverted, but like when they would get around people they would almost like put on this like outgoing type of character and stuff because they did like deep down they ultimately just didn't want to be alone. And I don't know, I just think that whole concept of always having to prove things, your status socially, financially, even sexually, physically and stuff like that, I don't know, this whole thing is just so exhausting, honestly. It really is.
Yeah, well, I just really want to make the point that I mean, I don't know that other people are doing this, but I'm not just getting up here just to complain. Like, I am actually looking for real solutions that can be implemented. I don't want to just complain forever without actually doing anything. So, I do plan on doing stuff. I'm actually taking steps. And I do have a plan to help those who are currently here. there's nothing I can do to stop those who want to continue procreating, but for those who don't want to be here, they should not be forced to continue existing against their will.
Yeah, I heavily align with the activism aspects of it as well, instead of just like just complaints. Even though like it's not bad to voice opinions about like the situation you're in, or just talking about societal standpoints, but definitely in yeah, in a more like, how do I say, like more pushing the action and the activism route, because I mean, even they even like what's it called, like they'll take down like even subreddits, so it's like they still see it as like such a taboo. So it's like whenever it is around and it's like really to the point and to getting the mission of, you know, proceeded out, like it's big, it should be pushed.
For sure. Yeah, and honestly, you know, it's highly admirable that you're doing everything you can in your power to make that happen. Um, Personally, for me and stuff, and you know, I keep it as real as I fucking possibly can be. I don't know. It's hard for me to lie, honestly. But yeah, no, frankly, like I mean, you can include me in the bunch that are essentially complainers and stuff. To be fair, maybe I'm a bit nihilistic or overly pessimistic. I've been told, but I don't know. To me and stuff, it's hard for me to see an exact and proper and genuine route to actually create, substantial change within this reality, here on Earth among humanity, change their minds. So you could, you know what I mean? To me, it almost just seems futile. It's like, what the fuck can you really do for a lot of these subhumans, frankly? You know what I mean? And I
Right.
get like trying to change certain minds so you can get certain things passed within the rules that everyone else likes to follow and stuff. So you could make exiting life a bit more of a comfortable situation instead of such a horrific and stressful and sad situation. I completely get that and stuff. I do. But yeah, no. So basically, the perspective I have is just I'm in complete support of you and stuff. If you are absolutely going for that and stuff, I have nothing against that at all and stuff. If anything, as I said, I highly admire that. Just personally for me though, I just don't know if it will work, but I am absolutely hoping that it will work. I think that's an
No,
accurate
I
way to
mean
put
it's
it. But
not.
yeah,
It's going to take time, and again, I don't want to talk about it on YouTube because I don't want people to like try to derail what I'm trying to do. But I don't believe the system can be reformed. That's the reason why I'm pushing what I'm trying to push for. I don't think that they're going to change the system to make our quality of life better. They're not going to give us better jobs. It is every man for himself. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. If they want to keep gaslighting us, they're going to continue procreating. And so the only thing I can do is help those who don't want to exist within this system. People keep asking me, why don't you just push for reform? Because I already know they don't give a fuck. I already know they're not going to do anything. The only thing that I should be focusing my energy on is getting people the right to medical assistance in dying. Because if they got that right, that would motivate the change from all other fronts. If they knew that they could not extract from people because these people would not exist, they would be motivated to keep these people here. But currently, these people have to exist whether the government is responsive or not, whether society meets their needs. They don't care. So if they want to keep people captive in this hellscape, then they have to actually do something to make their quality of life livable. Otherwise, these people won't be here. So I think this is the most important issue of our time. Self-ownership is the cornerstone of any freedom. And if you don't own your life, if you're not free to no longer exist, then democracy and statism and everything that they claim to believe in is illegitimate. Hi, Passy. I don't know if you want to come up, but I guess I can post a link just to give you that option. I had to put there was some background noise, so I don't know. Okay, I guess we don't hear it anymore. Okay, there we go. So Passy, you can come up if you want to. And I guess it's not everybody's cup of tea. If they don't understand the arguments, if they're not interested in it, then I guess, like Schopenhauer said, they're just grazing cattle. They don't want to think. They're not moral agents. And so this doesn't appeal to you. But why? I don't understand why you would come and troll and at least make a compelling argument. At least do something like that. But
yeah, people have nothing else to do, honestly. Especially in these circles, it's like I feel like those types, they're just like pseudo intellectual because you can tell by how they, confront people like yourself and all that they already speak to you as if, oh well, I already know something you don't know and stuff, so let me break it down. You know what I mean? It's always like that whole condescending type of perspective, or at least way of communicating it, in other words. But yeah, it's I think a lot of people, frankly, they're just bored, and there's a fucked up dark side of them within themselves, just when they're alone, where they find it funny. He might think back to that little interaction you two had and be like, oh, you so fucking bad. Oh my God, you kicked me off. And, it'll be just stupid shit like that. But yeah, for some fucking humans or subhumans, should I say, out here, yeah, just a little bit of disruption like that is enough to make their whole day that they upset you, or, it's ridiculous. I can't relate to that at all. But there are people like that out there. They love doing that.
Right. I do think there's a different type of energy that you get when you're doing a live stream versus just doing a pre-recorded video, because I guess when they're just posting their comments in a section, you don't really get the spotlight on you. But when they come up here, it's like, okay, now everybody's listening to me. Now I'm going to derail the entire conversation. What it really means is they don't even think this conversation should be had. They could just mind their business and do whatever they were doing, but they just want to disrupt, and they don't see any value in it because it doesn't benefit them. So we should not be talking, or at the very least, they get to distract the attention from what we're saying and make it about them.
Yeah, that's part of it too. Yep.
And then some of these people are also looking for content that they can put on their channel.
Yeah, that as well, for sure.
You know what Amendum says, which I think is very brilliant when he gets the "why don't you kill yourself" comments. He says, because I'm here to clean up the mess that you guys continue to make. I think that's just it just shuts him up. Because he gets that too. I'm here, my purpose in my life, and the reason I'm staying is I'm trying to clean up the mess that you guys have made and will continue to make. And it just shuts him up.
Well, even more specific, even more than that, if they say you should delete yourself, you ask them how, they almost never have a response, because they don't think that you're actually going to do anything. So when you ask them that, they're just going to get quiet. I've done it to them several times, because they want to make it seem like it's so easy, but when you push them to tell you specifically how to do it, they don't have a fucking response. I did it to Vegan Gains. I did it to other people, and he said that I can just Toyota Corolla myself.
Yeah,
when they actually think about what they're saying, they do realize that it's actually cruel as fuck, and they would never want anybody else to be put in that position to have to jump off a cliff or something. Like, nobody fucking wants to do that. What reasonable alternative do you have? What would a reasonable person do? No reasonable person wants to jump off a damn cliff.
Right. Yeah, because it's really stressful, all the thoughts you're going to have to deal with before it actually happens. If we're getting really, really real with it and real dark with it, the potential thoughts and feelings you get as you're falling, you know what I mean? It's a lot. It's a lot. And I think once you get into like the nitty gritty details of things like that, yeah, then all of a sudden a lot of those normies and stuff start to be like, oh yeah, yeah, that is true. It's fucking, yeah, it's just disingenuous bullshit from them always and stuff. Simply put, just majority of humans, or subhumans, should I say, yeah, they love living in la la land. They like to think that, oh yeah, everything's figured out and my life can't all of a sudden get turned upside down any given day. Like everything's fine and everything will continue to be fine. I just got to continue working for corrupt people that are clearly PDFs and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, it's hard to get through to people like that if they can't even acknowledge these other things that have nothing to do with antinatalism or, you know, self-exiting or whatever, you know? It's like they can't even see all this other stuff. So yeah, to me, as I said, it's just, yeah, it's hard for me to comprehend on exactly how to get through to a like a mind like that, you know, especially minds, should I say, because it's more than one. But yeah.
Yeah, these people, I just think that they're not the movers and shakers of the world, and so they're not change agents. They don't even think that way. They just go along with the status quo. Like even having a conversation with them is a complete waste of time.
Yep.
These people they're never going to get behind it until the hard work is done. And then many people who are I don't know, gatekeeping right now, many of these same people will actually get on board once the hard work is done, and they will actually benefit from this once it actually is decriminalized. So at this, I mean, when you're young and you're healthy and things are going fine, then you may not think this is important. But when your health starts failing and the economy goes in the toilet and your quality of life plummets, then you will want to take advantage of this right. You just don't think, because you don't have any empathy, you don't think it's important, but you're going to want to benefit from it too at some point. Or you're going to want one of your family members to benefit from it.
For sure. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's one thing I feel like the 2020 has definitely proved to everyone, is just that a lot of people will say that they're against certain things or not for, you know, following the rules and all this other stuff until just shit simply hits the fan, and then all of a sudden they're faced with the cold, harsh, brutal reality that it's like, yeah, if you don't do this thing or if you don't adjust, there will be proper consequences, almost immediate consequences. And I think that's usually what leads people into doing really crass and ridiculous, you know, things, especially during those times. But yeah, absolutely, especially after like people's like bank accounts start to randomly get empty and they don't know how and stuff. Yeah, all of a sudden, oh yeah, wait, is there a euthanasia, you know, clinic and stuff? Is that a thing that has been passed, you know, passed a law on or whatever? Like all of a sudden, then they would want to hear or not even just hear about it, but they would want to, you know, indulge in things like that and consider things like that, where before, when things were going so good for their little bubble in their own life, like, who cares? I don't feel that way. Why do you feel that way? Oh, well, if you just want to do it, just do it, you know.
Talk to me when you're 75.
Yeah,
it sucks.
I can imagine. But then again, maybe my imagination probably wouldn't do it justice. It's probably very different once you're really in it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you get used to a lot of it as you go along, but it's there.
Yeah.
You look in the mirror and you see it, and you feel it in your bones and you feel it, and you look around you and just how much things that you can't do anymore, or you don't have the energy to do anymore, or your body restricts you from doing.
Right.
And a lot of people, they get up there and it gets miserable. And they get the rheumatoid arthritis, and they get the dementia, and they get the senility, and they get all the bullshit. And people don't realize you're creating a little baby, but you're also creating an old person, most likely.
Yeah, with all those health issues and all that.
Yeah, and all the health issues that come creeping up, inevitably. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, honestly, I don't think you could honestly live here as a human or as anything really without dealing with disease or illness at some point. Like, it's literally inevitable. It's like gonna happen.
Just spend 5 minutes.
Unscathed. Definitely, nobody leaves
Right.
unscathed.
Spend 5 minutes watching an African safari video.
Yeah.
Things eating each other alive.
Yeah, I think the
Greatness.
craziest one I remember seeing was it was actually a female rhino, and she just given birth. And the fucked up thing about it too is that because like I think there's a long form video of it. I think it's almost like 11 minutes or something. But yeah, there was like a pack of like female lions that was like stalking her and watching her the whole time, but like she didn't know, so she thought, okay, I guess I could just have my baby right here because it seems like no one's around. She does it and stuff, and all of a sudden all these lions come out and they're trying to, and she tried her best to defend herself and her baby, but yeah, it just ends exactly how you think it ends. But yeah, it's
The
tragic, but at the
baby
same
got
time that
smoked.
happens. Yeah, that too, yeah, but that happens countless amounts of times, like within nature every year. Like that's happening all the time. It's just every
I've
now and then
seen
it can
video.
get captured on a camera. But yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos where literally the thing's coming out of the vajayjay and it's dessert for something else. It's not even born yet, and they're chomping down on it.
Holy shit.
Yeah. If you go on TikTok and search brutal nature scenes, you'll find all kinds of that shit.
Yeah, growing up watching like Animal Planet and even just the History Channel and just seeing the brutality, like you can just see it from the marine life to like the land life, mammals,
Mhm.
you know, the birds. Like it's just like everywhere. It's undeniable too. Some people will probably like see the you see, try to see beauty in that. You know, everybody's different in perspective, but I'm like, hell no, it's terrible.
No, I
Just
hear the power
just
of
getting
nature.
ripped up, just getting ripped apart from like the waist up or like the privates up. Because I've seen plenty of videos of the wildlife, and it's like they go straight for the junk.
Because they know it'll debilitate you.
Yeah, stun you long enough so they can finish the job. And or if you're unfortunate enough to come across a bear, yeah, bears just don't care. They just want to eat. So wherever they bite you first, that's where they're tearing and eating from.
Right.
And they don't
You
mind
want them to
eating you
get the
from
neck or
anywhere.
something. You're just like, get me out fast, fuck.
Yeah.
Don't play with your food with me, please.
Well, no, that's the fucked up thing about it as well, especially if you believe in a god and stuff. No, that's just bear behavior. They eat everything like that. On occasion, of course, if they use enough force and stuff, yeah, they might be able to take something out where it doesn't really suffer. It died as soon as it hit it with like a claw or bit its neck or head or something if it got lucky. But on average, yeah, no, not many animals get lucky like that. Usually, where it starts for I think mini prey animals, especially large ones, it starts at the back. They rip your back off, and then if you're unfortunate, if you try to move away again, then they might get your nuts or they might get your foot or you know what I mean, your leg. Yeah, bears. That's just how they eat. They'll just start eating immediately. Wherever they start, that's where they start. Although I do
Right.
have to say, one nature animal I wouldn't mind getting got by, although it would be really stressful, obviously, is a wildcat. Main reason is because they're like actual nature assassins. They intend to get your jugular, to get your neck,
Right,
get you
yeah.
dead immediately, and then move on and eat you. Which I'm fine with, because at least they kill you first. But bears, no. Wherever they get you first, that's where they're gonna start from.
Yeah, I was gonna say in the bear with the bears, like, cause I lived well, I didn't live, but I was close to Gatlinburg for a little bit, like in the mountains, and I just felt so sorry because a lot of the bears will not like a bunch, but you'll always have a few lone bears that will like roam in the town, but it's like, bro, we're in like impeaching on their territory and shit, like we're knocking all of their home down. I'm like,
Yeah.
they'll inevitably, like, you know, want to snoop around and see, like, okay, is there any type of food or something I can get from out here?
Yeah,
And you'll
bears
see,
are
like, thousands of
deceptively
people
smart.
chase them off.
Yeah, and they smell our garbage, so it kind of attracts them.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I was like, I know they smell the food in the garbage cans or something, because that's usually where they're at, by the garbage bins and whatnot. And I'm like, we're infringing on their shit, of course.
Yeah. And then people want to call for people to, oh, come in and shoot these fucks. It's like, yeah, but you kind of built your home on where their home was. You know what I mean? It's like they're just trying to coexist sometimes. Every now and then you probably get a little bit of a psycho bear that's like, yeah, no, I'm straight up just going to eat humans because I think I can do that. And then they'll do that. But yeah, overall, yeah, that's just one of the issues with human life popping up in many different places, especially certain rural places. It's just, yeah, you end up taking homes from other animals and stuff like that, which I don't know. It's kind of like 50-50, I feel sometimes, because even when because like I think one thing I've been seeing a lot on social media is when people talk about how, oh, if you see like a spider or something like that in your house, don't kill it, just put it outside and all this other stuff, right? But the perspective I've grown to, yeah, I know, yeah, the perspective I've grown to accept is just about reality here, because this is just a real fact of the matter, is that hypothetically, on some, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids type bullshit, if you were to end up in a spider's home, in a spider's den, would it show you that same mercy? Would it just take, oh, no, yeah, get out of my web layer and stuff. I'll put you outside and I'll give you like 30 seconds to run. If you're still here, I'll eat you. It's not like that. No, it's like it's going to fuck you up immediately. It's like, what the fuck are you doing here? So how am I evil for doing that?
Right, like even us as kids, like I know I was playing outside. There's been plenty of times I done accidentally almost stepped or like sat in the anthill, and they'll quickly show you, like, get the fuck off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ants are a little bit more respectable because I feel like sometimes they do, intend on communicating some things. I feel sometimes, but yeah. No, I feel like ants can be a little more chill than spiders at times.
Yeah,
but.
Thinking about like the isn't it like, are they called like ant farms? Like the little
Oh
like,
yeah. I know what
constructs
you're
and
talking
stuff.
about.
Yeah, they'll like move almost like hamsters or whatnot. Like they'll just be doing their own shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Ants are definitely one of the insects that genuinely can actually coexist with like others. And to be fair, I guess in some situations it seems like spiders can do that too. Like I think I remember learning about was I think like certain like toads or something like that, or a frog, like they'll have like this whole thing during like breeding season, especially for spiders, where it's like they'll they'll like abduct a frog, or they'll somehow create some kind of deal with a frog, and the frog will literally go into its like burrow and stuff like that, and like protect its eggs like throughout like a few weeks or so. And then once the eggs hatch and stuff like that, the spider, like, they have a weird way of communicating it that, oh yeah, you can go. Like the spider doesn't even harm the toad or frog, and the frog doesn't even harm the fucking spider either, or its babies. It's interesting. There's a few symbiotic relationships like that in nature. I guess another one that comes to mind would be like crocodiles and like fucking certain birds and stuff that will like clean their teeth. Like the crocodile will legitimately actually give the bird grace and allow it into its mouth so it can pick food out from its teeth, and it won't like chomp down on it.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I was
think
about
about
to say
it.
I've definitely seen pictures of like the bird like chilling kind of like almost on top of like the alligator's nose, and I was like, damn, that's sick. Like they just cool.
Yeah. Every now and then those relationships come about, but again, those relationships are just the
They're
exceptions.
selfish. They're
Yeah.
selfish too. If those birds weren't cleaning the teeth, they would be in the teeth. Trust me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm sure that has happened. There's probably been an instance where maybe a crocodile, I don't know, had like
Probably.
sensitive gums or something. The bird accidentally poked that gum and it caused it to chomp down. So yeah, like I'm sure things like that would definitely happen. But at the end of the day, ultimately, all that stuff is just an exception and not the rule. I reckon the rule, especially within nature and stuff, because you can kind of even see it with certain wildcats and stuff like lions and all that. They'll be sometimes willing to give up potential prey if that prey is fighting back against them and could potentially do like physically defective harm and stuff, where it could like alter them, maybe like tear their lip, tear their nose or something like this, or their eye even. Oh yeah, I think I had that example. Actually, I remember seeing. I think it was a honey badger. It was a honey badger, I think, in Africa, and it was versing like 3 different lions. And you could see on one of the lions' face, they literally had the thought where they're like, maybe we shouldn't mess with this little guy, because every time I get close, he's literally trying to bite into my eye or my nose. And it seems like animals out there, they do actually sometimes consider that, like, where it's like, if I attack now or hunt this thing and stuff, if it hurts me bad enough, like, they're not like humans. They don't have a hospital they can go to. They don't have anyone that knows how to do medicine and fix a broken bone. You know what I mean? Like, if you're an animal and you get a broken leg or something like this, it's over for the most part. And even others within your species will display that to you, because it's like they can't help you. They'll either, well, one of the 2 ways they'll help you. They'll rather just abandon you, or they'll eat you. It's one of the 2 things.
I saw it was a baby zebra. There was a mutant, and it didn't have the stripes. It was just black, or it was like gray. Obviously, mutation. And the whole herd kicked it out because it wouldn't camouflage.
Right.
Because the stripes are for camouflage. And because that little baby would stick out if they brought him in the herd, out he went. And it was a little calf. It was crazy.
Yeah. So for the future of all those animals' generations, you know.
Yeah.
It's like if you have a defect, they just won't have you.
And, you know, a lot of animals will kill their own young if they know there's not enough resources.
Yeah.
Or there's too many of them, or one's really weak. Only humans have this concept of, oh, life is precious.
True. Yeah. And even the animals, they like to try to attribute that. Oh, they kind of feel the same too. It's like, not really. No. There's a few of them that kind of, you know, but some of those animals are ones that are in like sanctuaries and conservation.
Or in our houses.
Yeah,
or in our houses, right? Yeah. We think all dogs are like this wonderful little companion, right?
Yeah, they're savages. Yeah, some wild dogs, yeah, especially in like South America. Yeah, they're savages. Like if a pack of South American dogs were to like see you out and about, especially at night, and they know, oh yeah, there's no other humans, they will hunt you. They will, because they think, oh yeah, you're just one human, and I think we can actually, fight you and eat you. It's crazy, but yeah, a lot of people try to make it seem like dogs are like,
I went on an African safari back in 2009. This was to Tanzania, and we actually camped on the Serengeti. Now we had to on platforms, but the dining room tent. I excused myself to relieve myself, so I went around the corner of the tent, and I had a headlight on my head, just because you can't see at night; it's pitch dark, except when you're in the tents. And the headlight beamed at the berm that was maybe 500 feet away, and you could see like 12 pairs of these yellow eyes just staring back.
Oh no!
And our guides literally had to have guns. They were just patrolling all the time with their guns. And if they would see one, they would shoot it, and that would let the animal know it would run.
Yeah.
But we couldn't do that unless these guides were guarding us with guns. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And the first day we pulled into camp, a zebra had just died. I think naturally, because it had its coat and everything, it looked like it was just sleeping. We left 36 hours later, and it was bones. It's like it had been there for, 2 years. They just devoured that thing. The vultures and the predators, jeez.
Yeah, like, out there, yeah, it very much is, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess the simple way to put it is just, yeah, like, if you're an animal out in that type of environment, especially within Africa, yeah, you eat whenever you can. Because if you wait too long, the flesh is going to spoil, and then you can't eat it without getting harmed. So, yeah.
And imagine how weak you get if you don't eat in an appropriate amount of time. You may not have enough energy to kill something.
True. Yeah.
When you think about yourself, when you get real hungry, you start to, slow down.
Yeah, motor skills, just energy, all that.
Yep. Yeah.
Explosive, use of like muscles and all that. Yeah. So. And animals know this well, but yeah, it's just to point at like how brutal this whole place is. Really, that's the whole reason why
it really is.
Yeah, it's brutal on all levels, not just for humans. But yeah, sorry, Patsy. Sorry if this conversation's a bit like dry. She doesn't seem like she's liking this convo. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know how much you caught, Patsy, but we were just talking about this debate between Rachel Wilson and Amanda Sukenick about antinatalism, and we did get trolled. And so I don't know if you caught any of that, but I don't know. We were talking about Christianity, and we talked about a whole bunch of things. So, I mean, if you want to come up, you can talk about whatever you want. Let me post the link again. Oh, she's still here. Okay. Well,
Come on, Patsy, come on the panel. I have seen the light since the last time we talked. I'm now a super pronatalist. I'm going to sire many, 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 many children's.
okay, I don't think she's coming up.
Oh no. My bad. I do like talking about like nature and animals and all that shit, but yeah, no, I didn't mean for someone to feel not included or uncomfortable, you know?
She's pretty tough. She can handle it.
Fair enough.
She's tough. Now, I have seen 3 people die in person.
Really?
One was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
One was fairly quick, but it was still brutal. And the other 2 were prolonged misery. And, you think about it, the lucky ones that die in their sleep, good for them, but most of us won't. And it's going to be awful.
Yeah.
And I won't impose that on my kid.
Absolutely not. Because I think the other thing to me about just the whole idea of even potentially having a kid is just that if it is one thing I do know, it's myself. And I know how my mind works. And if it is another thing I also know about my mind, and also just based on me observing and analyzing like both my parents and stuff, it's just that, yeah, there are certain traits, as much as I hate to admit it, but there are certain small, petty little traits within me that are them. And I sometimes wonder, well, yeah, wait, where is that coming from? And it's like, well, it's coming from the people that literally had you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
yeah.
I think just when I, put that onto myself, and if I hypothetically were to plug it in and have a kid, yeah, that would bother me a lot, because I know that they're going to be thinking similarly to as I am. Matter of fact, they would probably hear me in person thinking this way with them, and and all that. So that's what I mean. I just wouldn't impose that on them, because it's a lot. I've felt overwhelmed a lot in my life just because of how my brain works and how I think on things, like critically, inductive, deductive reasoning, all that type of stuff. But yeah, it can be stressful, especially when ultimately, and some of it's corny as it might sound, especially when you like care, like when you're like actually kind of like sensitive to things and all that stuff. Like it can be a brutal realization to come to that. Yeah, many other people just don't care like you do. Like straight, like they really don't care. Like they don't care so much so that they could straight up tell you, "I don't give a fuck." Like that's how much they don't care. And I think, yeah, for any child that would have been like me and stuff like that, I remember how I felt when I realized that. So that's what I mean. It's like, why impose that on to another one? And for crying out loud, it fucking already kind of makes me sad, even considering that there are other children out there that aren't blood related to me, but they are similar to me in that way. It's like, that's beyond tragic. I straight up wouldn't want any other being that has a similar mind to me, or that is similar to me, to have to live through this, especially this next part in human history with all the digital shit and like, forget about it. Forget about it.
Yeah.
Like, why bring your children into that?
Congratulations for being so self-aware. I admire that.
Thank you. I respect it.
Even though I am a super pronatalist.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, perfectly said. That's basically the reasons why I don't want to do the same thing. It's just because I had these thoughts even when I was in my own adolescence, so I know that other younger people can definitely have the same like mindset. Just coming to that rational point of view of like it really isn't worth it in the long run. Like you can make those calculations, and sometimes, yeah, of course, like I just mentioned being young, like you can overthink it, but like I wouldn't count them out like completely, because especially as adults, it's just like, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. Or at least that's how I like grew up. It's like that old school like type of like hardship type of doctrine.
Yeah.
Or I had it so much worse than you. I had to hike barefoot in the snow to school both ways, uphill, You know,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, well, that doesn't justify the shit I got to go through just because you had it worse.
I call it the
Yeah.
suffering contest. That's all I
Yeah.
instantly just clock it as that. I'm like, okay, suffering contest starting 3, 2, 1. All right.
Yeah, I
It's
can't
so
stand
common
that
now, like
psychology.
literally.
It's ridiculous, you know? Especially even worse when it's coming from, people that you're supposed to assume love you more than anyone could, outside of those two people, your parents. But yeah, and
Sucker
hearing
up,
things like that
buttercup.
from them, yeah, it's crazy. And I think it's also, again, it's another veil slip to display that it's like, oh, you didn't necessarily have me because you loved me before you even saw me. You had me because you didn't want to be alone, and or it just serves your narcissistic supply to be like, oh, look at my children, look at the empire I've built, my legacy. You know what I mean? All that
Or
shit.
you didn't pull out in time.
Yeah, that too. I think that's oftentimes what it is, honestly.
Yeah, like one memorable Uber ride I had with this lady. I forgot how we even got on the conversation, but she like told me like, oh yeah, and I had my other kid and I was on birth control and still had him. I was like, oh boy. I don't know why she shared that. I was like, wow.
It's funny. It's funny how just people sometimes just share crazy things like that about themselves. Where it's like, yeah, damn, I did not need to know that, but hey, now I know that about you. Holy shit.
Right. Like they're like, hey, it's a stranger. This is my opportunity. Let me get this off my chest.
Yeah, basically. Because she's like, oh, I'm probably never going to see this guy again, so might as well
Right.
just say it to him.
And I've had my moments too, and I got like a little bit based before I left the car. I'm like, yo, like I just came out of the wage cage. Like I'm tired. My feet hurt. This money ain't going nowhere to my bills. I'm gonna be starving in the house, but at least I'm under a roof.
Yeah.
Bullshit like that.
Yeah, I hate that it's honestly gotten to that point, especially because for one, I know it's intentional that like the whole like working thing and not being able to have enough to actually like live a proper life, um, it's such a common thing now considering where like the economy and all that stuff is. But yeah, no, I've heard that before where it's like people have enough to at least pay for the rent, but they don't have enough for a lot of food and stuff, so they kind of start to become malnourished and stuff, which leads to a whole other issue group of like, or it leads to a whole other group of health issues. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. But yeah, it's just what a life, huh? Especially within first world countries too, and the fact that people have been living paycheck to paycheck to paycheck for what, like the past fucking like 15 years it seems. I feel like maybe it wasn't so bad in maybe the early 2000s since we were just coming out of which it's kind of insane to say in hindsight. This is one thing that still blows my mind when I consider the year we're in, which is 2026, and where everything's headed to if you're paying attention to news things and all that stuff. um it does genuinely seem like the golden age of humanity, or at least as close as humanity has ever gotten to a golden age, and it's especially mainly within first world societies and nations, is probably like what, like the 1970s, probably all the way up until, let's say, like 2015.
Well, let
Like
me
the
speak to
70s to
that since
2015. Oh, yeah, sorry,
let
go
me
ahead.
speak to that since I'm the old guy in the room. Yeah, I grew up during that. I grew up in the '60s. Um, we were at the tail end of the boom of World War II for America. It was a boom for America and Canada, not so much for England or Russia. And it was a boom for us. And
Yeah.
all the parents in that generation, you got a job, you stayed at that job for life, one job, cut it,
Yep.
9 to 5. And things changed so much when the digital age came around in the late 90s.
Yep.
And then it just went on fire. And now we have to compete with the whole world. And we weren't used to that. Our parents weren't used to that. So it really changed the dynamic quite a bit.
Yeah, because I always kind of felt like the leaders of like Canada, the United States, and I guess even the UK too, but especially Canada and the United States. It always kind of strikes me where it's like it seems like they were kind of just setting everyone up for a fall, like intentionally. Because actually, another thing that comes to mind now, I'm pretty sure I think there was like a recession after what happened on September 11th, 2001. I think like shortly after that, I think in 2005 or 4, I think there might have been like an economic recession a little bit.
There was.
So maybe 2005 is probably the end of the golden era of humanity, unfortunately. But yeah, no, as Pastor D mentioned there though, yeah, I remember hearing things like that because I'm I've always been fascinated, even when I was younger, to hear perspectives from older people and stuff about like how it was, and that's a consistent thing I remember always hearing is that, oh yeah, you could just work one job and you could get this and that, and your time was actually worth something. You know what I mean? You would actually go to work and it actually didn't feel so bad because you could actually risk taking some time off. Like you could work for maybe like 6 months, and if you wanted to take another 6 months off, you could afford to do that back then. These days you absolutely cannot. If you want consistent income and to make sure all your needs are roughly met, which is the other absurd thing about it, it's just roughly met, like all your needs being roughly met. You would need to work like a job or two these days, which is insane. But I feel like, especially when you observe everything, it seems like all of that shit was intentional, though, to give everyone a false sense of security, and then all of a sudden, like, pull the mat from under their feet type of thing. And then now it's like, oh, well, now you got to compete with the rest of the world. You got to show that America and Canada, we have value and things,
Yeah. Well, it's interesting if you really want to get some perspective. Watch some stuff from North Korea because they're going through this 4B movement, and their birth rate is at 0.7 per woman, which is like collapsing population. And they interview these people, and they're like, "Fuck no, I can't afford to have a kid." That's the number one reason. I don't have time to have a kid. Number two reason. Number three reason, for the ones that are real self-conscious, will say, "Why would I put a kid through this? I can barely survive. It's cutthroat everywhere." And then they were interviewing these kids, the few that are remaining, and we're talking, high school age. They go to school until 4. They get 2 hours off. Then they go to this private academy until 10, which is basically extended study. Well, what the fuck? 8 to 4. What's that? There's 8 hours minus an hour for lunch, maybe. And then 2 hours off, and then another, 6 to 10, another 4 hours. That's 12 hours a day. Just so you can compete in this rat race.
Yeah. It's absurd.
It really is, and it's not getting any better. And the only thing I can see is a reduction in the number of people, because then housing, which is the number one cost people have, will go down.
Yeah.
Food may stay about the same. The variable costs will probably stay the same because food production will go down. When the number of people demanding food goes down, cars will stay the same because the number of cars will go down, so the price will stay about the same. But housing is fixed. And if you go from housing for $8.3 billion to housing for $6 billion, there's going to be a lot of, look at downtown Detroit. I'll give a prime example. If they'll let you buy a house for $1,000 as long as you promise to stay there and fix it up. And they're not in that bad a shape. I mean, they were built in the 40s and 50s. It's not like they're lacking electricity or plumbing. They have insulation. They're fairly well built, but there's no demand because Detroit lost 1 million people in 40 years.
Damn.
So the number one cost for people is housing. Well, you reduce the population by 2 billion. Guess what? Housing will go down. Uh-oh.
But yeah, it really is just fucking bothersome, honestly, to have to think about and manage all these things. But I think even more than that, though, it's I think if it is one thing I can, unfortunately, I wish like I was wrong on this, but it seems like the specific next 2020 like situation we're gonna go through, probably starting maybe towards the end of this year, if not most certainly probably starting next year for sure, unfortunately, is the energy crisis. Hate to be the first one to say it, but yeah, that's coming. It really is, because the whole Hamas thing and all that stuff, where it's hard for them to get gasoline and oil and all that stuff over at the moment because of what's going on in the Middle East. It's like, yeah, I see what they're setting up. They're setting up manufactured scarcity. And also the other thing that blows my mind even about the concept of that, especially with the whole energy crisis thing, is that anyone and everyone who has had children within the last few years, and especially since 2020 all the way up until now, if anyone was dumb enough to actually do that, even if you are someone who's a bit more awakened and you're kind of in tune with who the fuck kind of runs everyone's lives and all that stuff, that they're PDFs and evil and all this other stuff, it's kind of fucked up and redundant now because they those same evil cunts are about to display to the people that are aware of them, that have families and children that they have to look after. They're basically going to display their power to them soon enough when the energy crisis arrives, because probably one of the ways that you'll probably be able to receive energy and stuff just for your life and all that is probably for fighting their war, helping them complete their war in the Middle East. That's how they'll have people by the balls, where it's like, oh, well, if you need energy for your family, we could provide that, but you're also going to have to provide some military hour. You know what I mean? It's like, I could totally see them doing that. They're already alluding to it already with the whole like, oh yeah, we might start a draft in December this year for US citizens. You know what I mean? It's like, and I think the way, because people are already against that, and unfortunately the people that run everyone's lives are very cunning, very intelligent, despite how evil and fucked up they are. They you know, of course they're counting on people because of the whole Epstein thing and all that stuff. They're counting on people saying no to them. They're like, okay, that's fine. What we will do now, though, to display our power and how much power we have over your life, we'll create another situation that makes your life difficult, and then create your your emotional reaction or response to that issue in life, you know, for our benefit. Basically, they'll manipulate it, which I totally think is exactly where this is going. And to me, ever since I came to that realization, I was like, oh fuck yeah, this shit's ugly. Because people are actually going to end up participating in that shit just simply so they could provide for their family, especially potentially their new family if they're young men, you know. So it's yikes. Know what you may, but you know, unfortunately a lot of people are still going to follow their orders. It sucks.
Yeah, just grabbing at the first incentive that comes by, especially if you're like really desperate. No, there's
Yeah.
wind chimes in the back trying to get away from.
Yeah, no, that's the idea. Like I totally, and I've been saying this especially ever since the whole 2020 thing happened. But yeah, no, that was just a test. Like literally everything, when you consider all the details around what happened like 5 years ago or 6 years ago, I guess now. Yeah, no, it was just a big societal psyop test to see where everyone's at and stuff, how much they will comply if certain mandates and rules are in place at random, and swiftly. And they saw the response, and as we all should know because we were all living through it, yeah, no, yeah, they know a lot of people, they have a lot of people by the balls, they really do. And I think this time when they display that same power of being like, I have you by the balls, this time it'll be for real. Like it's going to be like there's no kind of being lenient about it, because the whole thing during 2021 was the whole, oh, if you don't get jabbed, quote unquote, just to not outright say it, if you don't get jabbed in your arm, especially if you were in Canada, especially as well, especially in this country, which was this was one thing that blew my mind when I was hearing it from certain people in my life. But straight up, yeah, no, they were willing to take people's careers and jobs away if you didn't get jabbed by some mystery liquid, basically by a mystery shot that they like basically made in a few months. And there were many people even behind it and stuff that were doctors and engineers as well that were saying, yeah, no, they produced that way too fast, we need to test it first to make sure it's safe. But they're like, oh no, it's safe because we're using the new mRNA stuff. And the more you look into that, you realize how ugly all that shit is too. But point is, it's just that moment in time, it was just as like a test run for them. And I think that's why they made that whole thing of, oh, if you get jabbed and stuff, you can have your life back. You can come back into society. You can dine out. You can work your job again, so on and so forth. It was all just a trap. The jab was just a thing to be like, oh, well, if you got it, then now we know you're a cattle for us. Like you just got branded, basically. So now they know, oh yeah, you are ours. So now that we know that you are ours, you know, we expect you to comply and agree with everything else we command you to do. And that's the next part that we're going to see in the next few months, unfortunately, is them doing 2020 2.0 and pressing people like that, where it's like, if you don't do this, you could end up homeless. Oh, how are you going to eat? So on and so forth. Like, that's, yeah, bastards.
Yeah, definitely a pandemic. Dr. Fugazi was saying like conflicting things like left and right every week. But yeah, it was unfortunate because there was a group of people that they were like hopeful too that like from like being away from work, like everybody would like kind of protest that, you know what I mean, and like not
Yeah.
go back. But I was like, hell no! Like there was plenty of people freaking out. They're like, I can't do it. The isolation's too much, and this and that. I was like, damn. It was crazy though. That shit was a
Yeah.
drag.
And I think the crazy thing to me about all of that too is that if we all think that that shit was crazy, it's like this next part, like we ain't seen crazy yet, like properly. And I think the thing that's crazy to me about that is just the fact that it's like it's not even them just posturing and just being like, oh, you're trying to be more intimidating, more big than what you really are. Unfortunately, no, they really are that big and they really are that intimidating. Why and how? Because unfortunately, majority of humanity gave them that level of power and authority over everyone's lives, you know? So now, if and when they just, decide to display that level of power they have over everyone, they just kind of will. And more than that, they also know how to impose these things, these orders and commands and all that stuff in very cunning, sneaky ways, where it's like, they'll agree to this because they're pressured by this or because they're lacking this or whatever. Smart stuff. It's a whole game, really.
Now, not only that, because the wealth inequality now is greater than it's ever been. We used to think that what do they call it here in the States? The Gilded Age was the epitome of wealth. And no, if you adjust the wealth they had back then compared to what these tech trillionaires have today, they can influence the whole world much easier than we could under any other national emergency. If you know what I'm talking about, it's more centralized to disperse the information and resources.
Yeah.
Anyways, I've got to start cooking dinner, so I'm going to sign out. It was nice talking to you. Thanks, LA. Have a good one.
Yeah, take care.
All right, bye. How do I do that? Here we go. No.
Yeah, no, I agree, Divine. There is definitely more of us than them for sure, but problem is that we're all so fragmented and separated, though. It's hard to get people to maybe put some of their differences, especially petty differences, aside. And the specific, I guess, to get very real and specific, the petty differences, I mean, is of course like just like the race, like ethnic color type stuff. You know what I mean? I feel like there's brilliance and great people and intelligent people among all groups of people and stuff. Unfortunately, though, just as it always is with many different aspects in this reality, there are often only exceptions and not the rule. The rule are the ones that tend to breed like fucking rats, and then there's just a bunch of them. That's unfortunately the rule, not the exception. But hypothetically, if there were more exceptions within humanity and stuff, I totally think maybe we could make something happen. But I don't know, especially considering that I'm a detail man and I like to look into different nuanced things and stuff like that, especially since I have the time to. The people that run the world, and especially just mainly like governments and stuff, the certain digital and surveillance tech that they've been putting a lot of taxpayers' money into, so they could fucking surveil all the taxpayers and enslave them in that way. It has more functions than just the surveillance stuff, which I've been learning about, which is the part that made me go like, oh fuck.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like they kind of have
definitely.
us on lock, don't they? They kind of do, because
Yeah.
unfortunately, the whole thing with the chemtrails and stuff, the thing that's coming down from that is a myriad of things. But the two things that are the most jarring to me is, for one, a fact about the chemtrails is that they're legitimately spraying us with these GMO parasites and stuff, like Morgellons parasites, basically, that literally cause Morgellons over time within the human body. There's I think there was even a news story about it in the U.S. about it recently, which is kind of nuts. But that, and also the graphene oxide stuff, which is like this weird black nano cell like tech, basically, and it gets into us how? Through our water, our food, and all that stuff. It's in the air. You fucking inhale, exhale, it's in you. uh and the whole thing with that's why people like Trump are talking about the whole Stargate thing and all that stuff in 6Gs about looking into people's bodies. Yep. Yeah. And on top of that, also when they talk about the whole I think the Stargate thing also had something to do with the whole cancer jab or medicine, if you will. Even with that, the way that I think it was actually a matter of fact, and this guy is clearly evil, Peter Thiel, I think it was, or maybe it was someone else. I don't know. All these motherfuckers kind of look alike, but fucking, he even mentioned. I think it was the beginning of 2025, like after Trump got elected and all that. But yeah, they were on there talking about this potential new medicine, and they're talking about how it would even potentially work, since he's one of the heads of the company that is, making this mRNA tech. And he said, yeah, no, it will literally allow them, as long as if they get this medicine injected into them, it will literally allow them to manipulate your cells. And with those cells and stuff that they manipulate and stuff, they could essentially use those manipulated cells to combat cancer. So of course they're gonna sell it to you as like this positive thing, but as I just said there, even with them communicating that in the positive way, where it's, oh, we'll be able to solve cancer and these other health and cellular issues, it's like, yeah, it's like, but we should know better than that. The people that run this stuff. That, like, I mean, they usually don't have very good intentions, and the fact that they're going to be that deep rooted into us, it's like, yeah, that's not good. Or they already are. Frankly, they already are, which is the insane part. Because I think one thing I also remember learning too is that the whole chemtrailing thing, at least when it kind of originated, the year it kind of originated was I think they said the 1930s is when they started doing that in the United States and all that. So it's been a while. They've been spraying us with this shit. Like literally a few generations have been eating this stuff basically. Um, and it's all coming to a head now. And I think, people will start to understand how potentially lethal and just fucked up this tech is, because I forget the name of this woman as well. If I find her name, I'll probably mention it maybe another time when I'm on here. But there's I'm pretty sure the video was floating around a bit too. It probably has a decent amount of views. I think her name's Kathleen or something like this. But she was just talking about how even with this new tech as well, they would be able to, since at this rate they would be in your brain, right? Since it's flowing through your blood and all that. They're saying that they would be able to find ways to induce pain and also take away pain, like your pain sensors and things like this, right? And she was talking about how, oh, if you were to use that in, like, let's say a crime situation, a criminal situation where there's a certain criminal that did a really messed up crime, she was using it in the context of like, oh, maybe we could induce pain and maybe take it away, or if we wanted someone to feel perpetual pain for a certain amount of time, we could inhibit that in that individual. And the fact that she was just talking about it like that just fucking blew my mind. I was like, holy shit. So you're telling, like, you can manipulate just little things like that within people. So they want you to have perpetual pain. You wake up, you're in pain. You go to bed, you're in pain. In the future, that is legitimately possible. If there's a creepy hacker bastard that like doesn't like you or something like that, and he's able to somehow log into your body, he could do that to you, or they could do that to you, male or female or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah,
all
like
this
we're
tech
all
stuff
in
is
like
insane.
we're like in the 500th season of Black Mirror. Like shit's crazy.
Basically, yeah.
But yeah, I've been noticing a bunch of the flock camera technology, and it's just like holy fuck, like everywhere. You just see those poles standing up. I don't know if you've known about those, because those
Yeah.
they don't only just get license plates, like you said. Like it's plenty of other things. It's just every day you just see that red indicator going on and off, on and off, on and off.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to say, but I feel like at this point, especially with the stuff that I keep learning more and more about, especially even this year as things continue to advance, like no bullshit. It seems like 2 years from now, so 2028 or 2029, one of those 2 years though, probably I would reckon probably in the middle to the end of 2028, straight up, we'll probably be seeing androids within society. Like no joke. You go to the market and stuff, and you're talking, it probably won't be a human no more. Because to me and stuff, the way I see things going, I think 2027 is going to be the year of layoffs. I think a lot of people are going to get laid off in 2027. It's already kind of starting now, and I feel like unfortunately it might potentially the layoffs might continue to potentially get worse by like fall, which is really sad because that means who knows, maybe this Christmas, this winter, this year is going to be kind of a or not kind of, it will likely be a very very depressing one for a lot of people because like things are going to change in their life. They'll lose their jobs or whatever, and they just won't entirely understand why. Could end up making them make some pretty crazy erratic decisions too. So yeah, it's a whole mess, it really is. But above all else, the thing that bothers me the most is just the fact that the people behind all of it, and they know what they're doing. Because every now and then they'll let the veil slip and they'll let you know that, oh yeah, we were behind that, and they'll kind of smile about it. It's like, you guys are fucking bastards, man. Like there's nothing funny about this, but it's funny to them because they're like, oh holy fuck, we're really actually gonna get our way with everyone, you know? Literal evil masterminds. It's nuts. Oh yeah, and actually, yeah, what you say they're divine is definitely true. Yeah, they want to alter our genetic code and stuff just so, um, basically, yeah, like this is the only place we would be able to call home. And frankly, to me, that's one of the reasons why I feel like when it comes down to talking about subject matters like self-exiting and all this other stuff, that's why honestly, it's not even something that's necessarily a super duper scary thing on my mind where it's like, oh, I could never contemplate that and stuff. It's like, no, it's crazy and as fucked up as it sounds, in this current point in human history, it is kind of reasonable to consider it like seriously, and especially if that is a legitimate thing where it's like the longer you stay in this reality, the more you'll be augmented, especially against your will, because it's already kind of been done to us already through all the sky spraying and all that, and the spraying of our food and all that. Yeah, to me, it's like it does unfortunately scream to me that yeah, I don't know if people should be trying, at least especially good people, especially. I don't think y'all should be trying to stick around too long. Honestly, because they may try to attempt to keep people here, and they're already showing examples of that through like the ergonoids and stuff, which is the whole thing where they take a few neuron cells from a legitimate human brain, they extract it, and then they put it into like a machine that can process that cellular data, and they can get it to do certain things, as we've seen and heard. The whole thing about it playing Pong and things like that, like nah, fuck that. And the whole thing about them also putting a butterfly into a simulation, and then the butterfly continued its same behavior as it did in the physical, and it continued to just try to fly around and do its thing. Yeah, no. Because we're talking about like literally like some literal matrix stuff, but then on top of that, also just like, yeah, you won't ever know what's real or what your original life was. Like they'll be able to do so many just fucked up things to what you are consciously or energetically. And frankly, I want no parts in it.
Yeah, it's not it's very rational to have like your methods planned, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because yeah, the inevitable is like definitely around the corner. It's better safe than sorry in a sense, yeah.
Yeah. It does really suck that it had to come down to this, but the way I've communicated it and see it is just, um, at least for as it is here anyway. This I guess this is the consequence to majority of humanity for not hearing out those among you that were trying to tell you, hey, I think our government's up to something, or hey, yeah, there's not some so good people here. Hey, we should try to do something about the human trafficking thing. Like, I mean, literally do something. Let's stop working and focus on ending that type of thing. You know what I mean? the consequence for not doing any of that, actually acting in a morally good fashion, so we can actually have a morally good society without trying to shy away from thinking about certain things because, oh, it's just too dark, and the government or the police will handle that. Now, how about we handle it ourselves just to make sure that that's done. So if we catch anyone else doing that and stuff, we know what it is. You know what I mean? Instead of making it and becoming that version of humanity instead we become what our those who have been ruling over humanity want to turn us into, unfortunately. And yeah, I guess that's why self-determination is kind of important. And the fact that many people don't care about their own self-determination is, I think, the whole reason why we're even in this mess. If people were more empathetic, and more than that, they just were to see their enemy a whole lot sooner, who knows? I don't know if any of this gets as bad as it has been. But I think because we didn't act sooner, this is the consequence, unfortunately.
Yeah, the audience is definitely to blame for a lot of these situations as well, because it's easy to point up as well. They do a lot of fuck shit, like, because I've just been thinking about how many people they probably whacked off that had brilliant ideas and innovative things to push. Like, I was looking into that. I mean, because we are, even as far as going back to like Nikola Tesla and shit, like, it's just like scummy behavior from some of these greedy people. But I was looking into that Amy Eskridge case, and because she died in like 2022, it's reported. But it's just like, fuck. Like, I knew it was kind of stuff like that going on, but it was just like, yeah, plenty of people. She was talking about how like there was like a bunch of those aerospace engineers making prototypes, like real nice, real like experimental things, and they had
for like
these
infinite
options.
power. That's one
Yeah,
of the
they
reasons
have
why
like
they took her out.
and they have these options to like demonstrate what they do, and like the people would buy it off, and then like they just turn it into scrap metal, just basically like a spit in the face. Like they weren't even trying to utilize it or back them in like a real financial sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was unfortunate for her because she was gonna well, she kind of already did, but she was gonna launch like her own, like I don't know if company is the right word for it, but it was like the studies in exotic science, and I thought that was pretty badass and pretty cool. Just saying like, we can do it ourselves. We don't need like these people to back us. She was trying to go to Congress and stuff too, but I don't think she unfortunately ever got to. But they've been reviewing some of the stuff we're saying they're going to. So
Yeah. Well, and even down to things like that, like brilliant minds like that, like inventors like that, or people who are just aware of certain tech that could help society and just people at large. Yeah, no, that's the fucked up thing. Like her potentially wanting to go to like Congress and talk to them about it to see if they could enact change and all that stuff. The fucked up reality of the whole situation that we're all in is that even if she would have went to Congress, that would have just put more squinty eyes on her to make people be like, yeah, maybe we should get you gone. You know what I mean? Like her just going to Congress would have just made like the fucking red light on her or whatever that much bigger, or the target on her back, if you will, that much bigger. Because it's like, yeah, you went to like a direct source where a lot of these evil fuckers like to, commune and talk to each other.
Yeah,
and if she were to talk to one of them, yeah, they would pass down the info that, oh, hey, did you guys know Amy is trying to do this shit? It's, you know what I mean? And then, oh no, yeah, she's not supposed to be doing that. Oh well, I guess we're gonna have to get rid of her.
Exactly. I definitely wouldn't come
you
with
couldn't
all
even
my
tell
eggs in
anyone
a
if you
basket
wanted
towards
to.
them. For sure.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was saying, yeah, she was definitely. It was a smart. She was probably not going to give them like all of the eggs in her basket, but just be like, hey, this is what I'm proposing. But of course, there was because she was already talking about it too. Like people were like doing the gang stalking and organized harassment's a better term that I like to use as well. Just like holy shit.
Yeah, just foul bastards, man. That's the type of shit they've done. They've done it time and time again. They even did a similar thing to that one guy who came up with the water or hydro powered car where it's like, yeah, you don't need gasoline, nothing like that. Just literally put water into it. Maybe at most you might need oil for the engine, maybe. But then yeah, the whole thing could run on water, and yeah, they took that dude out fast. They're like, yeah, nope, you can't do that.
Yeah, I remember coming across those videos too. I was like, holy shit, that's cool. Super cool.
Yeah.
And then you just look at the comments and everything, they're like, no. Like, go into hiding right now.
Yeah. And people who are like coming up with new things. Honestly, it's funny because I think some of those people who are like making videos now where they show you cool ways you can invent certain things for like emergencies and all that. Um, I think even when it comes down to other just like disclosure, whether it be about anything, as kind of silly as some of the alien stuff, or you know anything else, especially tech related like that. They have what you call it? Fook. I think I just lost my train of thought. Oh, that's embarrassing. Um, I was literally about to say too. How do I lose my train of thought like that? Um, they might be messing with me. Maybe I was saying too much.
Yeah, I know where I left off was we were talking about like the comment sections of like, people being really innovative,
Yeah.
and like everybody's trying to gatekeep it, like, yo, don't say too much.
Oh yeah,
Spooks.
yeah. I think yeah. So I think what I was just gonna say is just that I think just when it comes down to disclosure about almost like anything alien tech related, whatever, secret societies, human trafficking, all that stuff. I think that one of the main reasons why, even especially down to the Epstein stuff, the reason why they've let all that stuff leak is because, as I've said, we don't have too long now for big change to come to all of us. And one of those changes is that, especially through the energy crisis, I'm sure the power grid probably goes down at some point. And if that does happen, they'll have a good opportunity to literally like wipe the slate. So basically, like the internet and stuff like that, like everything that's on the internet now, for the most part, probably will be deleted. And probably when the internet 2.0 fires up, that's when you'll have to use your digital ID and your digital twin and all this stuff to log in and just use the internet. But if you're using the internet 2.0, that means that you consent and acknowledge the fact that literally every single thing you're doing, key swipes, all that, is being observed by an AI or a person, but it's being observed is the point. So I think just as of now, the disclosure thing, I think that's why they're letting a lot of this stuff just kind of come out, because like they're like, yeah, who cares? Like, I mean, after we pull off this next part and stuff, you guys aren't even going to be thinking about this. So I think that's why they're allowing people to, say what you will on the internet. Go ahead. It's about to get taken away anyway.
Yeah, super accurate. They'll just throw in another little subplot for people to congregate and talk about, gossip about, and then they're scummish and they're just like they're not gonna do shit anyways.
Yeah.
And keep on like upping the ante and like the accelerationism, so the subliminal acceleration. Some of it isn't, because even like like they're like outspoken about building bunkers or having bunkers already built. What do they call them? Like the doomsday people or like survivors.
Yeah.
It's like, sheesh.
Frankly, yeah, some of that stuff, like the terranean or whatever stuff, like just basically underneath the Earth's surface stuff. Like, yeah, like from what I've seen, it seems like they've been preparing that stuff, and or a good bit of them have just been living like that for a hot minute. Like, there's been plenty of videos throughout the years, even back since like what 2010. I remember seeing a video like this when I was a bit younger, but yeah, them just like on Google Maps or whatever, just sometimes seeing random like freight line trucks or trailer trucks and stuff driving into these tunnels in like a desert type area and stuff. But you can't really see where the exit of that tunnel is. You can just see that it goes in one way, and it's like, where does it end? I don't know. So yeah, they've already, they're well prepared for all that bullshit, really. And honestly, I think the whole reason why they're set up for the underground stuff is the whole thing that I think that certain country in the Middle East doing all the fucked up shit. If you guys get what I'm putting down, the blue flag. if those guys, apparently, if they start losing, so hypothetically, if everyone were to wake up, they know everything they need to know about our enemies, and they're going for them and calling them out and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure they have this thing. I forget exactly who created the order or law or whatever the fuck, but they have this thing, or option, I guess I should say. They have this thing called the Samson option, which is the whole thing where it's like they just hit the big red button and then everything gets irradiated, if you will. The nukes come out. So I think that's another reason why they have all that underground shit set up. It's partially because, for one, they're freaks. They like digging and living underground like that. But on top of that, it's also because, hypothetically, if they were to lose on the surface to all of us, that's what they'll do because they're petty little angry, insecure little brats, honestly, where it's like, you didn't let me get my way. Okay, fine. Hit the big red button. And now we all got to pay for it. Just as long as if they don't lose. So yeah, they have this shit all set up. And actually, I think that's the extra fucked up thing about it too, is that the people running everyone's lives and stuff, it's like the whole time they were studying us, and not only studying us, they were working together to accomplish their own collective goal. And humanity was, segmented and fragmented so much that we couldn't even do anywhere near the same. But hypothetically, if we were to do something similar and stuff like that, not on the evil side of it per se, but just the togetherness and working together to create good ultimately. I don't think they would have won. But unfortunately, the fact that they caught on to how ignorant we were, or we all are, they just completely manipulated that early. They just did.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Oh, Pastor D's back.
My phone is dying, so I'll
Yeah,
probably
so is
rejoin
mine.
if you're still up, but I'm gonna head out real quick.
All right, take care, man.
Yes,
Nice
sir.
chatting
That's
with
fine.
you.
I'm going to have to go myself.
Okay.
But I do appreciate everybody for coming up.
No problem. Thanks for chatting, everyone. I appreciate it.
All right, y'all have a good day. Thank you, Pastor D.
Huh.